Hey there, I'm Cyberchroma. Welcome to another stream and all that. Everything look like it's working? Hopefully so. Let's get that random background music started. Yeah, so want to confirm everything is indeed functional, which looks like it is. This going? Yeah. That's hopefully not too loud. Alrighty, so we are back making a game that still does not have a name. I've done some stuff between the last stream and now that is neat, and I guess I'll start to explain such things. So, how much do I want to just recap? Okay, so I guess the short recap is we're making a game in 9 days. Today is day 2 of that challenge. Yesterday was all planning, and so was a lot of earlier today. I guess we've done some Unity stuff that I'm about to get into, but we haven't programmed anything yet. Just some conceptualized ideas. Today is day 2 where we're gonna be actually starting to make stuff with our player and camera and enemies and core game mechanics and all that sort of stuff. So in short, what our game idea is you have cube player here, and we want the game to be super simple, super simple. So we're not going too overboard with it, hopefully. Yeah, so you have cube. You move in grid-based turns. You actually move headphones further from the microphone. You move in grid-based movements is one component of this. The other component is that you can't stop. Every half a second or 0.2 seconds or whatever the number actually ends up being, very quick, you're automatically just going to be moving in whatever direction that you're facing, and you basically got to react to turn in different directions to not hit hazards and stuff. Both to don't get hit by thing, move out of the way in time, but also there's gonna be stuff with enemies that you actually are having to run away from it and avoid, and even you can't kill enemies, but you can lead them into other hazards in order to defeat enemies and stuff like that. And yeah, that's gonna be some cool mechanics with hopefully cool level design that's gonna work and be functional. So between last stream and now, I did do some things. I didn't get all done what I was hoping I would, but I got done enough that we can be doing stuff, so that's good. Let me just bring up my, why do I have two of the same text document? Yeah. So this is some of our planning stuff from yesterday. I don't think I touched this text file. It's a bit of a mess and disorganized as I was just writing stuff on the bottom of it. But this is hopefully today's plan, kind of. Actually no, let me just find something real quick. Yeah, this was a thing from yesterday. We had blocks. So one component of this game was of things to be planned is we have this grid-based movement and some ideas for what you're going to be doing with that. Taking that and deciding, okay, what kind of things will the player be able to interact with different hazards and enemies and even things that can help the player and stuff like that. And we're coming up with a list of just different things I could come up with. A lot of this list I wasn't super happy with. I guess I'm gonna write this down, but I don't know if this is really what I want to go with. Yeah, so I did, between last stream and this one, I took this list and I refined it. And now we have this new list. Wow! So this is new, I guess. But yeah, so the first thing you'll notice is that it's smaller. I did look back at this one, and we want to actually finish this game, right? We have 9 days. Also, I'm gonna take this off. Too hot, being summer. It's raining right now, but yeah. Anyway, I want to actually finish this game, ideally, right? Oh, actually, I know why this is. Okay, I'm hearing. Let me just. So I'm not hearing that going. Anyways, that doesn't affect the volume of the stream. So yeah. So I want to actually finish this game, and a part of doing that means we have too many types of things that we want to make. Yeah, it can be hard to actually finish. And even looking at something like I think with some of these individual things, I am underestimating how much time it'll really take to build some of them, especially if we wanted to have that polish of actually looking good. Mainly with things like the player, the enemies, that's all gonna take a while. Even just like getting other things to interact with walls, you know, it's gonna take time that don't have a lot of. And as I said before, I would rather plan something that's a lot smaller and actually finish it. And then if we do finish it ahead of time, well, that gives us more time to have extra amounts of polish, and then, you know, we can do other, like if we finish stuff on time, then we can add to it. That's totally fine. But I'd rather not plan something too big and then, you know, not finish it. So I did go through and I cut out a lot of this. I mean, even when I wrote these down, I was like, I probably won't go with this, but I'll write it down anyway. But yeah. So I cut some things down, renamed some things, and I think, yeah, this can work better just having a few different mechanics and having, you know, interesting ways of how they interact. And this isn't going to be a super long game anyway, so not overwhelming the player by having a bajillion different things they can interact with can be good. So I guess I can just go over what we want here. Oh, hey, hello, Maro Bicho? Hello. Welcome to the stream. Hi, and thanks for the follow. I appreciate that. Hello. Yeah, we are, yeah, we're making a game. Let me go back to actual Unity stuff. It's more interesting to look at the notepad documents. I do have some stuff that I was making between last stream and now, just kind of get my ideas into Unity. Hi, hello, welcome. We just got started here, but I had like a 6.5 hour stream yesterday where we were planning a lot of this stuff. And I used to stream before, but then I stopped for a while, but now I'm back, and I should be back consistently now. So yeah, hopefully that'll be a thing. So I don't know if you've heard any of the explanation I just gave or how much I may have to give again, but yeah, we're making a game that's like small and simple, just my own personal challenge of trying to plan something small that I can actually finish rather than having all like my big, massive other game projects that I planned and never finished because they're just so unbelievably massive. Yeah, so we're just trying making a super small thing and just finishing it, having it be done and polished and whatever. So the game is gonna be on the simpler side. It's not gonna be super like, whoa, that's the best game that ever existed, whoa. But that's okay as long as it gets finished. And I don't think it'll be boring necessarily. We have an idea, a solid foundation for an idea that I think has some decent merit to it. I'm trying to learn and start my own games. Ooh, neat, very cool. I've been a Unity game developer for how many years? Like 8 or something? 7 or 8? No, is that too high? I could like, okay, I go back and like count, but I'm not gonna do that right now. Somewhere in that ballpark. I knew the exact number more when it was on my resume for jobs and stuff. I have a full-time job now. I needed to update my resume, so I've forgotten. Nice, yeah, cool. Where was I with stuff I was saying? Yeah, welcome to the Cyberchroma stream where we are very rambly and rarely stay on topic. That's just how things go. If you have any questions about game dev things, feel free to ask. I can try to answer stuff. No guarantee I'll have a good answer, but I can try. I have many years of experience doing Unity stuff. Although unfortunately, I don't have a whole lot of actually like completed projects. I have some. I don't have nothing, but I have like in some. So I was in university. I had some university stuff. I did make a couple games, and like those are cool and all, but like. Yeah, I want to make, so right now I'm doing this practice of making something that's like small that I'll actually finish, and then going forward, then I'm going to go back to some of the other projects that I've been working on. Like the main thing I was working on is a game called The Handyman with a Unicycle, a game that started as a school project, but then I liked how that sort of demo thing I made there, I liked how that turned out so much that I'm continuing to work on it and turn it into a full thing, although it's still in very, very early stages. That even then I might have to reassess like some of my plans for that and cut it down so that I can actually finish it. I also make YouTube videos where I do like, the main sort of content I want to be making is Unity tutorials, teaching people how to do stuff. And I've made a few other types of things as well, but like that, I'm kind of shifting gears in that I kind of be doing that more consistently. And that's definitely the thing I've enjoyed making the most, or gotten the most, like, yeah, it's a cool thing I made, as far as that goes. Anyways, back to this actual game. I think there was something I started saying that I Oh well. Anyways, I'll follow YouTube as well. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah. Also, I haven't. I only actually. When was the last time? The last video I posted was like a month ago or 2 months ago or something, and that was on something completely unrelated. That was a video on that I started to learn how to make music in FL Studio, and then just sharing my experience with like my history of trying to make music with game stuff is just because I thought that'd be interesting. And it was like kind of testing a format of how I was going to try editing videos and using that one as like a throwaway, like a guinea pig video, just kind of like test a format. And although it's funny that I'm not going to be continuing in that format, but like whatever. Anyways, I'm from Portugal, so sometimes I might be a bit slow to answer you. Sorry. No problems at all. I am a very slow typer when it comes to like typing in like Twitch chat or like other people's streams and all that stuff. I get it. I completely get that. Like, same here. Although I'm not from Portugal, I'm from Canada. So yeah, no worries at all there. Yes. What was I saying? Let's flip gears, going back to, I guess, this game that we're making. Still doesn't have a name. I was hoping I would have had a name by now, but I don't have a name for it. So like whatever. It'll come. So we have the player. The player can move around in this grid fashion, and there's different things you can interact with. A lot of this is coming from stuff we were planning yesterday, but I kind of refined this list, and I cut things down to just have like a few things you can interact with that'll hopefully be really polished and all that. So we have the player, that is, as I said, it moves around and all that. We're gonna have walls you can, we're not doing the snake style where if you hit anything you die. I wanted to make this a little bit more lenient where you can bump into a wall and you'll just bump against it, and then that's fine. Although it's not completely fine because there's gonna be other things that move around, and the player moving from grid to grid, treating that as a turn. Every turn that passes, other things will be potentially, enemies coming at you. So bumping into a wall still uses up a turn, so it still could be dangerous. Is how that's going. And you might want to purposely bump into a wall to like time something of like, oh, you can only pass through, if you're trying to like pass through like a dangerous area at the right time, bumping into a wall for a couple turns on purpose just to time it right. Yeah, those can be mechanics that can be a thing that hopefully I can make interesting levels out of. Okay, so we have wall. I said the thing I said is just it's a wall. Come back here, over here. We're gonna have springs be a thing. So you move one term at a time. When you hit a spring, then you'll jump forward two blocks in a direction, and that'll tell you like get away from enemies and stuff like that. And that can just have some interesting mechanics, which would be having to move two at a time. There can even be like, if there's a hazard here, you'll go over the hazard and stuff like that. We're playing with a mechanic of the idea that, so again, wasn't my initial idea when I came up with this specific mechanic, but something that came was like, oh, that could be a weird interaction. If you have a wall, the initial idea would be that you'd go over the wall, and that could be a mechanic of that. But if there's two walls, like what happens here? Do you land on the wall, or can you not spring over it? And we got the idea of like, oh, maybe you can just go over, and because you're kind of elevated, like it's a spring, now you're just on top of the wall, and you're in this kind of elevated state that you can move around on walls until you fall off. And yeah, I think that's gonna be a thing we're gonna try and see how that goes. I don't know how much that'll actually be used in the game, but it just seems like, no, that's a neat thing that can happen, so let's let that happen. Oh, not this list, this one. Rolling boulder. Wait, this is in the wrong order. Where is... I'm just gonna adjust this to be in the order that things are on screen. Fire, just simple, a hazard. It's just always there on the block, it doesn't move, you run into it, you die, and then you respawn. I just needed something that filled that purpose, so it's gonna be represented by fire. Rolling boulder, this is gonna be our... What before, as of yesterday, I described it as being a patrol enemy, an enemy that would like go around in a set path or whatever. But I thought that like, since we're in the like environment of this game, it has this like random top-down style with like just these colors that I've whipped up. But I imagine it like you're kind of in like a tower that like everything is all crumbling around you, and you're trying to like with each level you kind of go down and down through the pages. Like the background color almost makes it look like a old parchment paper kind of thing. So with that, you're in this kind of like tower environment. You're having like just boulders that are like rolling around, and So yeah, Boulder is just going to move in whatever direction that we decide that it's facing. The polished version of this. Right now, these are just like colored cubes to represent ideas. In theory, eventually, then we'll swap these out for like actual like, sprites or models that'll look a bit more interesting. Like the fire being an actual like particle effect and stuff like that. I just whipped these up today just to be like, this represents this idea. So rolling Boulder will just move. If it hits you, you die. There's that. Then we're gonna have these faded arrows on the ground for this kind of patrolling thing. If a thing hits the arrow, it'll then it'll basically just to turn boulders so that we can like have them be going in a circle. That's all that'll do. I don't know what this will like. This will probably look different in how it's like actually look, but it'll be faded like it's a background detail kind of thing that the player can't interact with. This is only for the patrolling enemies to just kind of deal. Having actual arrows that are like can be more vibrant. These will actually force the player to go in whatever direction they're facing. So yeah, that's gonna be a thing. And enemies too. If an enemy, so down here we're gonna have enemies that chase you. If an enemy touches this, it'll also go in whatever direction we're facing. This arrow, I made it look like it's slightly more broken as far as just making it in 2 seconds out of cubes. This is gonna be a turning arrow. It's gonna like either every turn or every 2 turns, still figuring out that timing, it's gonna turn, and then, yeah, you'll just go in whatever direction that is. So they're very, yeah, similar, just, yeah, slightly different mechanics. We have this one fulfills the same function as yesterday. I was saying that there might be one type of hazard, this like electric thing that like one turn, zzz, next turn it's not there, next turn it's like it'll zap you and it'll be a hazard, and then one turn it's not. I sort of recontextualized that idea as being boulders falling from the ceiling, going more into this idea of things are falling apart. There's like debris everywhere, I guess. So basically the idea is that the spot where debris is gonna fall will look kind of cracked, I guess. Will make that look like this is just a temporary thing to show like that's what this is gonna be. So somehow it'll look like the floor, but like faded and cracked or whatever. And then a shadow will basically show up. So like it'll look like this, and we'll have a shadow that starts to like grow, and then like a boulder will fall from the ceiling and whoosh, basically. Yeah, so yeah, it's basically just a boulder that keeps like falling from the ceiling every like turn or every 2 turns or like whatever that the timing ends up being. So yeah, if you're there in the wrong time, you die. And you can use it to kill enemies as well. The thing with these hazards, these enemies that chase you, you can like, if you can lead them around, so you go through a hazard and then they go through at the wrong time, that can be used to kill enemies. So we have our homing enemy here, or follow enemy or whatever. Enemy that actually runs at the player. This is basically unchanged from how I described it yesterday, and this is so far my favorite like mechanic in that. Like it seems like it's gonna be the most like in-depth thing that you're gonna interact with, and using these other mechanics to interact with these enemies. Yeah, so basically every frame or every turn it'll move 1 grid space towards you. We're purposely letting the enemies be kind of dumb in that if there's a wall between you and an enemy, it's not going to pathfind around the wall on purpose. It's going to just keep ramming into the wall as a way to kind of allow you to escape enemies by just leading them into the wrong spots that they're like stuck against walls so that you can get away. Or you can use that to your advantage to like then go around and then like lead them into hazards and stuff like that. So yeah, those are enemies, and enemies will be able to interact with all these things. The arrows, if an enemy touches a spring, I'll probably have it get launched. Yeah, that makes sense. And then this is where I'm gonna be safe for like towards the end of the game, like some of the last couple levels. I just thought of like have an enemy but big. It takes up a 2x2 square, and it's more intimidating. Ooh. But an extra thing with this is that walls. If there's like even just a single wall will like it'll stop the enemy from going, so that can allow you to like the player being in a bit of like a a little like hidden alcove to be able to get away from the big enemies just because it won't fit. So we're going to do stuff with that. But the exact same mechanics with this is that it just moves towards you. And there's that. So these are our core gameplay mechanics. There's not that many. I mean, 3 of them are basically the same thing, but they require different programming. So I let them be different things. But I think that's okay. Before, like from yesterday, I had like several more potential options, but I think I do want to purposely cut this down. Just go with these couple, and yeah, so we have an actual finished game. Nice ideas you have there. I want to see how it goes. BRB. Oh, right, yeah. This is, I think, yeah, it's nothing groundbreaking, but it's like, yeah, it's like, if this is something that could be a game, like, sure, why not? Yeah, hopefully it'll go simply enough. So then I have some extra things off to the side here. I have there's gonna be some times where in a level when you cross a certain like threshold, I the game designer want to like have something trigger, have something happen. So for game, a lot of what I have here right now actually isn't for like none of this is programmed right now. I'm still working on designing actual levels for this game. So I whipped a lot of this up so that I personally can use it to design levels and then go and like in the real thing and like actually make them. So that's part of a thing. One component of that is for my own designing of stuff. I basically using this as a placeholder to represent some invisible trigger that when the player touches this, then we'll have something happen. That's what that's for. This is being used is going to be used for a temporary grid thing. It's also I've already been using it a bit. Help me design levels faster. This grid setup is cool, but like modifying an individual like grid thing, if I want to change the side of it, is a little bit funky. It's doable, but basically I did something to make this easier. I made this over here and as an example of making a level. This is like a rough idea of like the first level where nothing really happens. You're just learning how to move. Yeah, basically I just use these blocks to represent, like, I would take, like, I use this because this is significantly easier to actually make the level, and then when we take this into real level, then I would use these grid spaces and you know, match it to, like, how this is, and then we would get rid of these. I mean, this is, in a way, this is kind of its own kind of neat style. But I like the grids more. I like the idea is we take this and then turn it into the grid. So yeah, that's all that this is for. This is for to help me do level design. Wouldn't be in the final game. And for the record, I have this, and then I also made this as a potential second level. Where again, the grid. So the grid that's around here, that's like also temporary. Like this is very different than how the polished like actual level would look and would turn into. Basically these grid lines would just match where these blue things are, so I would take these and like move them in and like whatever, they wouldn't be both at the same time. That's the idea. I've also just realized that in this thing I kind of messed up a part of how it's supposed to be designed. We can't have 1x1 holes just with the nature of how the grid thing is. I'm just gonna do my knee, just kind of randomly just do that. It's fine. Actually, we're gonna do that. I'll come back to it. This would mean just like messing around with like the idea of what a level could look like. And then I have I have this basically what you saw at the beginning. I have like a bit of a template that I'll use to like duplicate into the different levels. We have all this from yesterday. I just kept it around when we were messing around with coming up with the game mechanics and what stuff could look like. That's just copied from this. And our big guy, our giant guy, that's going to be our sort of final boss in a way. That is basically going to be just a normal enemy, but massive and moves 2 tiles at a time, so it'll be a lot harder to get away from. So that's going to be extra intimidating. Okay, so back to this and this. Also, right now, all of this is in the same scene, just this level planning scene. In theory, when we go to make actual levels, that each level will be its own scene. Just right now, it's easier to flick back between my level planning, just as sectioned off things. I mean, technically, it could be like this in the real thing, but I think for real stuff, as far as programming is concerned, like it'll be better, easier, and more organized, and better on performance to have it all be each level being its own scene. Anyways, and also respawning will be easier because we can just reload the scene. It'll be super easy. Okay, so next thing. So this is to have like invisible triggers. This is just my own temporary grid thing. This is something I described yesterday where just entirely for aesthetic reasons, because this whole place is like falling apart as you're going through it. We're gonna have like as you walk into an area, just, oh, that random chunk of grid just broke off and went away. Oh, that chunk over there, that just broke off and made a hole. And like, basically, as you kind of are going into the areas, it's going to happen like far enough away from the player that like you can't get over there by the time it like breaks off completely. But just having like, yeah, the level feels like it's breaking around you entirely for aesthetic reasons. It's not a gameplay thing. It's a making it look cooler. And that's what kind of also these triggers are going to be for. Like when you step on this, then this is going to break off, kind of a deal. In the actual game, you won't be able to tell like, oh, that's different colored, so it's going to break off. It's going to match, like it's going to be disguised as looking like normal grid, and then just like the chunk from like, you know, here, like this shape just breaks off and just goes away. That's how that's going to be. But for level design purposes, have it a different color that kind of, you know, almost matches the background, just so I can, you know, see that it's there. Yeah, so that's some of the stuff that I made, and hopefully it will be cool. Which does mean that, so something that I mentioned before, or yesterday, that I think I will kind of lean into more, is that a lot of the gameplay will involve dealing with enemies in different fashions of like, oh, I need to, like, there's an enemy between me and the goal, I have to deal with that somehow, either by running away from the enemy, leading it in a big circle so that it's behind me, and then I can get to the goal, or leading it into a hazard, then kill the enemy, and then it's gone, and then I can freely get to the goal. Or if you're in like a hallway, maybe doing something where you are able to sync up the moves, the turns in a way where like you, the player, are here and the enemy is here, so then you move on to the spring and then launch over the enemy, and you perfectly time it to get over an enemy, and then you run forward. Stuff like that. Yeah, so I think that'll be cool to kind of, yeah, I think the game is short enough that we can rely on like that being kind of the central thing you're doing in level. Well, the first thing at the very beginning of the game, you're just going to learn how to move, and then like just a little bit of, you know, move around here, move around this wall, just kind of getting into the groove of that. And then we start to lean into like, oh, then maybe you just, you know, here's a hazard, you know, don't hit it, move around it. But then, yeah, we'll start to have enemies and like, and then utilizing getting away from enemies with all this other stuff will hopefully be cool. Now, I was hoping, I said yesterday, like, I was hoping that by now, as of this stream, I would have all the levels like designed, and like in theory, you know, this would exist for all the levels. I don't, unfortunately, because level design is hard, and definitely something that I just struggle with. It was, yeah, finding it difficult to do. I mean, it's not hard for me to be like, oh, let's just, you know, put a random bit of things around and like now that's a level. But like trying to design a good level and like properly use these game mechanics to their fullest and like teach the player things so that they're not confused. Ideally, a lot of this is done executed in a way where it doesn't need explaining. There's like, I mean, two things that I that are important for a player to understand early is that if you touch a wall, you don't die. Not everything is dangerous. If you're automatically moving, if you hit a wall, then you're fine. So I want to like make sure a situation like that almost is forced to happen very early on, so that the player knows that that's a thing they can do and that it's fine. And then another thing with that is just the idea that holes, going off the edge of the map isn't going to be a hazard. You're not going to go off and fall and die. We're going to have the player be intelligent in that like you kind of bump against the side just like a wall, but yeah, I want to do that on purpose. Just give up a little bit more leniency to stuff. There's going to be enough other things that'll kill you. This doesn't need to be one additional thing. And then also, we're using that in conjunction with enemies are dumb. Enemies can fall off the side, but the player can't. So there can be holes in the floor where you kite an enemy around, and if enemy's coming towards you and there's a hole in the middle, then they'll fall in the hole and die. So there's that like thing that we want. So those two things, those are two things that we want to make sure we communicate early to the player. And ideally, it's not done through like text comes up on screen and says it. The best way of having it happen would be designing a level where it's like forced to happen in a way, and then yeah, then the player just knows then going forward intuitively. Yeah, and even like the idea that like, oh, you can kill enemies by leading them into pits. We want to, yeah, I guess have early things set up that force that situation to happen, and then the player knows that it's a thing that can happen, and then actually then testing their skills more in later levels. I don't know how many levels there's going to be. We kind of planned conceptually what the first level is going to be, how the game's going to start, and then we have an interesting idea for the end where we're basically just going to have this giant 5x5 enemy that chases you, and it moves 2 at a time, so it moves faster than the player. So you have to like use whatever mechanics are going to be in the level, like the things to interact with, to be able to actually get away, like the springs and the. We think that like so fire and stuff will kill enemies, but we think that it could. I think that it'll like stun potentially this the big guy to like have him move slightly slower while he's on the fire, and then but then once he's off it, he'll go back to chasing you faster. And then just the fact that like if you have the 5x5 guy, even just one wall will stop it. So using the walls to your advantage to like get away from him until you end up in some area that has a big 5x5 hole, and then you lead him into that, and then whoop-de-doo, he's gone. And then you can get to the end of the game where we're still figuring out exactly what it's going to be. But it's something super simple. We don't have time for like cutscenes or anything like that. Anyway, so yeah, that's some of the stuff that we have planned. And I think I'm feel pretty. This list of stuff you interact with is decent enough, while also keeping in mind how long it'll take to physically program any of these things. Because without a doubt, the enemy is going to be the most complicated thing. I mean, there's also the player. The player and the enemy will be complicated. But yeah, I think these things will be able to interact, hopefully, with the player and enemies, interestingly enough. Without being super duper complicated and being too many game mechanics trying to cram into a very small game. So now what we're gonna do is actually I did make this. So I showed that this being empty yesterday. This is a Trello board. Just kind of turning what we have to do into a bit of a to-do list. I mean, I'm definitely gonna be like adding more things to this as we go along. Oh, hello, Luska, 3D Love. Hello. Is that Cyberchroma back without a coat? Nah, it's a mirage. I do have the lab coat, and yeah, that's the same Luska that I know. Yeah, I think that you've changed your name slightly. Nice to see you. Yeah, cool to see you too. Yeah, hello. Yeah, I do have this. Just yeah, there's a thing called summer going on right now, and it's hot. It's way too hot. So I haven't retired the lab coat. Just like it's here in spirit until it gets colder. So yeah. Also, I mean, right now I have a standing desk, so that's cool. I can lower this desk, and then when I go back to chair, it's gonna be on the back of chair. So it's still around. Amazing. Yeah. But yeah, welcome. If you just dropped in, first thing I'll say is also, yeah, so I'm back streaming, and I should be streaming consistently now going forward. Fingers crossed that I'm not jinxing myself there. So yeah, I'm back for realsies this time, hopefully. And I got plans and stuff to be making. With right now what we're doing is making a challenge on myself to make a game in 9 days and have it be small scoped enough that we actually finish it. So we have, I think, decently interesting game idea that I'm hoping can turn out well. Right now, the biggest challenge for me personally with this is going to be the level design. I suck at level design. I find it really difficult to do. I'm very like indecisive when it comes to a lot of this stuff. Although, so conveniently, the fact that we're kind of defining the whole game in a grid, it will potentially be easier for me to like have the constraint of if things are only going in exact grid of things, then yeah, hopefully I can make it a little bit easier for me to figure out. But even with this, it's still being hard to figure out how exactly I want certain gameplay mechanics to go together and be introduced and whatever. So that's something that's still going to be happening. I don't have all the levels designed yet, but we're going to get there. I do have time in a way. Like at first I thought that I would be in day one in all the planning, that by the end of that I'd have all the levels planned out. That didn't happen. Even earlier today, I was doing some of this setup to have to be able to make levels out of, and yeah, I have stuff like this where it's like I have this as like a blocking out a level that I then turn into what the real thing's gonna look like. So I have some of those tools that's gonna make that easier, but I still have to actually make the levels. There are some tricks like using rice to design a map shape. So I've watched tons of videos and different articles and stuff on level design. I don't recognize rice as an algorithm. There's a chance that I might know what that is, just not know that that's what that's called. So I'm gonna Google that real quick. Level design, rice. Rice scoring model. Interesting. Oh, what might this be? Reach, impact, confidence, effort. All right, that's what the acronym stands for. So it's a way to, like, I guess, take a level and then you can kind of rank it based on, like, different things that it has. In, like, different things about it. Did I say algorithm? Acronym. Acronym is the word I meant to say. Yeah. Haha, I mean, well, no, I guess not in that case, but in some ways you could say some acronym is describing an algorithm to do something. Like when you're solving a Rubik's Cube, you have CFOP is a method that people solve Rubik's Cubes, that's an acronym of acronyms, but it's also it's the algorithm of process of how you're solving a Rubik's Cube. Anyways, whatever. You throw rice on a surface and you throw rice on a surface and the shape of it is its border of the map. Oh wait, so that's completely different than what I was looking at. So just using that randomness. There is like the degree that I can like just randomly be like, here's a thing. Let me just, block over here. Actually, that's literally kind of what I did this. Yeah, thing over here, wall over here. I can't just randomly throw stuff around and see what sticks. But like, there's going to be a degree to which that's like going to happen. But trying to design like interesting, intricate, well thought out interactions between player and different obstacles, that hard. There is ideally with the levels usually a good like philosophy for having levels to be like, or have them be less generic, is to think of a level as like, this is the level where X happens, this is the level where blah happens. If you can kind of define levels like that, then in theory they can be more interesting. But anyways, so level design still. Did I close? I closed the Trello board. One sec. There we go. But yeah, so we'll get there. That's still in progress. We're not going to be doing level design right now on stream because I'd rather be doing all the programming and stuff on stream. I think that'd be more interesting to see, which it's already been, half an hour of me rambling. Jesus. So we'll get to that very short. It's been half an hour. Whatever, it's fine. So we're going to be more of the actual building of core game. We have enough of even though I don't have a bunch of actual levels designed yet, we have some level ideas. We have enough design that I am comfortable that I can start making some of the core game mechanics, and that might even make it easier to make levels out of. Maybe make it easier for testing to actually throw player in a level and be like, okay, how is this blocked out version actually going? So Trello board though, we have like kind of my rough idea of what we're doing on the different days. Or today there's a bunch of stuff, but we don't finish all this. It's gonna just go into the next day. We'll see. But ideally, we make the player can move around. Part of that's gonna be making like the camera it's gonna be simple enough, just following them around, but hopefully it'll still look cool. The grid manager that affects like how moving by grid increments and like knowing, hey, is there a wall in front of me, or is there like a hazard, getting some of that in there, although that will be more fleshed out with just each new thing we add. The sort of turn manager that like, I don't fully know if like everything is going to be synced up to this one turn manager to decide like, that's mostly going to just be talking about like the player and like the enemies and the falling rocks. There's a few things that'll, and the boulders. Okay, there's several things that would need, ideally be synced up in this like turn manager, that they're all kind of aware of like, like what a turn is. Like, actually, that'd be interesting. So the turn manager is this one script that has like, it waits some amount of time and then says, hey, everything, take a turn. And then everything else is listening to that, be like, all right, here we go. Something like that might be how it's set up, so that it's all like synchronized. Everything that's moving in like a turn thing should be in sync, so that it all like functions properly. Remind me, the portal level called "This is the part where he kills you." Yes, that's great. Actually, portal's a decent example of that. So I mean, okay, there's that example of in the game where, yeah, I mean, spoilers, I guess, of towards the end of the game, you get a part where it says that like 5 times, and it's great, where it like brings up the chapter title. This is the part where he kills you, and the character's like, well, this is the part where he kills us, and you get a Steam achievement that says this is the part where he kills you. It's great, fantastic. Yeah, but with Portal, even in the files, I've seen in Portal 1, actually this is more in Portal 1, I think. No, I believe this applies to Portal 2, but I remember specifically looking at some of the stuff in Portal 1 where like the file names of the different levels, it isn't just like Chamber 1, Chamber 2, Chamber 3, that had like more specific names based on like the thing that happens in that chamber, that I'm forgetting off the top of my head, but like, oh no, actually, the thing that I'm thinking of, I forget whether I would apply to Portal 1 or Portal 2, but I can't remember any examples off the top of my head, but it did have that. So the levels weren't just like randomly put together as like, yeah, this is the level we're gonna introduce this concept, or have, you know, this, or like the I forget what they're called, the aerial faith plate that like launch stuff, and then you have like, oh, the one where you have to like actually catch something that it throws and like stuff like that. Anyways, enough rambling about Portal. Wait, no, I wasn't done showing this off. Yeah, so this is stuff we're gonna be doing. Today is gonna be mostly focused on the core game mechanics of building like player, camera, wall, the turn manager thing, player running into the basic stuff like the walls and the holes of like not falling. Technically, I think this should be after we make the whole box. The order of this may change. It probably will as we start making things, because some of it's based on other stuff. Maybe making a simple hazard. We kind of want to make a hazard before we make the enemies, because they're going to share like the whole you touch it, you die thing. So yeah, it makes sense. Make this, and then this will kind of use a lot of this code. Then the enemies, I don't know if we'll finish the enemies today. You know, we're going to see, but it's on there and might get pushed to the next day. We'll see. So if we do finish all this, then day 3, I mean, obviously if we finish all this early, then we'll start doing this immediately, because yeah. Then we're gonna start making the different types of blocks that the player and enemies can interact with, and making them all work. Yeah, level 4, the rest of them. I kind of put like day 3 and day 4 are making all the other hazards and obstacles and stuff. So I expect maybe some of this will also get pushed into here, including like the fancy, the visible, like the stuff that's just more for fancy aesthetics. Oh, we don't forget the first rule of game design: if it's funny, it's not a bug but a feature. Oh yeah. I am hoping that like the player has interesting movement, and we're gonna mess around with what the polished version of that's gonna look like. Ideally, the player doesn't just like blip to the different squares. In theory, it'd be cool if like the square that is the player has like squash and stretch with like how it moves. Hopefully, that could look neat. We might give the cube like little eyes, maybe. We'll see if like that's kind of stuff for like the polished day of if we get time to do all that. Day 5, and there's gonna be like constructing all the levels, and you know, if I have them all planned. So in theory, I have till day 5 to actually have my like rough things of what the levels are gonna look like, and we can just start building them. And I don't even know how many there's gonna be right now. I mean, it's hard to throw out an exact number because that's gonna depend on like how long and short the levels are. We can have a few long levels or a lot of short levels, and I gotta figure out, would I rather an average level be short and there's a lot of them, or have it be decently big? Not gonna be super massive, I imagine, except the final level is probably gonna be decently big. Which then, day 6, the special programming for the start of the game and what that's gonna look like, and then the special programming for the final level that's gonna mean having this giant 5x5 enemy. That, in theory, depending on how programming like normal enemies go, I don't think this 5x5 enemy would be that bad. It's basically kind of a boss, but we're purposely like, I've designed it in a way that it's going to be reusing a lot of this code for the sake of we don't have all the time in the world here. It's basically just going to be a giant enemy that's going to be like, oh god, look at that thing. And it moves 2 squares at a time, so it moves faster than you, so you got to use more stuff in the environment to get away from it. Then after that, dedicating an entire day to doing sound effects and music and programming those in, and we'll see how that goes. I have very little experience doing sound effects and like level music. I don't know how this is gonna go. It's very experimental. We'll see how that actually goes. Day 8, entire day just for polishing and then finish the game. I said before that ideally by the end of day, this is really a 7-day challenge, because by the end of day 8, I want the game to be done. Day 9 is meant to be just a bonus day of like, the game is done. Let me throw it up on itch.io and like give it a, if we don't have a title by then, actually coming with a title and like giving it a sort of logo, that kind of thing. So day 9 is just for that like fancy extra bonus stuff that isn't the actual making of it. In theory, ideally, I don't have to extend the time by not finishing the game on time. You know, best case scenario, I finish it early, and then I have more time to just add more stuff, more polish, more whatever. So, anyways, the faster I stop rambling about this, the faster we can get to actually making it. I think I'm gonna lower my desk and go back to sitting. So, yeah, let me just follow the camera down. I'm back. Oh, hello. You've just got to the end of my rambling about what we're doing. We're gonna start actually making stuff now, you know. 46 minutes, where does the time go? Jeez. Yeah, all right, so moving that over there, I mean, I guess I can start the what's in progress, player movement. We're gonna start on that. I can keep some of that up, it's fine. Okay, back to Unity. Let's start actually making stuff, shall we? So, do I want to mess with this scene? One thing I have to actually care about now, I guess, is this scene was where we were just conceptualizing our ideas. At first, I started doing it in Photoshop and was like, nah, this isn't working. This isn't working well. We'll just do it in Unity, mainly just for the grid itself. It's just way easier to set that up and and even just messing around with like colors and the lighting. I did a bit of that between yesterday and now. I know usually like making the game look good. Making the game look good is supposed to be more for the end of development, but yeah, I decided to do a little bit of just like, let's just find colors that are good enough. Yeah, so just prettier to look at for the stream and my own working on it. But I do have to decide, in theory, yeah, it should be the case that this scene won't have any programming really in it. It's just for me to eventually block out the levels, and I'll have to like clean some of our conceptual stuff like out of it, design the different levels, and then we'll have like a new scene that's the actual. Even when I'm conceptualizing levels, being able to run around it would probably be good. It doesn't matter that much. Yeah, we'll just work in this one scene. It's fine. I did have little different empty game objects for like the different stuff we were doing conceptually and like my sort of level template. We'll just work off of this, and that's fine. I did make these placeholder objects that are meant to represent the different like ideas of like a wall, the spring, the fire, the player. I did make them prefabs ahead of time, so we can just start making the prefabs work, and then yeah. Okay, so let's just start with the player. Well, yeah, work off this grid. It's a big open space to be able to just move around in. That should be fine. I haven't even made a scripts folder. Let's do that. Blah. Scripts. Not that. I meant to make a folder called scripts. Thank you very much. No, and you're compiling. No, I just clicked the wrong thing. Scripts. Not you. And so let's try that again, shall we? So that so now like the question of like in terms of making the player like I gotta think about how I'm actually gonna make any of this. So I know I'm gonna have a grid manager of some kind. Let me just make that. The idea I have with the grid movement, we'll see how it goes and how necessary it is. For the player to know what's around it and like where it is in the overall grid. Do you have fun with ChatGPT? I use it a lot. So kinda. So I don't think we'll be using ChatGPT with like this project that much, but I have with my both actually with some of my personal game devy stuff and in my job. I use ChatGPT as a secondary Google in a way. I don't that much be like, code this thing for me. I'll ask it like very specific coding questions of like, if I have specifically this and I do this and this, like what's gonna happen in this weird, very weird edge case scenario that I can't find on Stack Overflow, like what's gonna happen. That's kind of way I like to use things like ChatGPT, which has worked, which has actually like taught me things. I do know. I love to throw code at it, ask it what it does. Yeah, that's also a part of that. Is like, okay, I made this thing do, but I don't fully understand it. Like, why does this work the way it does? Especially that, so I primarily do Unity, C# stuff. I learned PHP, I guess it would be last year as of now, last year-ish. I learned PHP, and I have very little experience doing like website programming stuff. I've had it be very, very hard. But I did use ChatGPT to do like to physically to teach myself PHP in a way, just learn how things did and how to do stuff. And yeah, and I do know, I am aware that I can't like blindly trust what ChatGPT says, and it can be wrong. So I don't just blindly trust it. Like, but like, I don't know. It's hard to explain that. Like, yeah, there are stuff that I can ask it that like, with what I get back, I'm like, okay, I can reasonably see. Like, I have a decent amount of understanding to understand that that seems correct. And then, I mean, if I'm asking how code works, then I can like, then, you know, execute those ideas, and then if it works, then it's like, okay, cool, it was correct. Yeah, so there's that. But I don't use ChatGPT blindly so much and get it to just do my job for me that much. Well, funny thing, back when I was making another game I was working on, the Handyman with the Unicycle, the player for that is so complicated. It has a lot of really complicated physics that I was at one point really struggling to like do. When I do go back into doing that, I don't know how much I'll just ask it questions and like, how can I make this physics thing happen? Give me an equation that like does X, Y, Z. I don't know. We'll see. That like last time I was working on that game was like before I knew ChatGPT was a thing. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I don't want to use it as a crux too much, but using it as a teacher, that's yeah, this has been my, I guess, primary use of it. Anyway, funny me when you find ChatGPT can do your job when you can find ChatGPT can do your job. Oh no. Yeah, I mean, okay, I have 100% had many cases of ChatGPT being very definitely wrong. So I, especially with some of the PHP stuff, getting into some of those, some very weird specific edge cases I had to figure out. And it's like, no, this doesn't work, because definitely doesn't work. It doesn't do what I want it to. Yeah, so it's a two sides coin, whatever expression. Yeah. Anyways, programming stuff. Okay, well, actually, is this gonna have problems with? So I will need to make. I'm second guessing whether I should adhere to. Whether I should have, because once I start making all these like game manager, grid manager, this manager, the thing that handles respawning and like all that kind of stuff. Do I want that in the level planning scene? Thinking about it more. The whole point of this like scene I have just to like just block out levels. It should be its own scene where it's not really much programming going on. It is just the stuff that's happening. Yeah, so I'm gonna change my mind and I'll duplicate the scene. I'm not gonna be starting from scratch. Level testing or something. Yeah, I'm gonna leave my like level planning scene to just be a thing for visuals that I'll then duplicate stuff in other scenes. Anyways. So with that, so now we're in scene that looks the same, and I'll go back to like the other one to like clean it up later once I kind of figure out more of what I'm doing. How much do I want to delete? I'm gonna maybe keep some of this, or there's definitely some things I can delete. I don't need any of this. This was just like testing some conceptual ideas, like whatever. That's still in the other scene, so it's not like truly deleted and forgotten. This is gonna be the level template that I was going to use to like block out the other thing. I don't need that. These two are like test level type deals. I don't need them either. That's fine. Test level, you're gonna have whatever you think. Okay. Yeah, this is fine. Actually, I don't need you in this either. Yes, I will. Never mind. That's. Yeah. Okay. Don't mind me as I just flounder around figuring out what I'm doing. So some kind of grid manager thing. It's gonna have this script on it. We're gonna figure out what exactly the grid manager is gonna handle and what exactly the player is gonna handle. But the grid manager, I guess I'm gonna start with this because the player is gonna be very dependent on it, and I have more of an idea of how I'm gonna start this than the actual player. This will do a lot more probably, but the main thing that I want this to have is just a big array. Basically a big array of like what stuff is occupying what squares, so that any object can be like I'm at position 0, -16. Hey, grid manager, can you tell me what object is occupying 0, -15? And then it'll get back like, oh, there's an enemy there. Oh, there's a wall there. Ideally, that was kind of the idea that I wanted. I could do stuff with like raycasts, but ideally, having it be through like this grid manager where it's just like, hey, grid manager, what is in spot blah blah, would be nice, would be elegant and cool if we get it to work that way. One place where that maybe has problems is what happens if 2 blocks can occupy the same square, which, I mean, is only really a problem when the player's in the elevated state that we talked about, where like you can use a spring and it can actually launch you on top of a wall. If we want that, then that can be a thing. The brief period when an enemy like moves onto the player and the player dies, for that like brief instant, I imagine they would occupy the same square. The brief period of time when the player's like on the goal before they go to the next level. So that there probably are going to be situations where 2 or maybe 3 things occupy the same square. So I think just, I mean, we solve that by just being like, hey, grid manager, what thing occupies square 0, 16? And it can be like, these 2 things occupy it. That can just be an array. That's fine. So then part of the question of that becomes, I guess, how do we store that information? Do we just have a 3-dimensional array of X, Y, and effectively a Z of if multiple things are there? Like, yeah, we could do. I mean, well, yeah, yes, that is a thing we could do. That probably is how it's going to be. So public. This is going to be just an array of game objects. I think we'll just be passing. These are the game objects that occupy this, and you can leave it as a name and whatever. You don't even, it's like transform. Oh, hello. Silky feels. Sorry if I mispronounced that. Hello, welcome to the stream. We're making a game. We did a lot of planning yesterday, and now we're starting on actually making stuff. And, hoping that it turns out good. So about the game object, why am I forgetting how you do a like array of 3 game objects? I think it's either that or it's this, and I mean, none of it's airing, but whatever. Yeah, we'll call it grid. Actually, I mean, okay, do this and I'll be defined. I'll like look at it in the inspector. Wait, no. Unity has annoying issues with like showing grid, with showing like multi-dimensional arrays. Oh, true. Did you try GitHub Copilot? It seems pretty OP. I think I did for a little bit on my old computer, and then it became not free, right? It became like actually having to pay for it, and then I think I didn't do that. But yeah, I think for a little bit that I tried it, I was like, oh yeah, this is neat. Somehow, I don't know how this got enabled, but it did. At some point when I was, so I'm on a new computer now compared to the last time I had streamed many months ago. Being on a new computer, I mean, so Unity always did a bit of like the kind of auto-filling kind of stuff. Oh, hello! Thank you for the follow! So you feel Z. Another message there. I've always been a little game creating content critter, because I know I probably can't make one, so I want to support people who can. Cool. Thank you for dropping by, like the follow and all that. I appreciate it, and yeah. And I'm also a person who tries to make games, and I don't have a lot of like things I've actually finished. That's the point of what I'm doing this week. We're making a game in 9 days. The point to like me trying to plan something that's actually small so that I can finish it. And yeah, Game Maker or RPG Maker are fairly easy. I have yet to use either of those, and I mean I'm making a 2D game right now, but I enjoy 3D games 10 times more than any 2D game. That's not a rule. I'm sure there's definitely exceptions, but I don't know. I like 3D more. Even right now, I'm technically working with 3D objects, just viewed from a top-down angle, so I'm cheating the 2D even in this setup. But yeah, I don't know if eventually I will try branching out and trying different game engines. I've experimented with Unreal for an afternoon, but like I could at some point try to do more with that. Maybe we'll see. But on the other hand, I have enough things on my plate. I already have a million things to be working on, so adding more to that is tricky. But yeah, Anyways, Unity. Actually, I'm gonna before I forget, I'm just gonna make a preview out of the Grid Manager because why not? Unity has annoyances with in the inspector trying to visualize an array that's like. Oh, I didn't finish the thing I was saying before. So autofilling, kind of. If I go like, I'm trying to think of a scenario. Blah equals. Hold on. And then go. Why are you airing? What? Or of course you would have neither. Yeah. Okay. I'm trying to type up some random thing. Hold on. Blah dot x equals 0. I do this. This amount of autofilling. I don't believe happened before. I think I'm on Visual Studios 2022 rather than before I was on Visual Studios like 2019 or whatever. So I have noticed an increase in the amount of stuff that it tries to like autofill that I could tab to. So that's cool. I don't know what sorcery is doing that, but anyway. I mean, yeah, maybe some engines can be easier, but my laptop can't even handle Roblox properly. Oh no. I remember at my earliest days of doing game dev stuff and Blender, especially trying to render anything, taking a long time. Actually, funny story with that. Let me bring something up real quick. You might hear a second of random video playing of mine. 1 second. Blah. This, my oldest video on my YouTube channel. Oh, hey, I crossed 80 subscribers. Woo, coolsies. My oldest video here, this is a Blender animation. The stages of mitosis. This was for like a school project in like grade 10 science. Like, wow. Wow. There was transitions between things. Oh wait, if I actually am not paused. Wow. This animation I made on a laptop back in like when I was in grade 10. This animation took a week to render. That is not an exaggeration. It was an entire week of leaving a computer on overnight, over and over and over, just waiting for it to slowly render. And I think it crashed a few times, and then I had to like take what had rendered so far and then just render the rest and then like stitch together the bits like just at different parts. I think I remember having to do that. Lol, that's rather silly. Yeah, because I mean, not only like old computer, but also yeah, many years ago. I got 100% on this project, by the way, so worth it. Oh, and the project wasn't doing Blender; it wasn't making an animation. This was a case where it's like, here's this simple assignment, and I'm like, can I do this instead? Yeah, sure. And then I did. This was an assignment to make like a flip book thing. I don't remember why. It was in a science class. I don't know why, but it was like show the phases of mitosis, but like make a little like flip book thing, little like the pages of going through the stages of mitosis. And then I was like, hey, I just started learning 3D animation as of like it was like a month ago, or like maybe it was a couple months, or maybe like a few weeks ago, something like that. I just recently started Blender, not recently as like a day, but maybe it was like a month or two. Wait a bit, ad right now. The ad ended. Whoops. Yeah. What was I saying? So yeah, original assignment was like grade 10 science class. We had to make a flip book showing the phases of mitosis, and that. Then I was like, hey, I just started learning like 3D animation stuff. Can I make a 3D animation instead? And it's like, yeah, sure. And I made this. It took way too much effort and way longer to make than if I had done what the assignment was, but I did it, and it was cool, and I got 100%. Actually, I got over 100%. I think, if I remember correctly, the assignment was out of 28, and then I got like 30 out of 28. Not that like my high school grades have any impact on me right now, but like, yeah. Anyway, that was the thing. This Blender file, I don't have it, unfortunately, because that computer, I lost everything, like the hard drive broke, and I lost everything on it. So yeah, I don't have the files of this anymore, which is unfortunate. But it was the file like for this was massive, and everything was super slow. Yeah, it was a pain to work on, especially by the end. But yeah, science is my favorite stuff to study. TBH, yeah, science is cool. Science has cool things. I don't know how, but somehow this video has 11,000 views, which is crazy. I mean, it's alongside other like mitosis related videos that have bajillions of views, but that's okay. Yeah, so yeah, science do be cool, and yeah, I with some of my game stuff, I do a decent amount of like physics, doing rigid bodies, getting cool physicsy things to happen. Yeah, hopefully there'll be more of that in stuff I'm making to come. Yeah, so yeah, cool. I don't remember, why did I bring up my mitosis thing? I think I had a point with that, something about like or like slow laptops and all that. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, back to this, I guess. Real quick, so this was I was just like making a point. I'm trying to remember the best way of how I've done this in the past to kind of cheat the system. If I want this array of arrays, I think I'm gonna cheat by doing it with structs, because those just show themselves better in Unity. Public struct. Like, oh, I'm seeing lots of messages. My most watched video is a presentation I did showing how to design a PCB. Hey, do I forget what a PCB is, or do I forget? I might not know what that is in the first place. So let's see if I know what this acronym is. Something. Wait. How to design a. Seeing stuff about like lung infections. I'm gonna assume that that's not what you're talking about. Where was I with chat? Oh yeah, what exactly are you cooking right now? I still can't find out what you're doing here. That's fair. I'm jumping around between topics so much that I'm not actually working on the game anymore. When I am, it's just to explain stuff and then jump back over to whatever. Will you stream tomorrow? I'll explain what the game is in a second. I'm just going to catch up with the rest of the chat. Will you stream tomorrow again? Yes. In theory, current plan is to stream every day from 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. But so far, I'm probably going to be going past that, especially with how much I'm rambling, and I want to actually make a progress on the games. That time is just like a rough estimate to try to help me stick to a schedule, but I'll probably be going beyond those times. And even that time period, I don't know if that'll shift around. But ideally, I'll be streaming, hopefully, mostly daily. Definitely daily for this 9-day challenge, but then past that, hopefully mostly daily. And then yeah, we'll see how that goes. Then I should be working on a variety of different things. Still planning exactly what I'm going to be working on in what order, but I have ideas and stuff that'll be hopefully cool and whatever. Yeah, electric boards where you mount the components. Oh, breadboards? Do you mean? Is like electric boards? Maybe you mean breadboards, or maybe you mean something else. But yeah, like that kind of idea. Fair, interesting. Yeah. Ooh, nice. I'll come back tomorrow. Portugal is midnight already. Lol. Fair enough. Time zones are a thing. Yeah, when I say so 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. going off of the Toronto/New York time zone, they're in the same time zone. I don't live in Toronto, but that time zone anyways. Yep, the copper lines in that. Neato, cool. So what does PCB actually stand for? I've heard them called breadboards. What does that stand for? So I guess I know what you're talking about. I was not familiar with the acronym. Electrical, I can Google stuff and try to have any comprehending of what I'm looking at. Pitch, circle, diameter? No, that's something else. Power control and distribution, something like that. Anyways, yeah. Anyways, cool. So what are we doing? I am making struct to just be like, oh, more messages. Do you know what a glaggle is? I don't. But you see, with the power of the internet, I can in 2 seconds. I'm not showing like me Googling stuff. One, because I just have other monitors. Two, I don't leak my address or whatever. Fun fact. When you are Googling something, extra like not showing this on the stream, if you scroll to the bottom of a Google search, it shows your postal code right there. And I have no way to make that not happen. Even if I'm in an incognito tab, it does like an approximation. It's weird. So for that, I'm being careful and just not showing such information. So I searched Gaggle and I'm just getting smiley faces. A lot of smiley faces. So, I don't think I do know what a glaggle is, unless that's just somehow the name of this specific style of smiley face. Something like that. Printed circuit board. Fair enough. I tried with those acronyms. I was just going off of what I was seeing, but yeah, I was incorrect. My bad. Anyways, yeah. So, someone asked, Silky Fleece, Sleeky Feels, something like that. You asked what the game is. I'll recap again, just a very brief thing is, so one, keep in mind that game I'm trying to make in 9 days, so it's a very simple idea, very simple game, like not trying to go too overboard with it. So the idea is simple, and that's just how it is. We have but it's not, hopefully it's not gonna be super boring. It's still gonna be a, hopefully neat idea, just a small one. You have a player and you move in a grid-based fashion, but you are every like 0.5 seconds you're moving. You don't like you're moving and you're basically changing directions, kind of like Snake actually. Basically the Snake movement actually. Now that I think about it, that is just you're moving and you're just changing directions. If you hit hazards, you die, but not everything is a hazard. We have walls. Actually, that's not a wall. Walls like. Basically, you're going from beginning level to the goal. There's gonna be different hazards in your way. You can just hit off of walls and that doesn't kill you, but it advances the turn. There are other things that are turn-based that you gotta watch out for. Like these enemies here are gonna chase you. So if they're chasing you and you're hitting against a wall, they're just gonna keep getting closer to you. We're gonna have like rolling boulders that can be rolling like in a path. We have arrows that'll force you to go in a direction. Fire is just you touch it, you die. We're gonna have a thing that you can like lead enemies into hazards, and that's gonna be a hopefully neat mechanic of having to kind of outsmart the enemies running at you. A big enemy, that's just a thing. Springs that'll like launch you 2 squares ahead, like a turning arrow, that being a thing. Yeah, so some interesting, hopefully, mechanics, and this like art style of, I don't know, just the way that this is currently looking with like the kind of page, like old parchment paper looking background, and then these like grids. I imagine this environment because imagine this being kind of like you're in a tower for some reason, and it's lots of rocks and breaking debris and a lot of stuff just crumbling around you. So we're gonna have like some bits of the grid that are gonna be just breaking off. It's gonna look very chaotic, hopefully. But that's gonna be more for visuals and aesthetics. So yeah, and then I'm imagining that the goal, it'd be really cool if visually it'll look like a tear in the page that you're like hopping through, and then you sort of fall to the next page or to the next level of the tower. Yeah, we'll see what that actually looks like in its polished state, and if I can even pull that off. But yeah, it's pronounced Skill-E. Skilly, fair enough. Yeah, I mean, I have the name Cyberchroma, so I can't complain about other people's names. Yeah, well, fair enough. Yeah, so that's a rough idea with the game. We're still fleshing stuff out and still, but we have settled on hopefully what our core game mechanics are going to be, and now we're starting to actually make them. So, with that, back to here. Yeah, I'm just going to cheat having a 3-dimensional array with some structs because that'll be easier. I mean, we don't even need deciding on how I want to kind of this. I mean, I guess a struct that's just like the X part of it, and then in that is like a Y. So at this X position, under this Y position, what objects I guess are gonna be there? I'm terrible at naming things, so bear with me here. I imagine through the process of doing this, I'm going to rename things multiple times. So something like, not a Z, well, I guess kind of the Z. Something like that. You're gonna have an array of X's, and actually this is gonna be an array of game objects, which is weirdly enough. I'm probably gonna rename these, which means you don't need to be. Well, you're gonna be just an array of game objects inside of you. Public game object array, grid objects or something, and then like. You are gonna be an array of you. I'll figure out names later. It's fine. Don't worry about it. And then so at this, so if we want to get a grid position, pretending that this is already filled out, these can't be I would say these might need to be lists rather than arrays, but one thing that makes this, I guess, trickier is defining, like, so actual real levels aren't going to have the shape of being wah, wah, wah. We want it to be very, like, the edges of the grid aren't going to be exact. As an example, this sort of test level from our planning earlier, like this. Do I just... So, this is also not what an actual real level is going to look like. Actually, I'm going to use... This is a better example. Wow. This being like chunk of level with some old stuff that we're not going to have anymore. It's like the grid is not going to be an exact size, and there's going to be like random holes and all that, and yeah, that's going to be a thing. So to define this in a grid, it's trickier. We could just find what is like the lowest right point and kind of make that. If we take like what's the lowest like bottom right thing, and then just go to the top right point and then make a square, even though the understanding is most of this is empty, that might be good enough, possibly. I mean, do I want? Honestly, a pretty cool concept. I think it's neat. For like, I went into this very unsure of how this would go. It's like, will I be able to make a good idea, or will I just and haw and like have no idea what I'm doing? But yeah, this idea I do think is small but neat enough. Although before, I went into this being like, yeah, I think I know how I'll do this grid manager, and now I'm like questioning everything with the thing with this is I was like, a whole bunch of potential ways that we can go about it. Like, I have ideas for how we could go about this. I'm just trying to kind of think ahead of like, is what I'm currently thinking of the best idea to go about it, or is there a better way that's gonna like work better? Do I want this massive array that's defining the entire space with the understanding that 90% of it is empty, or do I have some kind of list that just has, like, do I define an array that is just only what is actually filled in? Like, have a struct that has, here's an object, here's its x, y, and this is where it's considered to be in the grid. And then have, like, a player calls this thing and says, hey, grid manager, is there an object at position x, y, at position 5, -4? And then the grid manager is like, oh, let me look through my list. Yes, there is. And then here's what it is. Here you go. That gets less elegant in that I can't as easily... I have to like look through the list each time. Oh god, what if it was a dictionary? Oh no. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, that'd be weird. A dictionary where the input is like an XY, a vector 2. Because this is all going to go off of whole numbers, so that's one thing. It could be integers, basically. Like a vector 2 of integers. And then it spits out an array of game objects of if anything's in that space. Oh, that's weird. Because then that has the best of both worlds. We're only storing data for things that are actually there. We're not storing like we don't need to store 90% where there's nothing. We do need to store information for like the edges of the map of what's considered a hole, like that stuff that does need to be stored, right? In theory. But yeah, okay, that's but then. So the two things of, one, just storing only actual like things, not just having an array where 90% of it is empty, but then also easy lookup of that data, and then also not having to worry about, like, we want to... How do you define, like, what's 0, 0? I can make 0, 0 down here, and then everything is positive. I kind of like the idea of, to keep it simple, either the player's spawn is always 0, or wherever the goal is being 0. If the goal is going to be, like, a tear through the background, it might be easier to have... It probably will be easier to have the goal be 0, 0, and then always at 0, 0 is this, like... For the background, I can cut a hole out of it or something. We'll figure out how that's gonna look. Yeah, so the goal of being 0, 0, everything going around it, be able to have negatives in this direction, and that's being handled Yes, I like that idea. Okay, so what did I just say I was going to do? I'm going to make it public. Can you see? I guess you can't visualize dictionary. You can't publicly see dictionaries in the inspector, but I guess that's fine. As long as it's working, it might be okay. What was that? I mean, reading the Glaggle wiki while listening to you. What is that? I don't actually know. You kind of sound like you'd be a teacher, to be honest. Haha. So funny you say that because I make tutorials, which I mean, like, I do have, I guess, decent. What am I trying to say? I have done my fair bit of, explaining, coding concepts to people and like that kind of thing. I wouldn't want to be an actual like in school teacher. I mean, I have a full-time job at the moment, so like I'm good career-wise. I got my stuff sorted out, but and then I'm streaming on the side for fun. Yeah, that's I take that as a compliment. That is yeah, cool. I do. It is, I guess, a skill I've been trying to get better at over the years, with the fact that I'm doing like Unity tutorials, trying to teach people stuff, and yeah, I guess I have. If I'm an entertaining teacher, that hopefully, yeah, that's good for means I'm doing good at like the streaming thing, with being entertaining with streaming. Teachers are too underrated, TBH. I agree. Yeah, I guess as far as the whole thing goes with like teachers being like underpaid and all that, like yes, that do be a thing and very important career. I just personally, that is not the career that I wish to partake in, but I have nothing against like the people who do. I'm a computer scientist. I'm a programmer. I'm not a scientist. I'm a programmer. An actual proper mathematician, computer scientist. That's a whole other like thing. I'm not smart enough for that, but yeah, people should also respect teachers. Yeah, there are a lot of mean teachers out there, but there are also a lot of good ones. Yeah. Actually, a math teacher is technically the reason that I'm a programmer. Back in high school, I did a programming competition, but it wasn't a programming competition. It was like logic problems. It was like grade 9. Like, here's some logic problems as this like competition thing. That's like in the same vein of with programming is a lot of problem solving, so it's kind of logic stuff like that. I tied for second place in it, and then my math teacher was like, "Oh, maybe you should." Basically recommended me learn programming stuff, and recommended me a website, if I can find it real quick. Over here. One second. Shazam. This is a website called Computer Science Circles, where I first learned programming, learning Python. Basically, like, yeah, teaches a Python. This was, many years ago. As of like today, there's probably like better tutorials, better ways to learn. But you don't have to download anything here. You just you type code and just do. Yeah, so that's where my programming journey began many years ago. That's why I disrespect everyone equally. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, very respectful. Actually, try with this. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Cool. Anywho, what was I saying with yeah, grid manager. So dictionary, we're gonna have it be a dictionary of basically, not the XY thing. I'm gonna try. Oh, vector. That's funny. I personally have, in my like 8 years or whatever of using Unity, have never used a vector to int, but I guess we're gonna be today because conveniently, but like I designed it to be convenient. We're having the grid. You're only moving in single units, so I can define it this way. So a dictionary where you have an XY position that you're curious to say, is there something in that spot? In a perfect world, if only one thing occupied one square, this would return a single game object of, here's the thing that occupies that spot. If there's nothing at that spot, then there's nothing in the dictionary, then you know that's an empty square. However, we are playing with the idea that two things can occupy one spot in a few different scenarios, so we do want to handle, I think at maximum probably 3. I think at most, no, wait. What is like the oh gosh, okay. I think the scenario that has the most things occupying one spot, if I go back over to here, I think I deleted it. Over here. The most things that could occupy one spot would be the player can sometimes, in rare situations, be on top of a wall. Because a spring launches you into the air, so you can have that elevation. If we had another spring on top of wall, I don't know if we would do that. But let's say hypothetically we did, just... And then if there's a hazard up there and like an enemy, enemy on the turn that it kills you, you're occupying the same square. It could be, so it could go up to like 4 or 5. In real practice, probably, so if an enemy touches you, you die. But if that happens on the same square that you were on, like an arrow or a spring, so it's like 3 tall is likely what you would see. So I mean, I don't. The fact that 3 or more, we're gonna just make this an array, and you just loop through the array, so I don't have to like. If I knew it would only be 2, then I feel like that could be find a hard code of like, here's the main thing, and then here's like the elevated thing. But yeah, so we'll just make this a game object array that it will return. Grid map, sure, I'll let that be. Yeah, so that means we're actually not having any of this, and we're actually ditching that. That's okay. This is way more elegant, and I like the possibilities of this could be more elegant. And see, this was good. Like, I had ideas of how I could potentially do it, and I cycled through, like, here's one way we can do this. Is there a better way? And I think we have found a so-called better way. If I had to guess, I'd say you're 18 to 19. Oh, good. I look young still. If I had a beard, I'd look older. No, so actually, I am 23. So, yeah, a few years off. I just finished university. Well, I mean, a year ago now. Or like over a year ago now. I do have over here. Wow. The credentials to prove it. Yeah. Nah. Bachelor's degree in computers, or Bachelor of Science, honors specialization in computer science. So, yeah, that'd be a thing. I will get it framed eventually. I might be moving in a couple months, so I'm gonna waiting for that, and then easier to transport in that state. Anywho, yeah. Congrats, man. Thank you. Yeah, it was a lot of work to get there, but it also made some good stream content. My earliest streams were me just working on schoolwork. Not like doing math or essays or whatever, but I had some classes where I was making games, so I streaming making those games. Yeah, so that was a thing. Still at school, lol. I was a little baby boy. I remember when I was in school, and yeah, that'd be a thing. Now I am free, although I got a full-time job and gotta be an adult and all that, but yeah, is what it is. But funny thing, I do think that personally, I found my later years of university, like my 4th year of university, to be easier in some way, harder in some ways, but overall more easier and enjoyable than like my 1st and 2nd year of university. I think my 2nd year was my hardest, probably, maybe, yeah, something like that. But I'm more talking like the schoolwork that I had to do, and like yeah, I guess because in earlier years of university, you're doing a lot more variety of classes and maybe stuff that you don't necessarily want to do. Like, I'm not much of an English person of like writing essays and all that, but yeah, by year 4 I was mostly doing programming classes and like a bunch of just different programming classes of different kinds, and doing some funny things. I had like a game dev class that I forget the exact name of it, but it was basically, we're going to teach you Unity and act like you've never made a game before, but I had at that point had many years of experience making games, so needless to say, that class was the easiest thing ever. It was okay. It was still, it required a lot of work, but it was work that I enjoyed. I guess when you enjoy work, it doesn't feel like work. So yeah, that was a thing. Anyway, but yeah, so game, grid map. What are we doing? Basically, ideally, other things. I guess we'll need 2 things to set this up. One is objects have to be able to, tell the grid manager, hey, I'm in this position, update the fact that, I'm here now, I moved. Or even just add me to the grid in the first place, like in the start function. I low-key want to learn programming, but I probably need a PC or at least a laptop that can handle stuff. Yeah, programming can be intensive on computers and all that sort of stuff. But I did start learning programming on a very like an old computer, it's like old as of like 8-9 years ago or whatever. So there's that. But yeah, I mean, there's different kinds of programming that you can do. Some being like better on performance than others. So potentially options to look around at. Like, I mean, yeah, games can be a lot, but it depends on the games that you're making. If you're making something that's like simpler, better at not killing your computer, setting it on fire. But yeah, I have like, I mean, I now do programming as a job and I'm streaming, so I have more justification to have spent a lot of money on a computer because it, like, I mean, so my job, you know, at a computer programming a lot, being able to have less time waiting around, twiddling my thumbs, waiting for things to load or whatever. Yeah, worth it in my case. I'm more of a simple dude. All the art I do, for example, is fairly simple. All I also am not a good I can't draw like at all. Like you won't see me making like pixel art or anything. But yeah, 3D modeling, I'm like, I go in and out of being kind of decent at, but also like I go long periods of time of like not using my 3D modeling program Blender, and then I go back into it and it's like, how do I do anything? What are any of the buttons? I don't know anymore. And that'll definitely be the case the next time I do go back into that, because it's been a while since I've done any blendering. But yeah. Oh, I found out ChatGPT can make ASCII art. Interesting. I want to say I've tried to do a little bit of that before and it like failed miserably. So maybe it's like better at that kind of thing now, or you can just be like, draw a circle or draw a square. But yeah. If you want, I can help you with art-related stuff. Lol, have to. I mean, this game is going to be just cubes and stuff, which is being part of the design intentionally as part of designing something small to actually, you know, finish it and all that. And in regards to other parts of like art and making stuff, I do want to learn and like get better at those kinds of skills, which is going to come with just practice. I have made some neat Blender things, such as, where are you over here? This thing. Yeah, very cool. Mouse. So it's funny. On one hand, I'm like, this is cool. I made this guy and all that. On the other hand, I look back at this and I'm like, how did I make this? Like, how did I have the skill to make this guy? I couldn't do that right now. Like, fire intro? Thank you. Yeah, this is for my YouTube videos and stuff. Even the music I made, which is cool. It used to have royalty-free music. And then, yeah, I made better music. And yeah. These things, these capsules in the background is like having to do with some of my videos in the past that I made. Like each one is like from one of my tutorials. The last one being this like, submarine thing, and then the last video on my channel is me rambling about like music stuff, so I made some music notes. These were hard to make, but actually they turned out well. This was like, I literally just got a picture on Google of some of these music notes and then kind of traced with vertices in 3D programming, in a 3D program, in Blender, and that worked out well enough. I can't do 3D stuff. I make some things like that and they're cool, but I also feel like I can't. I still feel like it's really hard for me to make that kind of stuff. I mean, because like, yeah, I was able to make that thing, but there's some people who are like experts at 3D modeling that could make that whole thing in an afternoon, and I am not that at all. That took months and months to make. I think that took roughly 3 months to make that whole thing. Well, so then the music itself was after the first iteration of that, I guess, was about 3 months. And that was while I had it. Like, that was back. I was back in. That was when I was in year 2 of university. That was. I forget the exact time frame. That was around September. Between year 3 and 4, or year 2 and 3, something like that. No, it's between year 3 and 4. Yeah. So, anyway, so that actually was like a year ago, or 2 years ago. Time weird, yeah. Next, you should make a game about gaggles. So you said that 3 times. I don't know what that is. I did a tiny bit of Googling and didn't find anything. What is that? But I mean, in general, I don't really make games about, if that's like a brand on the same level of like Minecraft and Roblox. I don't really. I'm not one to make like fan games. That's just like not the I don't know, type of game that I want to make. I have nothing against other people like doing that kind of thing. That's just not the kind of thing that I want to make. I want to make stuff that's more like completely original, I guess. I don't know. That's just me. Yeah, I have ideas that I want to try and execute, and yeah. Anyways, so I keep going on tangents and I keep forgetting half of them by the time I'm done. But what we're doing here is we need some functions. One for something to be like, hey, I'm a new thing to add to the grid. Add to grid, and I guess every object would do this on start. Every type of block would do this on start to be like, hey, void. What would it need to pass in? If it passes in a transform, I can do that. Use that to get the this. Pass in like the transform of the thing to add, and then like, So something I've just thought of. In terms of what to spit out, so it will need a transform of some kind to be like to get the position to know where it is. But in terms of what kind of object is it, there's two ways to go about it. If I'm to skip to the retrieval part, public void. I don't know what to call this. Look in grid. I don't like that name, but whatever. Basically, to be like, check this XY coordinate. Is there something there? So I guess it would return the game object array. Position. I'd be very inconsistent with this. Whatever. You have a problem because I've missed something. I would just you have to return a thing. Return. So you need to be. I actually define you. Hold on. Blah. At you. Anyways, where I was going, what I was saying is that should it return an array of game objects, and then, like, if the player is like, oh, is in front of me a wall, I return the game object, see that it's called wall, or see that it has a script on it or a tag or something that says that it's a wall. Do I do that, or do I set up like an enum of all the different types of blocks, and then this just returns a list of those block types? So it just returns that the thing is of type wall, and then the player knows how to handle that. Would that be more elegant than the grid manager handles like the types of things? Because the whole point of getting back the game object is then to just see what type or category it falls into. Exceptions to that are when the thing actually needs to interact with that thing, with the actual game object itself, which would probably be like if a player interacts with a spring, then it will be doing some kind of animation, like them playing a sound effect of and like the player then launching 2 squares ahead. That would need to be that would be an example where, rather than just knowing what the thing is, it's a wall, you actually need to, like, the player being like, hey, spring, start your spring animation stuff. So then it probably would need the game object to be generic enough to then get the script. But it would be so nice and elegant to be able to do like an enum of the different like types, and then, because not everything needs to be interacted with, but I think enough things do that. Do you have any socials other than Twitch and YouTube? The classic boing sound effect. Yeah. No, but yes. When I got the Cyberchroma name, I like made accounts on like every social media just to have the name. So technically, I have a Twitter and a Facebook and a Patreon and a TikTok, even though I don't use TikTok. So I made accounts on a lot of websites, but I don't have a social media presence, so to speak. And I have a Patreon. I don't use it. It's like the most bare bones thing. And will I ever? Maybe. The criteria for that would be if I got to a point of having stuff to post on there, but I too infrequent enough with making stuff as it is. Oh, sorry, I do have a Discord. I completely forgot about that. I do have a Discord. I think. Do I still have? I have. Oh, how does? Let me test this out. Does this still work? If I type this, yeah, Nightbot is still functional. So there's a link to my Discord. So that is a thing that exists. And my first time being back streaming in months, yeah, like also testing that is still functional. Hooray! Woo! Yeah, almost completely forgot about that. But yeah, I do YouTube. We're making videos, hoping to actually make more videos consistently eventually. Twitch and Discord, I guess, are the main 3 things at the moment, and maybe more to come. Who knows? Anywho, yeah. So, what was I saying? So, okay, is there a way to be elegant and just an enum of all the different block types? So in that example, if we are the player and we're like, hey, grid manager, is there a thing in this position? And it's like, yeah, it's a spring. And if I return just the type, this enum that says it's a spring, and then it's like, okay, it's a spring, then what do we do? Yeah, I would still need to get some script on that game object. I don't think I can get around that. Yeah, so I think it has to be just an array of game objects. And then I get the game object, and then I can the player itself could have some enums for some easy like typing of knowing what's what. Okay, anyways, so game object array. But this can't be all this is because it has to like I don't know for sure that the things in the thing it has to like contain. If dot contains key position, then do that stuff. Else return. Okay, so okay. You take in a position and then that I don't know if it should take in a transform and then it would convert that to a position. Well, no, because if the player, yeah, the player would need to be like, hey, is there something at the space in front of me? So we would already beforehand calculate that X, Y, probably. Okay. I'm trying to think of like how other things are going to interact with this. 90% of this is going to be the player and enemies. Basically anything that moves. Something to add to the grid. It would take in, I guess I need to add in the whole game object, so I might as well just take in thing to add. Names don't matter. It's fine. And then I just need to add this to the dictionary. So grid map dot add. Do I need to make sure it doesn't already exist? Well, there'd be multiple of the same. Wait. Ooh. I can't just immediately see. It would be nice if there was only one thing per thing. Then I can do just add. I'd have to first thing I have to do regardless is get its get that vector to int. Call it like just position is fine. Grid position, blah, blah, something along those lines. Grid position equals no capital there. That's not how I do that. New blah. Just yeah. And then actually, is there a vector 2 int dot 0? There's vector 2.0. Oh, there is. Okay, interesting. And then I'll pass in thing to add dot transform dot position dot x, and then that, but the z. I guess actually I could do that on a separate line, or I'll do it. I could do it all in like one big line, but I should do it separated. That'd just look less one giant line. Ignore how messy this is. It's fine. Okay. Errors. Why? You can't convert a float to an int. Well, but do anyway. And yeah, I could. Let's let it like blah. And you're going to do the same thing there. Mm-hmm. Right. You're the y that becomes this thing's z. Yep. That's fine. And yeah. You want it around down. It should also be okay. So I have this. I basically add u comma the game object would be nice and ideal if there was only one thing per thing. But this is an array. And actually, yeah, there should be a list. So that I can dynamically add to it. I'm not hard coding it to be like 3 or something. The ideal thing would be that it can be however many it wants to be. Can't really judge you for messy code when I can't even code lol. Well, fair enough. Wow. And I'm writing it in a very messy, haphazard way, and then going back and cleaning it up. So it's fine. It evens out. Yeah, no, there's a decent chance that a lot of this is looking like absolute gibberish, but currently I'm doing stuff that's not simple. Like, it's not, on a range of what's simple to like super duper extremely mega hard. This isn't that far, but like dictionaries, lists, having just this messy setup, not messy, it's elegant, but just weird. Is not beginner programmery things. But well, I think when we get to the player, things might become more comprehensible. I'm like setting up the system for this grid to like function before I set up the player to then interact with that grid system to actually move around. Technically, we'll only really need this when we need the player to actually bump into a wall or something. So in a way, this is kind of getting ahead of myself, but kind of getting these foundations that kind of a lot of the game is going to function around. Oh, and then, yeah, I kind of understand what some stuff means. I mean, you have small AD experience, or I kind of have some small AD experience with Lua. I don't have experience with Lua, so yeah. I know it's in the same as C# and stuff, but some words remind me of it. Yeah, in a lot of programming language, there's like overlap of terms, like variables and functions and stuff. In Unity, you deal a lot with vectors because with positions and moving stuff around, you have how you're storing those positions and whatnot. Vectors, yeah, that do be a thing. And then when you're doing rotations, you use something called quaternions, and they are so weird and just weird to like mess around with and just get anything with rotations to function. A quaternion is like a vector, but it stores 4 things, an X, Y, Z, and a W. But then with rotations, it like how you restore a rotation as 4 numbers between 0 and 1. Or is it between -1 and 1? I forget. No, I think it's between 0 and 1. Oh, now I don't. Now that I said that, I now don't know. Whatever, it's fine. Anyways, it's just whole complicated thing you don't need to worry about right now. I'm only aware of X, Y, Z, but W is a new one. Yeah, there are other scenarios where you might have that with a color. When you have a color, I don't know if you know in computers when you're storing a color, you have. Let me just go to a material, blah, 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 yo. You have the RGB of what that color is. You have the RGB of what that color is, and you store that as 3 things. But then sometimes you'll want to store the alpha as well, and you'll store that all together. So that's a case where you can have a vector where you're storing 4 things, the RGBA. So yeah, there are other examples, I guess. But then yeah, quaternions. That's like super complicated thing. Yeah, and then you have Euler angles, which is like expressing those 4 things as 3, like an actual like vector 3. So it becomes like angles, like degrees, but then they're not perfect. They have their own problems. Anyways, we don't need to be rambling about quaternions right now. We will not be dealing a whole lot with rotations with this, so we don't gotta worry about it. Anyways, so this can't be as simple as this because we're not just having a single game object, we're having a list of game objects. So, yay, woo! I guess, so there's the secondary thing of this in terms of how crazy complicated this is to understand is the fact that I am trying to explain things as I'm going through it. I'm not just for 10 hours straight. I'm not being silent and just coding. I'm trying to talk things through, both for myself to understand what I'm doing, just kind of talking out ideas out loud, and then also, yes, you guys know some semblance of what I'm doing and whatever. Yeah, bro is a movie hacker. Yes. Okay. So for realsies, what I'm doing is, so I can't just add this to this. There's two scenarios with adding stuff to a grid. Either we're adding something to the grid and it's the first thing in that position, so we know that we are going to have to make this list for the first time and it only have one thing in it. And then there's the scenario where there's already something in that spot, so now we're having that two things being in the same spot. So then we just got to grab that list, add something to the end of it, and then put it back. Okay, so I mean, that's a simple start as just, is this key, this XY already in the list? If it's not, then, if it is in the list, then we're adding. If it's not in the list, then we're adding a new thing. Okay, so if that doesn't make sense, then hopefully it will in a second. See, this also gets like, probably looks more confusing when I'm just jumping around to bits of code that are all erroring. It's fine. Because I'm one to, when I'm coding things, yeah, I'll copy stuff and then change it rather than like typing, because I basically need this concept of an if else with the contains key, and then I'm changing stuff about it. I'd rather copy paste and then change a few words rather than type this all out from scratch. But that's just how I do, which maybe looks more confusing, but less typing that I have to do. What was I doing? So it contains key, the grid position is what I'm doing. So generate the grid position. Is that in the thing? If it is here, then this is the scenario that we'll come back to in a second. Something in that spot, add to list, and then this is the scenario. Nothing in that spot, add new element. If I could type the right words, that would be great. To dictionary. Something like that. Whatever. You also notice I don't comment code that much, but sometimes I guess I'll keep those comments there. Those are just the two scenarios that we're having here. So if there's nothing in that spot, we add a new element. So that's going to be. Well, we have to, I guess, make the list. So list, that's gonna have just one thing in it, and then list. I should call it something that's not just the word list. This is the like things that are in that grid position. The like, so we have the grid. What's this? This point in a grid where there is one or more stacked game objects. Objects at point. I don't like that, but you know what? Whatever. We'll use things. Things at point. I don't usually use word things in code that much, but wherever, it's fine. And well, that's not even any of what I meant to type. So we make that list, and then we're gonna add to it. We're gonna add thing to add. That's fine. It's okay. Because this is like a smaller scoped game, the code also doesn't need to be super elegant. This, in a way, we're treating this almost like a game jam. Why do you... Oh, is this, you're telling me that a fix is that I can have it all in one line? I mean, I guess. Yeah, fine. Very well then. Make this list and then add it there. So much explanation to have like 2 lines of code. Like, yeah, I might, there's a degree in which I might be over-explaining things, but that's okay. So with this, we've added stuff. And then if a thing... So this is going to be 90% of what happens. This is the rare case where we go to add something and there's something already there. So we just gotta... if something's already there, then we're not adding a new thing. We're saying, take that thing, and then... So things at point is going to be... Just get the thing that was at square brackets at grid position, and then we're adding to it. If I go this dot add thing to add, I gotta put that back in the dictionary, right? Because it's like a copied reference and not like the same reference, I'm pretty sure. So not add, but then like at grid position equals basically so take the list out, modify something, throw it back in. I don't 100% know if that's required, but I'm going to assume that it is. I'm going to assume that this is a copy. Anyways, yes. Okay, so yeah. So that should work in theory. So this is our add to grid function, just to say, hey, add this thing to our dictionary, and then accounting for the fact that there can be two things in the same spot. Next, our function for if we are something's like trying to get a value from that dictionary. This is like the player being like, hey, grid manager, what's in front of me? Oh, hey, it's a wall. Or, you know, it's a wall with an enemy on it. The whole multiple thing. Okay, so that's just going to be a matter of if we don't have something there, we're returning null. It's an empty spot to move. If there is something there, then return. Wait, what's your problem with this? Oh, because this to. Wait, no. No. Just that this is a list. That's all. Okay. So that's a thing. I guess we can also assume that we're never going to have two of the same thing on one spot. We're not going to have a wall stacked onto another wall. So that's one thing we also get, is that it will always be, if there's two things occupying a square, they will be two very different things. So it'll be easy to tell them apart. And in theory, I imagine we would want to add them to the stack like in this kind of elevated manner. Well, we're not going to reorder the list, but it's probably very likely that the first thing in the list is going to be a wall, and then anything after would be anything on top, or like a spring and then an enemy on top. With a player and an enemy, because if they're moving onto the same square, that's just going to be whichever runs code first, I guess. But oh yeah, about glaggles. There's a whole wiki that explains what they are, and they first appeared on the internet, and the different types is pretty complete about stuff, and yet rather simple and small. Interesting. Yeah, neato. So this works well enough, because then it'll be up to the object that's calling this to then take that list of game objects and understand what it means. So this isn't all we need. We need so this is we can add something, and then we can look at what something is. We need to be able to move something. When the player moves, it needs to be like, I'm no longer occupying this spot, I'm now occupying this spot. So this only applies to things that move. Like things like walls would never need to call that. They're like static, and then they're always there. So there's two ways to go about this. Either we have one function that's called move, and then it has like, you pass in like old position, and then like the new position, and then it does that. Or we split it up into two different functions. One that we call delete, and then you just call the add to grid again. Yeah, or we do both. So let's write just a delete in general. Whoops. Yeah. Public void delete from grid. I guess this will be a part of the move. To move, as far as this is concerned, you'll delete and then add. That's just, I guess, how it's going to be. Not delete, clearing the whole grid. So all we need to do, we need to pass in, I mean, ideally, so whatever's calling, something that will only ever delete itself from the grid, I imagine. The player will say, hey, delete me, and then add me back in here. We won't have an enemy that says, hey, delete the player. So whatever's calling this will be able to pass in the game object of the thing to delete. And then if we have, hold on. So if we have this, then we could look at its transform. Oh, wait. So would I want to pass in its old position, like manually, to say, because this thing we're deleting might not be in that grid position. If we have a player, like we've moved it, the player's moved forward a grid space, it's here now. We want to say, as far as the backend's concerned, delete the fact that it was here, then we'll probably the player itself will store what its old position was or something, and then it'll pass it in. And if we change that, then we can change it. So we're gonna assume that we're gonna pass in old position rather than extracting it from the game object. And then if that ends up not being necessary, then we can change that later. So deleting it should then be super easy. Well, first we should run the check that the thing's actually in the dictionary. If it's not, then it's trying to delete something that it can't. So if it contains old position, then this is the scenario we want. Otherwise, so this should never happen, right? This means this is like an error that I'm just gonna put like error couldn't find object in grid position or something. And you know what? Actually, I'll print this out so we can see it if this happens. Man. I'm not gonna put an escape character for a. You know what? I will. It's fine. Blah blah. Yeah, that's fine. Anyways, thing to delete. So this should never happen in theory, unless we want to. Unless it's some kind of like safety check of like, is this thing deleted? Let's make sure by trying to delete it or something. But I don't think, given the game mechanics, that that's going to be a thing that runs. Okay, so instead, we don't just want to delete this item because we could remove the thing that's in this position, but there might be another thing in that position. So we got to basically do the inverse of this, where we get the list and remove just that single item. If it was the only thing in the list, then we can delete the whole item from the dictionary. Whew, okay, yeah. This definitely is, it's more complicated because of the fact that we can have two things in the same position, but it's necessary and not too mega overly complicated. Okay, so basically we're doing the inverse of this. So, where are we? Here. If it contains the key, it does contain it, so we know that it's there's something there. I guess so. Right, we have to make sure that we're deleting the right thing. Just because it contains something, we could still be like, well, none of these things match this game object, so that's a problem. So the first thing we want to do is get the list of this. Get the things that were there at old position. To get the things that were there, and then for each, we're gonna basically go through each of them because we have to just test individually. There's not a, actually wait, there's not a, it does have a not contains, that's all I need. To start, just does, because that's an easy way to exit early. If this list contains the item, then we're gonna do more stuff. If it doesn't, just a very quick, like, couldn't find it. Oh, I didn't put an if. Yeah. Again, haphazard programming brought to you by the Cyberchroma stream. So, yeah. If it contains it, we're going to do stuff. Otherwise, we're also going to be like, we couldn't find it. What do you mean? So now we know that it's in the list, but we don't know where it is. I mean, the list is going to be like 3 things. Oh, dang it. I think I'm going to have to do a for each. Is there like an easy built-in... Oh, there's just a built-in find. So I don't have to for each loop through everything. Wait. I don't care about right now. I don't care about where it's in the list. I can just be a dot remove. If it's in there, remove it. Right. I don't care about where it is. Yeah. Your background music kind of reminds you of Sonic 1 and 3 and Knuckles. Let me see what's actually playing right now because I don't even know. This is, well, depending on potentially being behind, it was playing the map from, or I guess the level select from Overcooked 2, then in The Simpsons Hit and Run when you get the cops and you're being chased, it was playing that music, and now it's playing London Ranch from Ocarina of Time. Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. So, do I have any Sonic 1 to 3 music in here? Chemical Plant is in this playlist somewhere, so yeah, I think Green Hill as well. So there is some of those in here, yeah. Although I don't have too much like 8-bit music things in here. There's a couple, but not that many. It's just random playlist. Chemical Plant is fire. Yes, it do be. In fact. So neat thing that I've done. Going to my channel, you might hear like a second of a video playing. Oh wait, no, it's muted. Okay, I caught it. Okay, never mind. What was I saying? So I have this random playlist of just 1,126 videos of just random bits of video game music. Just makes for good background noise, and I just add to it as I find random things. So I did a thing. My last couple of videos, I paused this. No, I'm gonna pause the background music. Last few videos I did was me learning how to make music. So I did some music recreation things, and the first one I did actually is for Chemical Plant. So yeah, I personally like the boss music. Boss music in games can be really good, like yeah, awesome, fast-paced, actiony stuff. So yeah, heck yeah, woo. So yeah, I did Chemical Plant from Sonic the Hedgehog 2. That was the first thing I did. And even I was able to put together this like audio visualizer thing that is fine. It does the job. You can actually see faded like in the background. This is what the like file of the song looked like when like all the different layers doing different things. I didn't make this from scratch. A lot of it was from copying other sources for the sake of learning. This was mainly a learning exercise for the sake of learning, and learn I did. So yeah. But yeah, I also did Bone Truzzle from Undertale. Technically, yeah, and Bone Truzzle are two different songs in Undertale, but they sound very similar. Like I did both of them back to back for this. They're also both shorter anyway. And then I did Murmulayer from SpongeBob SquarePants Bottom from Bikini Bottom, because that was level music of a game that this is my favorite one. This one turned out the best. So yeah. Anyways, yeah. So this is thing that I did, and it turned out decent. I wasn't trying to recreate the song like completely one-to-one. It does sound different than the original, because that's just one-to-one recreation isn't exactly what I was going for. Just like, you know, getting the kind of melodies and beats and then making it sound good. Next remake, Red Sun from Metal Gear Revengeance. So I have never actually played a Metal Gear game. I am aware of their existence and some things about them. Snake. Yeah. I haven't gotten around to playing them myself. I will eventually, someday, on the to-do list. But, yeah. Although, so I did, in regards to remaking stuff, we're at the end, yeah. I made it, like, loop, and then it, yeah, fades out. I don't think I'm going to be doing any more of these, at least not in the near future. This is for the sake of, yeah, learning stuff, and then, learning things and making things. I want to transition more into, like, making original stuff now. Ideally, level music for the games that I make. So I imagine it being unlikely that I will... maybe at some point I'll do another one of these, but not for, like, a long time. I got more, like, other stuff to do. And as regards to music, I want to be making new stuff, in theory. That will very likely sound a lot worse than these, because they'll be original, and making original music is really hard, but that's part of the learning process. So also, this was the second one that the second thing I did. Yeah, and Bone Truzzle. I guess I can let that play while I get back to doing this. So what was I doing? Over here. Okay. So, delete from grid. We check that the dictionary contains the old position. If it does, we get the list of the objects that are there. We double check that the thing is in this specific list. If it is, we removed it. Now that we've removed something, we want to test, did we just remove the last thing that was in that list? So if things at point, is it empty? Is there an easy, like, empty? Nah, I just manually do, yeah. Usually I'll do things more manually, but, if the count is now 0, this should be an if statement. What am I doing? Equals next Cyberchroma Game League Cube Dating Simulator? Nah, no. Rubik's Cube right here, but no. Current game I'm making is this top-down cube thing, and then eventually I'll be getting back to working on the main game that I was making for a while, The Handyman with a Unicycle. It started as a school project, and now I'm working on it as like a full-time, or like as ideally my next big game or whatever. Although I have a few other things that I want to finish off first before I get back to working on it. So it'll still be some time before we get there, but we'll get there. Anyways, so if this list is empty, then we're just deleting it, or deleting the thing from the dictionary. So grid map dot remove old position doesn't need to be there, and that's just some cleanup, so we're not leaving empty things around. Is that all this needs? Might be all that needs. So then I want to kind of make a sort of helper function, sort of combining these. That void move move object in grid. I don't know, something like that. That is just going to combine. It's going to run delete from the old position and then add it to new position. So it basically just needs to take in the same input as here. Yeah, and I guess this is assuming that the game object in question is at the position that it wants to be in. Oh, hey, redeemed spherical linear interpolation, which is a Unity function. I can show that it is a thing. Quaternion.slurp. It's real. It exists. Also known as slurp. I think you pronounce it like S-slurp for as far as that's concerned, but yeah. Gotta have my vocal cords not be all bleh. At the end of the stream yesterday, I was very much feeling it in my throat, and I am a little bit now, so hope I don't lose my voice or whatever. So yeah, that finished. Just for funsies, we'll play the third one. The third one I did, the Murmulair, which is the favorite one of my recreations, especially a part in the middle where like a guitar part kicks in. It's great, turned out very good. Yeah, so you're gonna take in this, and then you're just gonna call your own delete from grid that, and then you're gonna go add to grid this. This might need refining depending on the position and if that's a problem. But like if I need to manually pass in a new position, basically if this game object is gonna match its new position, we'll see. Yeah, so we'll figure that out. So now stop adding that. So that's all this thing needs for now. This is enough foundation for me to now have other things call it. I guess I didn't use start and update functions. That's okay. All right, so I guess now we're gonna move on to the player actually using this. Oh, this is the guitar part, that's awesome. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so player movement. I don't know how exactly I'm gonna split up the different things that the player does into different scripts, but for now we're just gonna make one called player movement, and then we'll see. And if I have to rename the script, then I do. So movement. I mean, this is gonna have to use the grid manager to some degree, so I'm just gonna start with that. I guess I'm just gonna, well, wait, hold on. So, thinking ahead, right, okay, so, thing that becomes tricky a little bit, so, I mean, this could be a public variable that just, like, is dragged and dropped the grid manager. Like, that's easy. Like, I have a way of doing this. Accessing another script isn't hard. I could make it a private script and then find it. I could make this a singleton. The problem with making this a singleton with static functions is that... so there should only be one grid manager in a level, but when I'm transitioning from one level to another, I wanted you to kind of be from one level and sort of fall into the next level in that transition process, I might have to be doing some additive scene stuff where I have the next level loaded. So basically having 2 levels loaded at the same time. If I do that, then there might be 2 grid managers, unless it's all hosted under 1 grid manager, but then, yeah, that's like tricky. It probably would be best that the 2 levels, even if they're loaded at the same time, have their own grid managers. So how do I best handle that without tedium? If I can make it public and drag and drop, but then that's like more, tedious. Ideally, setting up in a way where it all just works would be nice. I could. So here's an idea. I want stuff. If I do have 2 levels loaded at the same time, I want things to be nice and good. So I could have. I probably will have like an empty game object that the whole level is underneath, and then because then I'll have like level 1, level 2, and I can expand those, and they have all the level information and stuff in them. If I had the grid manager be a parent on the sort of parent game object of the level, like if it was basically on this hold on. Grid no manager. If I put the grid manager on the like most parent game object that is a level, and then I were to delete that, then I could use get component in parent, and that should always work. And that wouldn't be the most terrible. It would be amazing on performance, but the game's like small enough that it's probably fine. So, why did I call it grid manager? Grid manager. And the only reason I can't have it be a singleton is because of the way that I'm trying to do the fancy way that I want to have a level transition. That we'll see if I even get the time to do that. Oh, also the music finished. Let me just start I can start the next. Go back to the background music. And I'm gonna take this off. Okay. So the grid manager equals. I mean, it's not great that it means every single wall, every single hole, every single enemy starts with a get component in parent rather than it being. But unless I can have 2 scenes loaded at the same time and have the grid manager not break from that, if I can somehow combine it, let it be 1 grid manager. The problem with that internally is that like so I mean realistically, when I'm transitioning, as soon as you touch the goal, you're good to be going into the next level. During that transition, the grid manager doesn't matter, because the idea is that like through the goal, it's actually like a tear in the page, and you're like seeing through. It'd be cool if you're actually seeing a bit of the next level through the hole, and then you sort of fall into it, and the camera like follows it through. While that transition is happening, the grid manager doesn't need to be doing anything. And then at that point, it can have cleared all the information from the previous level, and then be, as soon as you sort of land and the level gets to start, then it can gather all the information it needs from the level that you're going into. Okay, so there would never be a point where there is any actual overlap as far as the grid manager is concerned. That just means that I wouldn't be able to, probably wouldn't want to do that setup in start. There should be some kind of level manager. If you can see if basically you have the level loaded before I actually go into it, only once I fall into it, then the player lands, and then like a level manager should tell everything to then sort of set up, sort of like a delayed start function. So there's maybe some things that can like set up, but they have to wait to be told to go. But the grid manager. Okay, if I do it that way, then I can have. Why are there 2 things? then I would be able. Oh, I guess I should have saved that. Whatever, it's fine. I would be able to have the grid manager be more of a singleton, and that would be just easier to manage, better on performance, yada yada. So remove this, go back to what I just had as the prefab that was a grid manager. And so if you're static, yeah, I just add a bunch of static tags onto this. This doesn't even need to be public. Technically, nothing's going to be directly accessing the grid map in theory. So yeah, that's fine. That can be private. Make all these. This should actually have the private tag, I guess. Yeah, and then. Okay. Then yeah, this can access that a lot easier. Then I don't even need an actual reference to it. Okay, this is fine. That's better. Okay, so now player movement. How are we doing anything to do with that? So the player will have its, I guess the first thing it needs to do is, as I said, it needs to add itself to the grid, which the player gets to be a bit of exception to some other rules because it's the player. It's always going to exist. There's only going to be one of it, blah, blah, blah. So grid manager dot add to grid game object will be the game object that is the player. So we do that, and now that's like that first step is taken care of. And then we need to actually move, and then yeah, go to the spot that we want to move to. So we need, I guess, our direction. We need to know which way we're facing. We're either facing up, down, left, right. Best way to store that could be, I mean, there's like 2 ints that are like one or -1, one or -1. We can't move diagonally. There's 4 options, like 2 boolean. In int called direction, that's like 0 for up, 1 for like left, like up, left, right, down. That's, I mean, like that doesn't look visually the best. It could be a literal enum that says up, down, left, right. That would look the most visually appealing. And then the back end, so that's effectively taking those 4 numbers and making it look better. So yeah, okay. Because there's no diagonal, and there's no, like, you're either moving in that direction or you're not, so it doesn't need to be like a float in any way. So public enum. Actually, I'm gonna define this out of here because then maybe other things can use it, and then I might maybe put it in its own script. But we'll get to that. Enum direction. That's just gonna have up. Well, yeah, thank you for filling those in. And then facing direction. I will say that you start going up. That's fine. We're actually gonna have a slight special rule in the very first level, but we're not gonna worry about that like special case until we get to it. I guess it should be fine. Actually, I mean, it's just gonna be effectively, it just needs to be that the player movement script will be disabled until the first input that you give, and then you start moving. So yeah, that should be easy enough to handle. So facing direction is up. If the player presses buttons, WASD or the arrow keys, then we change the direction. But that doesn't mean you move right away. Being triggered to move will be up to a turn manager that's waiting some duration of time and then says, hey, everything, take your turn. And then when it's the player's time to do that, then it'll move in the direction, whatever the direction happens to be. Okay, so I guess we get input now. So if input.get key down, and yeah, I'm using the old input system for this because I just prefer it to rewired. Rewired is, I understand it has a lot of benefits if you do all of the setting up with it, but it is also, it takes a lot of setup and is very confusing for simple cases like this, where I just need to be like, just test if they press the W key, and that's it. I don't gotta set up everything that requires to set up. So because this is simple, I can just quickly if they press W, if they press S, if they press, I'll do it in the same order of this. So up, down, left, right, and because why not, I'm gonna, like, this is gonna be WASD and arrow keys. So is this like up arrow? Yeah, we'll let that. And we're not like making a whole system to be able to change the buttons, because no reason to do that. Yeah, we're in some ways we're treating this like a bit of a game jam like thing, where we're trying to make it in a very tight time frame, so we do things that are simpler. Yeah, so if we pressed blah 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 and blah, then facing direction equals direction dot up. We don't really need to have the if statements of like, if it's already up, don't change it. Just make it whatever it is. If it already was that thing, then it doesn't really change. That's fine. Okay, so that's easy enough. So we just change the facing. This probably doesn't need to be public, but we're gonna leave it public for now so that I can visually, in the inspector, see what it is. So that's that. Then we gotta have actually moving. Right now, while we don't have the turn manager set up, so right now what I could do is start making the turn manager. I think I'm gonna wait on that for just a second. So I'm gonna make a public void move. So this is gonna be, the turn manager would call this every 0.5 seconds or whatever to say, hey, it's time to do a move. I'm gonna temporarily, this is temp, have code that's like, if I press like space, trigger a turn to happen, so that I can test things. But this will be removed. So if this is a thing, then so if we trigger the move function, then we gotta just test what facing direction is. And we can actually use a switch statement for this, which is basically just a fancy, rather than basically going, if like, if facing direction is up, do this. Else if left, do this. Else if down, else if right. Switch statement is just that same functionality, which is written a bit better. And I think it's actually better, I might be wrong, but I think it's better in like, ever so slightly better in terms of like the performance of how it runs. Okay, so just get in the different directions, and I'll write them in the same way that the enum is set up for consistency. Okay, so blah 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 blah. So what is it? So what are we actually going to do? If we are moving up, what needs to happen? There's two steps of this. There's the physically actually, no, 3 steps. Let's say there's 3 steps. There's one, can we actually move? Which is using the grid manager to say, hey, what is occupying the spot, and then acting based on that information. Assuming that if we can't move, then I guess we do nothing. Although we won't do nothing. If there's like a wall in the way, we're still gonna have a bit of an animation of like hitting against the wall. So something will happen, but we won't actually move. If we can move, then we have to do the physically actually moving the player to that new position. Right now we're just gonna snap move. Eventually we might have an animation to do that. And then step 3 is once we've actually completed the move, telling the grid manager that we actually moved, getting it to update its internal logic for everything else to work off of. All right, makes sense. So if up, then look, hey grid manager, look at the thing in front of us. Is there something there? So grid manager, not add to grid, look in grid, add a position. So now I need to basically get that position, and that position is gonna be, wait, I may be able to see, actually I might be able to define this beforehand and sort of clean up code. Oh, hello, Garn Dragoner, something along those lines. Hello, welcome to the stream. We are making a game. Yeah, we're in very, very early stages of it, so it's still coming along. But we have a neat idea, and yeah, we're doing a challenge right now, a personal challenge to myself of making a game in 9 days. This isn't for a game jam or anything. It's just a personal thing. I wanted to try making a game in a very short amount of time, to just plan something small and then actually finish it, have it be completed. So it's a small game for the sake of actually getting it done on time. My eyes, no dark mode. No. I use light mode for basically everything, and I will stick to that till the day I die. So, sorry for your eyes, but I like light mode more than dark mode in a lot of cases for programs. Yeah. Okay, so for this explosion. Yeah. Okay. So what was I doing? So first step is passing into the grid manager this. What is the place that we want to move? What direction is it? So to do that, we just need to take our current position. We don't need the grid manager to know where we are, what our grid position is. That's just our own X and Z position turned into like grid, like there's rounded, like taking off the end of it. What will the game be about? So with it being a kind of simplistic kind of thing, basically it's just you're a player moving in a grid, getting to the end of the level, but there's cool things you can interact with. Also, the way you move is a bit snake-like, where you are always moving every like half a second or whatever. You're moving to whatever the next grid is. You're basically just turning and trying to avoid hazards and stuff. There'll be like walls. Walls won't kill you. You'll just kind of bump off of the walls. There'll be enemies and hazards that'll kill you. Enemies that'll actually chase you and stuff like that. Things like if you touch an arrow, you'll go in that direction. There'll be rolling boulders and fire. We have springs that'll launch you 2 spaces ahead. That'll like make you cross gaps and stuff like that. There'll be a whole thing. One mechanic that I think will be interesting that we're going to be hopefully using a decent bit is enemies will chase you, and you might have to like get rid of an enemy to be able to get past an area. So having to like kite an enemy around and like lead an enemy into a hazard so that it dies, and then you can then pass and go on. We're hoping to have some of that, and that'll hopefully be cool. Yeah, I mean, a big enemy that like is big, and that's a whole thing. Yeah, so it's still in very early stages because we're only on day 2. Yesterday was like all planning. Even earlier today was still planning to some degree. So a lot of this is placeholder stuff, but because the game is going to be so small and short, even at this polished state, it's still probably going to be a bunch of colored cubes and stuff, but hopefully it'll look visually interesting. I mean, already we did a little bit, like, this isn't just black and white. I did a little bit of putting in some colors and stuff. Yeah, so right now what we're doing is we're still on the stage of getting the player to move, but had a lot of discussion of how exactly the player's going to move and how that's going to be managed by this grid manager and how all that's going to interact in all of that. So, we need the player to get its own position. Do I want to like make that a fancy? There's anything that moves is gonna need to be like, hey, what's my position based on my transform? So I probably should just write like basically a bit of a helper function that a lot of things will use. So, world position to grid, or get grid position, I guess, is just going to pass in a game object to say, where am I? Thing to find, whatever, the name doesn't matter. Okay. All right, I guess you're going to return and this will also do the making sure it's the right format. So you're going to, actually, I do that up here, don't I already do that? Yeah, just do this. Basically, I'm converting that to being, yeah. That's all. Which means I can have that other bit of code use this. Why do you have a problem? Because you need to return it. Return grid position, please. Thank you. That's all. Yeah, this isn't complicated. It's just do that thing. Okay, which then means I can might as well use it up here. Grid position equals get position thing to add. Ta-da! But it's more important for now. I can have this. Just use that as like a bit of a, because the player will use it, and I imagine I'm gonna have other things that will want to use that. So yeah. Helper function made. So spend longer explaining it than actually making it. Grid manager dot get grid position us. I guess I could pass it a transform, but that's fine. I'll put in a transform for be slightly better, I guess. Yeah. And then this will be blah dot transform. I guess, I don't know, whatever, it's fine. No, is that even necessary? Because I'm just gonna get a lot of bloat whenever I'm calling it. Whatever, it doesn't matter, I'll put it back up. It's fine, don't worry about it. Get position of us, and then that's gonna be a... this. Grid position. Okay. Next. Yeah, okay, so next. We have this, and then we just need to be like, okay, so this is where we are. What is the spot where we're trying to look ahead at? So I guess we'll have, this is where we are, move position or something. We'll start, like it'll start by being this, and then we're gonna look either, one space in certain directions. So if up, then we'll take the y of this plus plus. I guess. So I guess actually what we'll do is this can basically just do calculating the new position. Minus x. Left will be minus, and then this will be x plus plus. Yep. Once we've done that, we now have the new position. So now we need to say, hey, grid manager, is something there? So looking grid, where we want to go, is there something there? And that's going to return it's going to be a list of game objects, because there are few but some scenarios where what did I call it? The few scenarios where two things can take up the same spot, so we had to make it a list. Things at point. Yeah, that's fine. So then we gotta just see, not everything is a problem. Actually, so I can't just just thinking of the different scenarios. I guess this is something we'll have to kind of come back to just as we encounter different interactions. I guess we'll just start with the simplest interaction of 90% of the time. 90% of the time, this will only have one thing in it. So I guess I'll just go. Oh right, I have to make sure this isn't null. That's the first thing. Actually, null is the good case. So if it's null though, that's not gonna. If it exists, like if it's not null and it has a count greater than 0, it should never. No. If it returns something, if it wasn't null, then we know it has at least one value in it, because that was the whole point of part of what the code does. So can you not? Yeah, so a list of game objects can't have an automatic null check. Fine. So if it's not equal to null, I'm gonna have to leave. One day we shall meet. Adios. All right, we'll see ya, Silky. Thanks for dropping by, and yeah, well, I'll see you around. And hopefully, next time you come by, the game will be have a lot more progress with it. We're still in very, very early stages with it. I do need to kind of pick up the pace if I want to actually, get things done. Hoping to get a lot more done today than just this. So yeah, let's begin. Yeah, pick up the pace. So if it's null, If it's equal to null, this is actually, I guess this is the common case. If the list is empty, there's nothing there, we can move there. Whoa. Else, there's something there, so we gotta figure out what that is and what that means. If that thing there is like a spring, then that means we can still move, but then we start the like spring sequence. So I guess we're not gonna worry about this right now. We're gonna start with just the case where we can actually move. And then also, the scenario when there's two things, and we got to figure out what does that mean. If it's a wall with a spring on top of it, then yeah, how do we handle that? But for now, we're just going to assume that's going to be like if we're elevated, then it's like we're just touching a spring. If we're not elevated, then it's like we're hitting a wall. So there we go. That's how we handle that case. But hopefully, we don't have to have like a million if statements for all the different possibilities. Hopefully, we can have it be more elegant. It is the case that most of the time, the first thing in the list will be a wall, and then thing after that will be like the spring, or an enemy, or the player, or something else is looking for the player. But anyways, we're just gonna start with moving. So this means that we looked in the direction we want to go, we calculated the direction that we want to go, and yes, we can move because it's empty. So now we got to actually do the moving. The two things that have to happen are, one, actually moving there. I guess right now we're just gonna snap the player to that spot. And then thing two is update the grid manager. I can jump ahead and say that the grid manager dot move object grid. This will be after we've already moved, so it'll go off of our position. The old position, not grid move position, will be this is going to be the old one. There we go. So that'll handle that. That's that step done. Now we got to physically move the player. So transform dot position equals so this is like slightly annoying that I can't just like pass in this. I gotta like convert this into that. I guess it's just gonna be this 0 move position dot x 0 move position dot z. Actually, not the hard code it, but I think this is like 0.5 actually to be slightly off the ground. Sorry, this is dot y. You don't like this? You can't just automatically convert ints. Why? Ints to floats? That's like the main thing that should be able to automatically change. Oh, I didn't put a new vector 3. Ha ha ha. New vector 3. That's the part you didn't like. Fair enough. Technically we need vector 3 of ints, but okay, so now you can. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. I was incorrect. Very well then. Okay. So we have that in place. I guess now we can actually... Have we reached the point we can actually go into play mode and test things? I have to add code to the player. Let me not forget that step. Why do I have two walls? I didn't delete one. Okay, that's fine. In this test thing, there was only... I knew there was only one wall. There was supposed to be... Where? Why am I not seeing player? There we are. In the prefab, because, yeah. Player move. Okay. I'm sure they call it player movement. When I think usually I would call it like player move. I'm actually going to rename that right now because I feel like it. Player move. I say it like it's a verb. And then now that I've done that, I have to wait for it to compile and then go in and then rename it on the inside so that it can keep up. Or just move. Yeah. Okay. And then over here. Right, the first time that was instant, and then it wasn't. Wait, hold on. Oh no. Let me just let you figure yourself out with not being two of you. Okay. Blah. All right, let's actually test this. All right, the camera. For right now, I'm just gonna pull the camera back really far so that it's like seeing the whole level, and then not worry about it. No, never mind. I will move. I'm just gonna parent the camera. No, I will do the first thing I said. I was gonna say I was gonna parent it under the player, but not just yet. It's fine. Okay, first test. Wrote a lot of code without testing any of it. Let's see. Will it work first try? Place your bets. Find out. And if I press up in 3, 2, 1, will the thing move there? Hey. Okay. Booyah! And then I change the direction. So as I said before, right now I just have it set when I press space, a turn passes. This is gonna be hooked up to a turn manager thing that doesn't work that way. And so right now I can go on any square. There's nothing set up with the other thing. Oh yeah, I hear behind that enemy. I'll have to figure out the layering of if two things are on top, then how that should be cheated. Oh yeah, this actually worked. Woo! And yeah, we can just move off here into infinity. So that's fine. I'll have to figure out. Ideally, I have a nice system set up for how the holes are gonna work. But yeah, anyway. Cool. That's step 1 working. I think, yeah, I think immediately next thing I want to do is get it so I don't have to spam the space bar, get the turn manager to actually do it for us, because that's how that's meant to work. So turn manager. That idea, in theory, everything that moves is going to kind of hook into this, probably. And then this has then the easy place to say how long is a turn, so that I don't have to have it defined on like every single thing. I mean, if I wanted that to be the case, where it's like, you know, the player moves every 0.5 seconds, but an enemy moves every 0.2 seconds, so then there's that like things being like offset. I don't want that in this context, but that is hypothetically something I could do. I'm deciding that I don't want to do that. Everything's gonna be consistent under the definition of a turn. So yeah, we can have enemies. We're gonna have one enemy that moves 2 squares per turn. So like that's a thing, but it's still kind of as a turn. So we're gonna have a public float for time per turn. The whole game is gonna run around this. I'm gonna try 0.5 as a starting point. We'll see if the number needs to be adjusted. Next, I guess then we just enter a coroutine. Basically it's just wait to switch time, trigger a turn. I enumerate this is having a coroutine, just like wait for turn, and then it's just gonna yield return new wait for seconds time per turn. And then we've got to figure out what a turn actually is. Also, this is just going to be in while true. This is just a way you can kind of have something happen every X seconds. Is just in a coroutine that we're going to call in start. This eventually might not be. Oops. This might not be in a start function. Eventually, we might have some level manager that like waits some time for the level to start as we transition into it, and then start the level. Then it will start this. But for now, in a start function works just fine. So start coroutine. Wait for it. Just this in here is all I wish to have happen. Now I can press the right buttons. Then. Oh, I missed that. That's fine. Okay. So now we have to figure out how is a turn actually going to happen. What is it? How do we actually trigger this in a way that's like not super tedious to set up? And like, okay, so there's multiple things to consider. There's multiple things to consider here. So, ideally, I don't have to meticulously set up something to be registered to this for every player and every enemy. If I have 2 enemies and I'm like, I want one more enemy that moves around, I just duplicate the enemy, move it, and I don't have to do anything else. It's automatically all set up to automatically hook itself up to the turn manager, and then when the turn manager says, hey, it's time, then it takes a turn. So that's one part of it. Ideally, it's automated enough. And so then there's 2 things that either this finds everything that takes a turn and then say, hey, it's time to take a turn and go do that. Or it's up to the things themselves to be like listening and then somehow respond to that. Other component of this is, even though we're treating this as turns, we might need to care about the order that things move in a turn. Mainly to, and basically could have that internally, we kind of need to have that only one thing moves at a time. Why can't I? Oh, yeah. Only one thing moves at a time to prevent issues. One potential issue is if we have a player and an enemy, If they're both going to move to this square at the same time, how do we handle that? I mean, the result will be that they both move out of that square, and then the enemy kills the player, and then the player dies, and you start the level. But to allow that to happen, I think there needs to be some logic in place that either the player moves first, and then the enemy moves second, or the enemy moves first and the player moves second, so that player moves here and then the enemy moves here, even if as far as the player is concerned it happens at basically the same time. But we need that, I think, internal logic to be able to know the order of things moving, because in this scenario it's fine, but I imagine in other scenarios it might be less fine. I mean, there's also the case if we have two enemies. How do we handle if two enemies are going to move onto the same square? What does that mean? I think it'll probably be, so it might be random, but one enemy will move and then the other enemy will then bounce off of it like a wall. I don't think the enemies will kill each other. Could have that, but no, I think the enemies will, one enemy will treat another enemy as a wall, and I think that's okay. So in that scenario, we need to have, the code that's, handles things moving at the same spot. So I think if we do need to have some kind of internal order that things happen, I think that we'll need another list of game objects. Public game object list, and then turn objects or something. I don't know. And then other things sort of subscribe to this list. Be like, hey, turn manager, I want to be part of this list. I'm something that takes a turn. Because not everything takes a turn. Walls don't take a turn, right? Basically, this is just players, enemies, the boulders, the cracked things that, the debris that falls from the sky, stuff like that. Because that's not everything. It wouldn't be the arrows. It would be the spinning arrows, I guess. Because every turn I have them spin. Anyways, so turd object. So I could basically have all the players and enemies on start be like, hey, turn manager, I'm a thing that takes a turn, and then just like how the grid, we have the everything will tell it to add it to the grid. Then the turn manager can be like, yep, I gotcha, and that's the end of this. And then when it's time to take a turn, then it just goes through everything that it goes through this list. And then how does it tell it to... Somehow that needs to translate to activating this move function, right? So maybe everything that takes a turn would have some kind of turn... Well, no... Yeah, how do we do that, actually? I mean, I guess this could have a thing of if the thing that is taking a turn, if it's a player, then it calls its move function. If it's an enemy, it calls the enemy's move function. If it's a bold... I guess all of them are really move functions. I wonder... So one thing that's interesting, as far as player moving versus enemy moving, and the player takes input and then does this, an enemy will move the same, in theory. Enemy just, instead of having input decide the direction, it has its own internal logic that decides its direction. So I might be able to group this up under similar code eventually. Although, no, I mean, I say that, but actually, now that I think, well, for the actual deciding, I want to move to a spot, I guess it's the same. What's different, though, all the interactions can be very different. Like a player interacting with an enemy versus an enemy interacting with the player. So I might actually be taking that back. So I won't prematurely try to combine this. I mean, we don't even have an enemy written yet, so I'll probably wait before I find that. I still have to decide, because it gets tricky. I can't have this be a list of anything other than just generically game objects, because then it's like, if it's a, find out that if it's a player, if it is, get the player move script and then call that. But I don't want to be running a get component every 0.5 seconds. That's not ideal. So ideally, it's like, it's saved. It needs to run a player move. It needs to run an enemy move, the boulder move. It would need to like set all that out. What's the best way of doing that? I know that there's things you can set up like events and like actually and trigger events that have this like plus equals thing. I don't have that much experience doing that stuff, and also I worry that, well, even with this setup though, I don't have a mandatory turn order because I would lose, like, I mean, the order that things get added to this list is just whatever, in theory, it was about to be whatever runs its start function first. I mean, for 2 enemies, it doesn't really matter which one moves first. It's gonna be based on like whichever gets added to the list first, and that's fine. That can, as long as it's not random, as long as it's consistent, it's fine, I guess. But for a player, it'd probably be the consistent. I mean, okay, so what would it be? If we have a player and an enemy, what moves first, an enemy or a player? I think the player would move first, because also, okay, the scenario that's not just moving out of the same spot. Yeah, because there's other scenarios other than just moving out of the same spot where the turn order matters. If a player wants to move to the right away from this enemy that's 1 square away, we want the player to move here and then the enemy catches up. Not if the player's moving to the right, if the enemy moves first, it'll catch up to the player, kill it before the player gets to move. We don't want that. So that there decides that the player gets to be the first thing that moves on a turn. If that's like, that's fine to be hard coded because it's the player. So move, I mean, it probably will just be move player, then move list of enemies. You know, okay, maybe the list of total things that have turns is simple enough that maybe I can just hard code it, and that won't be that bad. I don't need to make it as generic as I think I do. This generic turn objects. Because I guess there will be different categories of things that will almost always exist in a level. You'll have the player, list of enemies that they can sort of subscribe to this, and then then that's more consistent. And then like hazards, or they have the falling debris, then like that can have its thing that moves. Will you move enemies one by one? I mean the animations. So if I have 2 enemies, will it be like whoosh, whoosh? Like, so I'm hoping that in the land when this is super polished, I want an enemy to, one, it's not just gonna blip and be there. It's gonna, smoothly move. Yeah, it seems more easy to follow. I want to have some amount of squash and stretch. Like the enemy, let me just, ideally we actually have an animation where it's like, I can't easily like demo this, but like, as it's moving, it like squishes and like lengthens a bit, and then as it gets over here, then it like recoils and like, yeah, and then it fixes itself and then becomes normal size again. Hard to demonstrate, but if you see anything that has like squash and stretch and like good 2D animation, ideally, in theory, it'd be cool if it had that kind of setup, or even in the additional thing, if the enemy has eyes that are like looking in the direction that it's going to move, that kind of thing. The eyes can maybe do stuff as well, but some kind of like, and then it moves. Ideally, it'd be cool to have that kind of thing, and the player would do that as well. Like the player will also kind of have that like wah, wah, wah kind of movement. Yeah, I'm not too concerned. So I said I might have eyes that show direction. It's not super important for me to have like a physical arrow that says this is the direction the enemy's gonna move next turn, because turns are so super frequent that it's gonna be that like you'll know within the second what direction you're moving, because you're gonna be moving in that direction. But in theory, I could have eyes that are looking like I'm planning on moving this direction, so my eyes are looking this way. But that's part of the polish that like would be nice to have, and like we'll see if we actually get the point of doing it. Anyways, so yes, I think that I'm gonna have the player is special, that it gets to be a sort of hard-coded thing here. These will be public for now so I can see them, but then I'll probably make them private. It'll be a player move specifically. Player move. And then a list of, I guess the player's the only thing that exists, so I don't need to, this other stuff is gonna stay half-coded for probably a while. Well, there'll be a list of what a script that's probably going to be like enemy move that doesn't exist yet. Like, okay, I'm just gonna call it this for a second so that I can just type the code without it erring. Literally just that, but then enemy move doesn't exist yet, and we're gonna like comment that out, I guess. So this is like, in theory, will be a thing, and then like, oh, I guess this would be like enemies or enemy moves or whatever, and then like debris. Falling rocks, boulders, whatever I call it, right? I'll figure that out as I do it. But in theory, we'll have the player, and then we'll just have other lists of things that will move. Yeah, okay, that's fine. The player gets to be, and the player, I guess, will be the first thing that moves on a turn. That'll be less likely to have problems. So I need a reference to this player. I don't want to drag and drop it. I think. Okay, I guess this can be special and can just be get component. I guess we find object in scene. Thinking of the best way to do this. So there should also only be one turn manager. So in theory, a lot of this should be static. But one annoying thing with if I make this static, I won't be able to see it in the inspector, so I can't make everything static. And then I could set it up as an actual like having the instance and the coroutine. Whatever. I'm just gonna do this, and I'll deal with. This is fine. This is fine. There's only the player. There's only one of it. It's fine. I'm trying to make this code be like optimized and like good or whatever, but like with how small the game is, I don't need to care about it being super the most optimized game to ever exist. It's okay. So we have a player move that this has a reference to, and then it's going to wait some time, and then player move dot move, and that was so much explanation to write like 4 lines of code, but that's fine. We got the thinking ahead, making sure that this strategy is actually going to work, and that it's not going to just catastrophically be like, oh no, that's not going to work at all. I do need to make the turn manager. That'll be a separate game object than the grid manager. Turn manager. There, and then turn manager 0.5. I don't need this to be public. Time per turn, you're gonna get your turn manager, and like I guess I'll make this a prefab. It could be one game object that's like game manager that has the grid manager and turn manager on it, but whatever, it's fine. You got an extra. Hold on. Let's not do that. Okay. Wah. Okay. So in theory, I go into play mode, and we should see this work because I got to call the player move. Yeah. And I can change the direction that I'm going. Now, I don't know how fast a turn should be. It could be super chaotic and this be what this is. But I mean, then enemies are also going to be moving this fast, so yeah. Because I want the animation to be able to have the recoil of like the squash and strikes that I said that I wanted to have. Turns shouldn't be super long, but I think actually 0.5 works for now as a good how long that should be. And the camera's going to be zoomed in a lot more as well, so the sense of space of how much space you're traveling should be fine. Like, yeah, so I think 0.5 is good enough for now until I make more of the mechanics and I can see it, the rest of it better. Okay, so that was easy enough. I guess I couldn't stop. I could start crossing things off of. I didn't even. This thing I didn't. Turning I already got. Okay, some of these are done. In a rudimentary way, player movement exists. We don't have all the stuff with interacting with things, but whatever, it's fine. We have our rudimentary grid manager. Turn manager, it's like, do we really have a turn manager until the enemies exist? We started, it's fine. Player turning, that was just involved in movement, that's fine. Camera we'll get to, I'm not gonna worry about that right this second. I'm more interested in some of the interactions that can happen. It's still gonna be a little bit before we actually do enemies. I think actually before we continue, I don't want to wait too long before doing this. Right now we do have the player just snapping between positions. I think I'd like to sooner than later get him to actually smoothly move from point A to point B. technically it's like a polished thing, but I'd like to at least get, even, I said I want to maybe do this like squash and stretch kind of thing. We won't worry about that just yet. I gotta figure out like how I guess I'm gonna do that, but I mean, give me animation, it won't be the hardest thing in the world to make, but I have to figure out how I'm going to specifically get that to work with the grid manager and not like mess up or anything. But for now, let's just get like the first step of that is just getting smooth movement to happen. Yeah, okay, so actually, thinking ahead, when I do the animation in like, if I do it in the animator, will I have sort of the player parent object here and like the child object animates physically moving upwards, and then once it's done, then I like snap it back? No, that seems clunky, and I'd have to make a thing that would work in all directions. So no, the animation will happen in place as the parent player moves. Yes, okay. That should be okay. Okay, so with that, where's the part where I move the player is here. This needs to happen after the player has moved. Shoot, is that, oh no. If I said that there's gonna be this sort of turn order, the fact that there's some amount of time needs to happen for the actual thing to physically move over. If I have this, and it's like, this is in the middle of moving over, as this thing decides to then also move, because they need to happen in that time frame. And I don't think I have the time to wait for like, whoosh, this finishes, and then this moves. I mean, I could in theory, if I wanted it to actually be like, I mean, I could have that with enemies rather than it being like, ha, ha. That could look visually interesting on its own. Have it be like. Okay, so for enemies specifically, maybe, but first, as long as it's still sort of in sync. But internal programming-wise, regardless of what the visuals look like, it should be the case that it should internally process the player is moving from here to here. Start that movement. Even while this is happening, the player is now considered to be in this square as far as the background grid manager is concerned. And then this thing is like, hey, I'm moving on to a player, and it starts its moving, and then eventually they arrive on the other side, and then they do what they do. With it actually killing the player, I guess. So that means if I want the player to actually be killed from this movement, that would mean it would have to wait until sort of movement's complete. So even with a grid-based thing, there's still like some complicated interactions I gotta figure out how to be working and looking good. So so probably, yeah, I guess that could be a thing that happens, is I do split it up. The internal logic of what needs to happen as far as updating the grid manager to what the new grid things are going to look like. And then all the visuals of stuff sliding around, which means that this is flawed. This grabs the new position based on the position of the game object, which we're saying that it could still be in the middle of moving. So I'm actually gonna, I guess, modify this. I modify this to actually be like, this isn't a big modification. Yeah, to pass in what the new position is, which then delete from grid doesn't need to care about that, but add grid is gonna take in a vector 2 int new position. I guess just to be able to keep in some of this, so I don't always, it's not mandatory to pass it in. I'll say that this can be null. There's no standard equals. Wait, no, you can't be null. I was gonna say that if it's null, that it uses the position of this. I can have an override. Here's what I can do. Literally just two versions of the function, right? I can be like, here's the version where you don't pass anything in, and then it basically the thing I want is that it takes the position from this, and then this version where it's, I guess, is just this. No, actually, wait, no, that's using way too much code. Like, that's copied code I'm trying to think ahead depending on how we calling this. Does this matter? Will I even be calling the wall? Here's what I'll do. I'll put public static. And then it like, you don't return anything, so then you just do this. Basically have this sort of like common input function. This is just for things like the walls, that like just pass in its position. I don't need to like calculate, have like a wall calculate, do the math to get the vector 2 when the grid can do it itself. So I do that, and then like this, but based on U or something. Same thing, it just makes it easier that I can call it both ways. Okay. Yep, it's fine. That's fine. And then add to grid. This version will take in new position. Get the spacing right. And then that should be fine. That should be a-okay. I mean, I could have a version of this where then I don't. No. If we're moving, yeah, we'll say that's mandatory to pass in the new position. Okay. With that in place, then the player. Yeah, this helps avoid a situation where if the player is still like in the middle of sliding, that's not gonna like weirdly throw off the internal grid stuff, I guess. Okay, so okay. So that means that this doesn't matter if this can happen first. It doesn't matter for the player to move first. So now this can be a move function that can take as long as it wants. It does mean that the movement has to finish before the next move starts. Otherwise, we're in trouble. But that should never be a concern. I guess we could throw in a failsafe that animation was like still going by the time a new move passes. So at basically the beginning of a move function, cancel whatever movement was happening and just snap us where we should be and then start the next movement. I guess we could technically have that, but that's basically just a countermeasure for if I mess up and make the animation too long or something. But it should be within the time of whatever we decide the a turn amount is, which right now is the 0.5 seconds. Okay, so then I need something to actually move. I guess this could be moving over a couple frames. Play animation and then smoothly move from point A to point B. Okay, so like how do I want to do this basically? I guess this is gonna be a coroutine that's gonna be like slide move or something. I don't know. Like this is doing the moving. This is like doing the physical, like the animated sliding or something like that. And then I guess you're gonna call you. This might need to take in where we're moving. Yeah, I guess you'll take in not like that, but like you'll take in the where we are moving to. Do you need where we were before? You might need where we were before. Hang on, I might. So I can either lerp it or I can do some more complicated math function to look all fancy. Because I'm not sure yet, I will just for now I'll have it take in both of them, both positions, and this will be old position. New position. Yeah. Okay. That's it. And then not that. Then I pass them in. And then why are you? Oh, because you don't have any actual coroutine things. Okay, so I think this will have wall. No, how do I want to do this? I guess first
I'll put in just a simple lerp and then see how that goes, and then I'll probably then make it maybe more fancy, or see if that's all that's really needed for it to look fine. So that means that this first version isn't going to use the old position. Probably it'll just use new position. So I guess just I'll have a wild true, but then I'll change it. Yield return null is basically just wait a frame. So yeah, that works. So transform dot position equals I mean, okay, it's annoying that I have to like go back and forth converting like the vector 2 to a vector 3. I guess I'll start with vector 2. Not like, we're gonna be lerping it, so it won't be the int version of it. Cur position equals like vector 2 dot lerp between where we are right now, which transform dot position. I have to convert that every frame. That's. Can I like not do? No, if I like it, I can define it differently beforehand. I guess. Wait, no. I mean, okay. Define cur position out here as just being old position, but not as a vector 2, like letting it, be able to then have floats again. And then cur position equals, and old position is being passed in basically the transform position of where it was before. Cur position equals lerp from where it was, where we're going. So I guess we are using both. Okay, cool. And then sometime, I can have that be a public variable, I guess. Move smoothing is usually what I'll call it, something like that, equals. So interesting thing, yeah, I'll have to be like 10, because I'm gonna multiply it by time to delta time. Usually I'll multiply stuff by time to delta time when I'm going to have like a pause menu, and then by using delta time you can then just go like time.timescale equals 0, and then everything freezes, and that's great. This game isn't really going to have a pause menu because it doesn't need one with how simple and small it is, and just the time constraints. But I'll still do that for good measure, so that should be a good start. So I guess keep going. You need to actually stop, right? While vector 2 dot distance, basically just are they close enough? Yeah. The distance between cur position and new position is like not a lot. It is less than or equal to 0.01 is kind of something like that should be good enough. And then it can stop. So I actually have to move the player, of course. Transfer dot position equals, I can't just say equals cur position because that's gonna affect the x and the y. So I have to actually go like new vector 3 cur position dot x 0.5 I think is what I have, and then cur position dot z dot y going in the z position. Yeah. And then as a good measure, once we exit out of here, we should be close enough to the position, but I'd like to just put it exact just to make sure that we're exactly where we are. Oops. Yeah. Something along those lines. I guess for good measure, no, we should be on the position. That should be fine. And then I guess, okay, one thing I'll do as a safety net for if something has gone wrong and we're somehow still in the middle of the last slide, we'll just do a stop all routines. Just that shouldn't run like that. There shouldn't be a problem, but in case it is. Okay, is that gonna work? I guess let's find out. I don't remember if I've missed setting up something. We're gonna see. Okay, yeah, that's working. Whoa, wait, or sorry, no, it's not working. The movement's working, it's not sliding at all. Hold on. Oh, because the slide, smoothing. No, you're at 10. You're not 0. Wait a minute, you just didn't slide. While the distance. Oh, while it's less. No, while it's greater than that amount. While we still have distance to move. Okay, how about now? Okay. Still not doing, okay, now I actually don't know why. I didn't know before, and then I thought that was the simple bug. Are you running at all? I guess that my first point of debugging is usually just testing that code ran in the first place and that I didn't just do something wrong that, like, it's just not being called. And then I can debug further from there. Console is behind my head. I see it's not doing anything. That means it didn't run. Oh, because I just didn't... it has to be, like, start coroutine, otherwise it doesn't do properly. Yeah, okay. Could that be all it is? Hopefully it's just something simple. The first move was funky. And then it's... Ooh. The smooth time is too little that, like, we're not getting... That's the kind of the problem of we're not always, getting there in time. So, like... 20... Just, even, like... Quick, snappy movement. It's just a lerp function. Why is it... It's moving... Okay, it was moving fine most of the time, but there was being a few times... Like right there, there's being a little bit of jitter. How is there jitter? It's supposed to be simple. Why? Is it just not... And now I have it so high that it's basically just getting there immediately. I mean, first thing, let me just see what happens if I change it to like a move towards function. That would be a bit more. Let's just try out that linear movement. That means that time to delta time, like that. Now it's more of a speed. Just try stuff. Okay. Why? Wait, no, it's still being jittery. Why? Why? It's the worst kind of bug is a bug that doesn't happen every time. It's only happening sometimes. Why would it only happen sometime? I don't know. Okay, that's, it's weird. Why? And seeing this also now in practice, I do think that the turn... I think I would like the turn of time to just be a little bit lower. Have it be a bit faster to go up. I guess 0.4 we'll try. See, now I'm just a little bit confused. I don't immediately know... let me just apply you. I don't immediately know why that would be happening. Or what to do about it. Because, like, this is supposed to be simple. Is there something that, like, you're running an update. Is it being called multiple times? Like, is there somehow, like, no. Because I do the stop all coroutines, so there shouldn't be, like, 2 coroutines running at the same time that are, like, messing with each other. Like, why? Why would it do? It's hard to, capture and, like, more so debug because it's not being consistent. Like, now that's looking fine. Is it when I change It's not just when I change directions, but there's a time I change direction where it, like... It's like it's... And go through... okay, there, okay. So in a way I was able to capture it. It had one frame of being at the end. Why? Oh, because I have this here. Oh, that's why. Okay. Okay, so that was like a race condition of 2 things trying to set, the position that we're like weirdly competing against each other. Oh, okay. That all. Woo! Yeah. That's that. So do I want faster? I mean, if I make it too fast, then it basically just looks instant. Come back down here. We're also not doing snake rules, or like you are allowed to just turn around on the spot. That's a thing that's allowed to happen. If I make it too slow, then yeah, then the not getting there in time. Do we want it to be so like slow that it looks like mostly continuous? I'm still not even sure if I'm still not completely sure if that's how fast I want the movement to be. Oh. Don't come back here, you. I imagine when I zoom in the camera, I'll probably want to slow this down. I think I like that. Not that, though. I'm gonna go a little bit slower than that, so let's try, like... And I'm aware that I'll have to, when I go out of play mode, I'll have to change these settings, but hopefully I can, you know... It's like only two numbers I'm changing. And I'm getting instant feedback on, so hopefully I can memorize them for all of 2 seconds. Maybe something like this. Having just the right amount of time that we're moving and the right amount of time that we're stopped before moving the next time. I think that's good enough for now. We could still tweak it. But I think it was a good start. So it's 15 and 0.3 are what I'm going with. Didn't think I'd go with like a weird number like 0.3 rather than like nice like half a second, quarter of a second, whatever. But I guess here we are. Oh no, what was this was 15, right? It was either 15 or 20. Yeah, that seems like what I had. Okay, cool. And yeah, so the turning's working good. Awesome. Yeah. Okay. Cool. We have movement. I think maybe. So next, do I want to do the camera, perhaps? Did I close the Trello board? I did not. Okay. We'll say player movement, kind of more actually done now. So next thing we could do is like actually be able to bump into blocks. But I think we're gonna start with. Not really taking a break from the player, but in a way taking a break from the player just to do the camera real quick. Because then it's just going to be easier to, like, test stuff, seeing, like, okay, how far is the camera actually going to be from the player, and, like, not having to keep having a problem with the player going off screen. Get a better sense of, like, the speed and the scale of things. Yeah, so we're going to get the camera to be a thing that works. So, I mean, the immediate thing I could do, and what some games will do to be quick, is I can just parent the camera to the player. And now they move together. Well, I mean, if I actually were to put them together and then like, whoop. I press down, eventually I'll get back to the grid. Yeah. Eventually we'll also get the end of the grid stuff. So we could do this, and this works. I would like to do slightly more than that and have an actual proper, like a camera move script. I guess that's what it was called, camera move. Funny, I don't usually do 3D games. I don't usually do 2D games. I do 3D games a lot, so very frequently I have a setup with like a camera pivot and like the turning and all that. And actually I would be like, oh, how far away is it from the player in like 3D space? And part of why we picked a 2D game and like a top-down thing is like that the camera would be comparatively a lot simpler. So yeah, so all the camera, basically all I wanted to do is just this like delayed following. That's all I really want. Just this delayed following of the player is what we're going to start with. Eventually what would be cool is when you get within a certain range of like some enemies, if the camera moved to be if the camera moved to like a halfway point between you and like sort of points of interest, would be kind of cool. I mean, if that's what I eventually want, do I start to lay the foundations for that? So, like, what would that even mean? So we could have, like, I would basically need to calculate two things. So we have, like, where the camera is and where the camera wants to go. I could represent where the camera wants to go with some game object that then the camera is told to follow, but I don't think I need that. I think, because then I'm just going to be lerping towards it. So I think I can let that be some, make it public for be able to debug it. The Y is going to be the same, unless, will I want to, depending on like depending on the things that we want to focus on, we could zoom the camera in and out. Well, that's not going to be a vector 3. That's going to be like, and the third number would need to be the size, like changing the field of view of the camera. I mean, I could have a vector 3 and then go like X and Y is moving the camera around, then the Z is like this, but I'd rather just store that as two different things. I think there's gonna be like, so two main points of when we were gonna probably mess with the size of the camera is at the very beginning. I think the camera's gonna be extra zoomed in, and then once you've moved a couple times, then we'll zoom out to what's kind of gonna be that default sort of camera length. And then imagine towards the end we might have extra conditions where we zoom. The final level might be extra zoomed out because of the giant enemy that chases you, or it could still be normally zoomed in because then the giant enemy is taking up so much of the screen that it's like extra intimidating. You know, we'll see. We'll figure that out when we get there. So we're gonna have a vector 2 that's like camera, not where we are, but where we want to go. Destination position. I guess it's gonna have that long title. That's fine. Equals 0. Actually, I mean, technically in the starting frame it should be whatever. We'll say it's gonna equal wherever it currently is, and then that thing's gonna like move, I guess. Which where it currently is should in theory be around, or it should be on top of where the player is, because it's gonna be following the player. So this needs a reference to the player, I guess. Because I don't want to drag and drop references between all the different scenes, we're gonna say that we'll let it be a player move, and then let this be a find. I know find object of type is not amazing on performance, but it's find object of type player move. That's just easy way of getting something that's unique to the player. So right now, I guess for now, camera destination, I guess we'll split this up into two functions. Void calculate destination position. This actually doesn't need the prefix camera, I guess, because it's on the camera. It's fine. We know that it refers to the camera. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay. So this is just going to be calculate what this should be. I don't know if this will have the int. Nah, it could be like in between. Yeah, okay. And then avoid like move. Whoops, camera. Okay. Which is going to be, I mean, part of here is going to be, so this is going to be like transform.position equals like vector. I'm going to start with just using the same thing we did in the other place. Again, though, the position is back. Weird. Okay, I think I'm actually gonna have to, just so that we can handle this in nice vector 2s and then translate it to the third dimension. Current position. That's gonna be also. We can find that initially. It's just where we are. Current position is like where we. Yeah, where we are. We're gonna say this gets to be lerp towards that destination. Lerp between, yes, that all that. This will then also need some kind of float for smoothing. Public float move smoothing, and then yeah, do a little bit of like that, and then this is to then calculate what destination position should be. So for now, we're just gonna say it's wherever the player currently is, even if it's in the middle of like this. It's not gonna be grid position. It'll be even if it's in the middle of its smooth moving. I guess that transfer that position. I guess for this we only need the transform of the player. So we'll say transform player, but the easy way of getting that is doing that dot transform. That's just, yeah, works well enough, and then we don't need that there. Do that, actually run these functions. Oh, I have to actually set the transform as I said I would. So you have this go transform dot position equals no. Current position plus not that at all. Not that in the slightest. New vector 3 of current position dot x. We'll say like 10. The y doesn't matter, but it just needs to be high enough that it's not gonna be below the player. That would be bad. Okay. Not y, not z. The y is going in the z. I guess technically I could have built this game from like the side angle, and then I guess then it would have been all x's and y's, but oh well, I'm far enough into it that I'm not gonna change it all now. It's top down as far as like usually what would be facing down in a 3D game. That's fine. I didn't put scripts on the things. That's a part that's important. Main camera move, and this is gonna be so. Okay, hold on. There's some things that don't need to. You're private, and I usually like to just put it in a default value there, even if it's not what we actually end up using. 10, and then these are just, I guess, just to see that it's working. So to start, not exactly. You're not going where you should be. Did I just swap a current destination? Why did you not work? Calculate, go to where the player is, which should be something, and then lerp towards that place you calculated that is the player, and then go there. Have we actually look at the numbers more specifically? Destination is never changing. Okay, so why is destination never changing? The player, unless you didn't get the player properly. Oh wait, the player dot position going into a vector 2. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Okay, it's getting just the x and the y when it's in this case it's only the z that's changing. Or back. New vector 3 out of the x. We'll let the y's be the same because yeah. Dot z dot. Sorry, this isn't even what I want out of this. Sorry, this should be a vector 2 out of the x and the z is what I meant. Yeah. I do a bit of conversions between x's and y's, z's and y's, or z, depending on where you're from. That's fine. How about now? Okay, yeah. Yeah, that's working pretty good. That's, yeah, pretty fine. I can then mess with the, camera. I can mess with the smoothing if I really wanted to. Probably to be like extra delayed. Interesting that then it like, and right now it's basically never catching up. I probably wouldn't have it that low. If I have it at 20, then it's basically just moving with us. We are, I think, too zoomed out. Now I can clearly figure out, you know, what's the zoom that I actually want to have. This will probably be easier to tell when we have an actual level and we can see the stuff around us. Basically, if we're too zoomed in, enemies can come out of nowhere and then randomly kill us. If we're too zoomed out, then I just feel like, the player's so far away. I'd rather be closer to them. So there's definitely a point of too zoomed in would be like probably this. Is yeah, like how many blocks around us do we want to see? This also, I think our movement
speed affects this. I think the faster we move, the more zoomed out we want to be, because that affects like how far in front of us that we can see. Oh, I'm realizing just now that the top down versus left right, you can see more left to right. I don't know how much that's gonna matter. Whoa. So I think actually 5 seemed like it worked pretty well. I would rather be zoomed slightly too far out than too far in. So. If I take this and then now were to put this back to like 0.4, if we move slower, I'm just curious of how this is kind of gonna. I'm gonna try the faster. I'm not completely sure of having the slower one of the being slightly slower, slightly faster. I'm gonna go with the slightly faster option. Okay, camera. 4 and 20 is what we're currently at. I guess we'll try that and see how that goes. Let me just actually test 15 on the. Yeah, like it works. It does the job. Maybe I'll go 5 while we're still building some stuff so I can see more. Yeah, maybe 5 might be better just because you can see more. Especially if I said I wanted to potentially not have the destination thing only be on the player, actually having like, if you're close to this enemy, actually have like basically putting the destination thing like here and the camera actually like, because having that kind of subtle like camera extra movement, I think can do a lot for making a game just look more polished. Even if I wanted to, like, if you're close to one of these, this is going to be like rocks falling from the ceiling. When that kind of thing happens, having like a little bit of screen shake could be cool. As long as I don't go too overboard with it, I don't want to make people motion sick or whatever. Yeah, okay. So we're gonna make a prefab out of the camera now because yeah. And I'd say in a basic sense, it's like good enough. Camera is done. We can move on from that. Cool, making good progress. It was very slow at the start, but we got a lot of good foundation stuff in here. That then other things interacting with like the grid manager and the player turn or the turn manager, hopefully, yeah, will be speedier than how long it took to just foundationally make it all. So I guess next thing that we'll do is running into walls and then getting wall blocks to properly be a thing. I mean, they're not going to do that much. We have a wall right here, like woo. I'm just going to move the player up here so it's going to be easier. Actually, I'm going to copy you. And I'm going to move the enemy back to its place. So a wall doesn't need that much other than something for that anything that's interacting with the wall to be able to know that's a wall. And any block needs to be able to register itself with the grid manager so that it knows that it's a thing that exists in the first place. So how do I want to do that? So okay, I mean, I can have a script that all it does is be like, hey, add this to the. I guess it doesn't have to be just a wall block script. It could be any generic tile that the only thing I need from it is for it to tell the grid manager, hey, I exist, and then every other bit of its functionality comes with other things interacting with it, like a player being like, hey, that's a wall, here's how I treat walls. So yeah, I can do that. And then I probably will use tags for a lot of things to just be like, if it has the wall tag, it's a wall. Actually, I mean, I guess I'll do that right now. Let's go tag manager. Wall block. Well, it's called wall. I don't need the word block in it. It's fine. Okay. Then make sure that the actual thing, you have that. Scripts is another one. So this isn't just a wall block. It's the script. Its entire function is on start. Add this to grid. Okay, I like something funny about the idea of literally just calling the script add this
to grid. Another case of I don't usually call scripts that kind of naming, but I'm gonna in this case because it's mildly amusing. So this needs, all this does is on start add to grid. So all this needs to do is on start. You don't even need a reference to the grid manager because of the static thing. Grid manager dot add to grid, and then you pass in game object, and then I don't even need to bother manually calculating the position because I made the other way that it can be passed in, where just use this game object's position and handle it automatically. In theory, that's all this script needs to do. Huzzah! Spectacular. Okay. Easy peasy. Go in the prefab and then make sure I actually add the code. Where's add this to grid? Blah. Okay. Cool. I did actually, while it's on my mind, I did make a few things. I said I made things public and then would make them private later. It was just public as a test. Let me actually do some of that now, just before I forget to entirely. I might remake those public when I'm testing like more complicated camera movement, but I'm not doing that right now, so it's fine. Just have a quick glance through what other things don't need to be. Technically, the facing direction doesn't need to be public. Grid manager, nothing on you. The functions, yeah, but then you're the old player move where I renamed you. Thought there was more, but okay. Oh wait, no, I had a print statement somewhere I never got rid of, right? Didn't I? Didn't I not? Wait, I thought I had a print statement at one point. No, I have those, but I guess I got rid of it. So we're gonna run into the wall. Like, okay, I guess I'm not expecting anything to happen, but like, what? Oh my gosh! Oh. That's something. That's interesting. So I was confused of like, hey, we didn't move into the wall. Like, what happened? How? Like, that wasn't supposed to work. As a consequence of code, where is the player move? This else statement that I didn't write yet handles that already. So because it's only if it's empty, only if the thing is considered empty, then we, whatever position we're trying to move in, then we move successfully. Otherwise, was then supposed to have like, if it's a wall, do this. If it's a spring, do this. That's interesting. So because the wall is a thing, it doesn't move. So that's funny. That just worked kind of ahead of what I meant to do. Now, actually, we're not completely done. Doesn't mean walls are immediately done because there's an additional thing I want to do with this. Right now, the way that this looks, we run into the wall, we don't like move. We don't move, which is like fine-ish. But what I'd like to do is actually have the player like move up, like this falls into like animation territory, but yeah, an animation of them smacking into the wall and then going back but not moving. Do I save that until I have an actual animator? Like do I not worry about that right now and just wait until I actually make an animation for it? I don't know, because when I make that, if I make that an animation where it, like, because I do, in theory the movement would start the same with the same like pull back and then starting to like stretch forward a little bit, the squash and stretch, but then it would just like hit against the wall and kind of squish against it and then go back. That's all like animation stuff, I imagine, but I don't know how I handle. I don't know how I would handle the fact that, yeah, if it can work in all four directions, do I just make 4 different animations of it, the same thing happening in all 4 directions? Or do I make one animation and then somehow rotate it? But I don't exactly know how to easily do that. Thinking ahead, if this, if I eventually give this player eyes that are looking in direction, it would potentially have to be the case that if they're the left and right would have to potentially look different than the up down. I don't really know what the best solution with that is. So I think for now, but I'd like something to happen. Just there's no squash and stretch yet. Just doing like as a quick little thing. Like while I haven't made the animation yet, having that happen would be nice to have if I can do it simply. So maybe like slide don't move. It doesn't be walls and like the holes or like anything that you can't move against. We'll say just give like the quickest little bit of like a don't move. So still you're gonna slide and smack off something and not move. So else if so we'll say if the thing that we've interacted with things at point for now I'm gonna cheat and say 0 and just assume that there's only one thing until I come across the scenario where there's more than one thing, and then I'll worry about that then. If the thing at 0 dot compare tag, if it has the tag wall, it's a wall. And this is not an else if, because this will have, if it's not null, then if it's this, otherwise if it's this, otherwise if it's this. That's why I did. If it has the tag wall, then we've already handled the fact that we're not going to be moving, so we're not moving. I guess we'll just do this, but the slide don't move. That's going to eventually be replaced with just like, you know, do this animation. I guess though interesting. So even though we're not moving, we do need to know what direction we're going in, whether it's up, down, left, right. So I guess I'll still put in the direction that we were trying to move, because what we need to basically do is move. Okay, this gets more complicated because it's not linear movement. It's move a little bit in that direction, stop, and then move back. And I could maybe set this up through an animation. Like, if I can just code this real quick, it would need to know. Is there an easy? I don't want to invest too much time into what seems like it's gonna be a placeholder kind of temporary thing. Do I just whip out an animator? I feel like anytime I spend programming, this is probably not gonna be worth it. Yeah. I feel like I'm just being lazy by not getting an animator. Something I'll have to do eventually, so I'll just animations. So, but that means, so I guess I will just make 4 animations. So one thing that's weird with that, that's potentially ugly, is if I make 4 squish and move like animations, like one in each direction, then if I want to make a tweak to one, then I have to make the same tweak to all 4, and that might just be tricky. Is there a way that I can have it just be one? Have animation that just move. I animate it in the up variation, but then I cheat and can somehow rotate the animation depending on which way I need to move. I don't want to rotate the player. It could be a case that when you have a move direction, I could move the player and then they just move forward. I was hoping I wouldn't do that. You do just shuffle, but you still like squish and move that way, squish and move that way. And I said the player might eventually have eyes. Okay, so one thing I know I need that I'm going to need if I'm going to have animations is animations tend to be, or they can conflict with animations can have problems with code that's making something move that's also messing with the transform. What ideally should be happening is have the player, the parent game object that is the player should just have the code to move, and basically that's it. Oh, I haven't even talked about colliders. I guess the way this grid movement all is working, there doesn't really need to be any colliders on anything, does there? There's no physics that's happening with the way that this all currently is. Everything's moving very like linearly, and then like any collisions that are happening, I'm not really having a, like on collision enter or on trigger enter. I'm just saying from the grid manager, if things moved onto the same square, then stuff happens. I think I'm gonna get rid of the box collider. Interesting. Very rare for the type of games that I make. So parent object that is the player, and then child object that is the actual model. And I'll put this back to the. Oh no, I forget. Was this a 0.8 or 0.7? Let me back up to see what was it. The initial scale of that the player was 0.75. Okay. Just to keep that consistent. And then if I have like little like eyes on it, and well, yeah, I'll figure that out. So what I could do is, yeah, as I said, animate this, make a generic animation where it like moves up to the square above it, and then same for like moving and then getting stopped. And then I'm wondering if I can. I could. If I don't want to smoothly like rotate the cube, I can do like a bit of a snap turn in one frame, turn it 90 degrees, and then move it that way. Then that's kind of masked. And let's say I have eyes. Let's, you know, I mean, because I'm working off of some hypotheticals of some polish that might exist. Let's just make. I said the player might have eyes. If I just make even just eye placeholders, then I can then also help work around with what the hierarchy of what that's going to look like. So then I'm working off of less hypothetical things. So let me just quickly materials. Player. Where is the player? In theory, eventually I imagine we'd make these eyes in like some combination of Photoshop or Blender or something. But right now I'm just going to go eyes. We'll go, I mean, it could be solid colored eyes or like pupil. Whatever. We'll just do it like this. Let me shrink you. And then put you on there. I didn't actually change the color of you. Let's just go with like, so this being like the white of the eyes, and then this being like the pupils. Although because of the post-processing effects, white isn't being like pure white, so I'm just gonna throw an emission in there so it's like more white. And then like, I was imagining like more spherical eyes, but for the right now, I'm just gonna make it cubes because it's just easier. And then like, whatever. This can be not plural. That's fine. Okay. You get you up like there, and then. But then you go a little bit smaller, but then like move you up in the pie until I get and then give you pupils. It's interesting making it like that, but you know, and then like, well, I guess I should fine tune one eye before I duplicate to the other side, because otherwise then I'll have to like do a lot of changes. Okay, well, actually, okay, maybe I will just duplicate just so I can like see. Yeah, wow. Look at this guy. I don't actually fully know, what I want this to look like. Whoa, go back. Jeez. Go on like thin eyes that are like. Come on. This is looking creepy somehow. There's like, I mean, there's also, so I don't know, I'm going with like the tall style. I could go with the eye style of like wide, but like thin. Why are the pupils looking so weird? Is it just because they're square? don't know why. This is just looking really weird, and I don't know why that it is. Wow. If I make the eyes perfectly square real quick. Why? Like, it's weird. It's looking really weird. Like, why? What about it is weird, and is there anything I can do about it? I mean, I don't have to have pupils. I can just have... oh, not that sound. If I just were to hide these and then make just this like a pure black or something. That's not black. That is. And actually, then there was like, if it's on the inside, is that color? It's just super weird looking. Let me try making these actual spherical, like what was the initial, like kind of what I wanted to do. Circles, but spheres, because it's taking 2 seconds to do. Am I crazy? Why does this just look weird? It'd be funny if I had the eyes be slightly different sizes. I go back to like, maybe it's because eyes are like just ovals. It's like, whoa, that's being like a cat eye. This is looking weird. This guy looks insane. I mean, that's like technically better than the other one. Than how I was looking with the square eyes. It's still not like... Oh, that makes him look more interesting. Immediately having it go in a direction makes him look just a bit more alive rather than just this like dead stare. That's interesting. So I'll like configure this with him looking in a direction. I guess technically he should be looking up, but like whatever. Now I don't know if I want the eyes in like in the center. That's the bottom. Weird. I'd be like perfectly in the center, then look in whatever direction he's going. This is not how I envisioned this character looking, and like I don't know how to get to like, yeah, something that's not this. Do I have the eyes be black and white, or do I now try to go for something that's more like cartoony in the way of having a different eye color? Or even do I have the triple, like with real eyes, you'd have like the white to the eyes and the actual iris, the like eye color, and then the pupils. Oh, a lot of potential ideas. I don't know what to go with. Give you like green eyes or something, but then like, I don't know. I don't know. This actually might also be easier to look at in the context of like, yeah, the rest of the environment. I don't like how this is currently looking, but like, okay, actually, I'm gonna work with this outside of the prefab so I can see it in the context of the things around it, maybe like the background and the grid, and then go back to it. So no, okay, I think maybe the eyes work better being. Oh, interesting. That like black that's like not fully black, but this like almost black is interesting. It's like 90% black, but just like the little bit of not that way. What if I then take the as itself? Is there anything I can do? Or maybe because he's blue, the eyes were like tinted. Whoa. Weird. I'm just trying random stuff and hoping any amount of it works. I don't know. This is like giving a slight hint. It's like, do I want it to have light tint, or would I rather it be pure Oh, geez. Okay, right. I forgot, you know, this is a 3D thing. Weird. Because in practice, I mean, these are going to be, like, flat against the face. Let me just do that part of it now. Are you so flat, but not looking... Get on there. You two pupils. But yeah, in a polished version of this, I don't know whether this is better done in, like, yeah, Photoshop or something, but okay. I guess I'm gonna keep doing more tweaks as I just try to figure out how to... Because then again, also having an eye shape that isn't... Because right now, I'm in this current configuration, I'm locked into a sort of perfect circle. So if I wanted to not be, that's, yeah, harder to achieve. It'd be nice if I could more easily... At least I guess one thing that Blender has, it has like a mirror function. Although I guess this isn't even like fully mirrored, but I could work on one and see the other change. It'd be easier to like visualize. I don't know, tiny pupils? And he looks insane. If I do it on both like this, then like... It's weird, like having the pupils be wider... hold on, I can do this based on... Nope, not local, but like... Pivot. He just looks like so insane with tiny pupils, but like I don't know. I mean, okay, now he looks scared, which I mean he should be given the context of the game. So, you know, maybe that's not the worst thing. Is it just right back to where I started, kind of? Yeah, he can be a little on edge, I guess. Oh no! He's just 90% eye. No. I mean, okay, I mean, if I say eye singular, it is in the realm of possibility that he can just have one giant eyeball. But I don't think this guy needs to be Mike Wazowski. I think that's okay. Oh, that's... I could do it Sonic style where the eyes actually, like, overlap, but I don't know. There's also the thing that if I like how far the eyes are apart also affects how this looks. Eyebrows. That's something that makes people look less weird. This is more time spent making things than or like doing visual stuff than I necessarily want, but let's just try something. Turn this into an eyeball. I imagine for like an eyebrow going back to a cube is probably something that's gonna be better. I'm just gonna give it the pupil color and say that it's fine. I don't know if I wanted to go like this much character rather than just a colored cube. Okay, I mean that's kind of funny of a face. I think the enemies can have angry eyebrows. I think that's okay. This guy like, well, what's going on over there? I hate this, but I don't hate it. No, I don't know. This maybe helps the tiniest bit with just him being, yeah, looking less weird. But then if I'm doing this is committing to like making facial expressions as part of like what's going on in animation and stuff, and I don't know if I want to do that. I think maybe I just go back to the simpler style of just no eyebrows, just let it be as he is. What happens if I do this right now with black eyes? No, that doesn't. Well, if I take this, make it a solid color. I'm seeing the roundness of the ear, and I don't like it. No, I don't think... Weirdly enough, I don't know. A solid colored eye just doesn't seem to look as good. I think Well, let's try one other thing. If I go back for, then sometimes, okay, okay. Why? I don't understand like mentally why that is the way that it is. I don't know. Like it seemed that going with just a solid color eye, it being more vertical, not like too much. This is a fine face if it's just like looking in directions. You don't really get much like facial expressions out of that, but it can look in the way that it's going. And sometimes, yeah, it can be sound like, but like having it be as soon as it's wider than it is tall, it just looks wrong. It just looks, weird. I don't know. I don't know why that is the case. Well, I guess like if I am looking at the style where the pupils are here, the pupils are more vertical than they are horizontal. So when you have just the single color, then it's kind of like you're pretending that's just the pupil in a way. Interesting, conceptually. But I think so. I could go with that kind of style, where it's just like the pupil and like that's it, or I can do it this way. But if I have eyelids, the eyelids shouldn't be. If the eyelids are too wide, then yeah, this also kind of looks weird. Oh wait, wait. Well. Huh. That doesn't look terrible. Like, it's not amazing, but it's what's funny is that I can have him like cartoony, like he's looking so hard that his pupil can extend past the eyelid. And even just how big are what percentage of real estate like should the eyes cover compared to the rest of like the whole body? They shouldn't be super big, but like if you're looking at like this and the only defining feature of this guy is his eyes, then okay, yeah, keep tinkering with this for a little bit longer, and then I think I liked what I had before. Not that stage. Yeah, that could work. I also don't know if I want to like if we make a more polished version of this. If I want to have the cube instead of being hard edges, being like ever so slightly rounded on the ends. I don't know if that's something I want to look into, but this I don't hate. And I think we could look back at eyebrows, but I think this can work without eyebrows, and so I should probably let that be the case, because I just don't think I have time. Like, oh yeah, I can give him a face. I would rather, in terms of time to spend doing stuff, I would rather spend time on the enemies, the gameplay and the movement and all that, rather than necessarily like the eyebrow animations. Like I think I'd rather stick to what I'm trying to do and keep it small. If we get to the point where it's like the game is done, it's good, then I could look back at like making better face animations. But yeah, I don't oh god, that's what we had at one point. This is better. This is definitely, it's, even if it's not amazing, it's better than what we started with. The actual pupil color, I did have it at it's like almost black, but not completely. Is it better being fully black? I weirdly think that, okay, this looks like he's blind, but, oh wait, I can readdress him having an eye color. I don't know, okay, I think just black, but then this slight, like, not like, just ever so slightly, 1, 2, 5. Whoa. It just feels less harsh, I guess. Well, go 4 or something. And then the eyes itself, it would go back to like a pure. That can maybe be a pure white. Well, I wonder if having just that slight tint blue. That I don't know. Just so it's like I don't know if it's good that it like is similar to the background color that he is. It feels like more unique. weirdly enough. I don't know if I want that or not. But I don't know, there's something about it that feels... interesting, that gives me an idea. First of all, how does that look when it's just... that looks like a ghost, but I weirdly like that it's like it partially faded to be the color of the... If I do that with the pupils as well, he has this like... Oh, I guess, yeah, emission should... if I do that, it's faded a bit like towards some other color. Right, just that. Let me then also do a bit more like of yeah, looking okay, this looking directly at the camera, cursed. But maybe if I go back to like this being actually on the edge and not overlapping the eyes. If I go back to a style where these are a lot smaller. Are the two pupils slightly different sizes? Did I mess that up? No, according to this, they're the same size. Okay. I mean, I can, if I wanted to, make one slightly bigger than the other. All right. I can move. Yeah. So how does this look? I should make sure I test all the directions, especially. The primary way of moving will be up, not... I'm testing all this to the right. The primary move direction will actually be up. So I need this to look good, in theory. I mean, part of it could be the eye could be... When, like, the eye can move all... When you're moving down, the eye can be down here. When you're moving up, the eye can be, like, all the way up here. Like, that's allowed. I don't know if I like how this looks, but if well, I mean, oh, that's weird. This weirdly enough looks like he's. It looks like this is more like the top of him, and this is actually like looking to the front of him in a 2D style, which is interesting. Which weirdly makes him feel more 3D, even though he's still a 2D shape. Still not something I don't think that is what I want. I mean, if I... Why is that more fine? But also, like, no... I mean, depending on how animations go, I could make it so, like, this is kind of what he's looking like when he's looking to the side. But if he's looking up, then I have a different way that this is, like, squashed and stretched. Hey, Crowbot, we'll go for today. See you next time. All right, Lusco, thanks for dropping by. Yeah, the game's making good progress. Well, I know that we've kind of detoured a fair bit. Hopefully I'll get back on track soon. I'm trying to get something that looks decent to start. Yeah, it should be decent. But yeah, it's making decent progress, and we'll continue to make good progress. I just don't understand why that looks so weak. Like, how do I make him look up in a way that doesn't look weird? How do people look up in a way that's not funky? I have it here. Maybe if it's not straight up, but it's like... Maybe up doesn't have to be on the edges of the thing. Maybe it can be. Again, those are like ghost eyes. I mean, ideally it should be like, well, it doesn't have to be, but it should be kind of, whoa, not like that. The center point of this would be, he's looking straight up. Oh yeah, right, I forgot I can be messing with the distance of how far the eyes are apart. Excuse me, oh, 0.5. These should be like negatives of each other, and then like, oh, one eye is slightly above the other eye. Or, oh wait, no, I was looking at the eye in the pupil. Yeah, what time is it? It's already 10. I've been going for 4 hours. Yikes. Didn't get to enemies, that's for sure. See how much more progress we can make today. But, yeah, we have made a decent amount of progress. This should be 0 on 10. Okay. If I'm having, yeah, be looking straight up. I don't know if I'm still wanting this to be how this is. They just look like these look like bags under his eyes rather than being like the eyelids. I mean, if I go with that, then maybe this is better off being back to be more white. It's still kind of weird though. Maybe I go like, I mean, like a little bit back towards white, but not like kind of more, kind of halfway between the two ideas, and then like maybe being off screen. I don't know. Because I need him to look straight up. It's like some of these are like looking, some of these angles are looking fine when he is looking to the sides. Like go back for, that's squished, but then pupil that is, oh, not that, not anything that is currently representing. No. He shouldn't have cat eyes. It could just be simple and just let it be that. Gah. Don't know. The pupils don't have to be parented under the eyes right now. But no. Just look good, please. That's all I want. I don't know. I feel like at different earlier points it looked better than it currently does, but a lot of that was when I was looking sideways. The sideways stuff did not look as good as looking up. This might be fine. Hey, this is fine. I shouldn't be spending a whole lot of time on this right now because I should be making the game. But yeah, maybe so. His default stare is like this, and then he looks in the different directions. Is that fine? Testing the different angles. He can be kind of like up when he's looking to the sides, I think. Fine. But just when he's looking down, and then maybe like there represents down. Okay. That's good enough. Let's put it back to like. So I guess, well, in theory, I should sort of T-pose this a little bit. You should start. It just looks. It actually looks worse than looking straight at the camera. I'd rather the sort of default pose be like the looking up. That is his, I guess, main direction of moving. I want these to be any bigger though. Really small. No. I mean, I could make it smaller, but then closer together. That's a possibility. Weird. Even at like this size, do I want them any further apart? or closer together. Ain't giving him a nose. You know what? That's good enough. It's good enough. It's fine. We can come back to it later on. Okay. So I was doing this to do what now? To animate. Part of doing that was so that I could have more of the hierarchy of what the player is actually going to look like with the eyes. So that when I animate these eyes, hold on. Actually, I am just gonna have it not be. It looks a little weird with how it's intersecting. The way it's intersecting. It'd be floating slightly above. Okay. Still not settled on it, but I need to like move on. Okay. So the eyes will, in theory, point in the direction that you're moving. I guess they could. I could set up, or sort of the four states that they're in. Those have to be kind of different depending on the direction that you're looking in. So I could set those up. They could be sort of independent, and then the background cube itself. So now, in theory, the cube. Well, when if I do have squash and stretch happening at some points, if I do that, then the eyes should be part of that. Oh, but then that's tricky because like. So if I want to animate the cube going forward in a way that has lots of squash and stretch, but then I want to have, in theory, that same animation rotated 90 degrees to go that way, but then the eyes, but it doesn't look like the cube rotates. That's just to have one animation applied in 4 scenarios. But then the eyes don't. It's like I can, as I said, I can cheat it by rotating the cube 90 degrees. But then the eyes could. But then, if I want the eyes to be sort of affected by the animation, then they'd have to be under the thing that is rotated 90 degrees, and that breaks that illusion. What's a better way of doing this? Gotta be a way. Surely this is possible. I'm basically just trying to avoid having to make 4 of the same animation, so that if I change one, I don't have to then make the same change to all 4 of them. I guess if I open up the animator, maybe I can start to figure it out in there. I know there's parts of like animation, like control or thing that I haven't experimented too much with, so maybe I can, by miracle, find the exact thing that I need. So before I start animating the player, you apply, go in you. I do believe that I'm gonna have some kind of pivot. And I know part of the animation is going to animate the eyes. Oh, that's a whole separate thing of like, would I somehow split like animating the body and animating the eyes into like 2 separate animations that then are like happening congruently? I mean, if I want a generic animation that just moves the player forward and then I rotate that to the different directions, then that part wouldn't animate the eyes, because then there would be a separate animator component thingy that just handles, I guess, animating the eyes to just look in the different directions. Actually, I mean, I don't even know how much that would be handled by code, to just be like, here's 4 like places that you go depending on either here's 4 places that you go depending on the direction, or here's 4 animations that you play that's just with the transition stuff in place. That's probably would be a better way to set it up. So I guess while I'm still figuring this out, so I'm going to move the eyes together with some of this. I should have an object that's like player eyes, and then I put these under, and then I should probably also name these left and right.
These don't need to all. Not everything here needs to be prefixed with the word player. Body. Okay. Okay. That's stupid. I want to have so like then I can. That means I'd have an animator on the eyes, weirdly enough, and then a separate animator on the body. Is that how that should be done, or am I doing that wrong? For them to be, I mean, they're basically. I'm saying that they're independent things. Would I do know that it's a thing that can happen in, like, if you're animating a 3D character, some games will do stuff where, like, the legs and the hands are being animated differently to, like, pick stuff up, and I've never done that before. That's, like, I get kind of on my to-do list to, like, figure out some stuff with that in, like, a small scale kind of a way. I would assume that kind of system is handled all under one animator, and it just... But then you probably have to set up, like... With the skeleton of how some things affect some things but not other. I think for right now I'm just going to have 2 animators. And then if I figure out that that's the wrong way to do it, then oh well. I'll then correct it later. Player eyes. Yeah, we're just gonna do that, and then. So wait, this you made on the eyes. That's the animated controller. I guess you're gonna be wow. So actually, interesting enough, you're gonna be player eyes. I don't know how much of this I'll be able to reuse on the enemies if I give them basically the same eyes but bigger and with angry eyebrows that are just always mad, and I don't have to animate them as much. Okay, so. In theory, I guess what I'm saying out of this is that now so we have special stuff that happens when we die. We want 4 animations. I actually just make it as simple right here as well. Player, all the player-related animations as opposed to like anything else that gets animated, and then I'm gonna have another. I'm gonna separate into 2 folders the animations for the eyes. And the body. So this is the clip itself. This is going to be eyes up. Yeah. So this is just gonna say you're on here. Just. Do what it's current. I just have the position right now that it currently is. It could have some like idle looking, but for now I'm just gonna get this. I'll do the kind of bare bones of just be like, just have record that, and this isn't. I can't easily. If I change this, then it'll like be like, hey, that's a thing, but I want to like change it without actually changing it. Yeah. I guess I'm not doing anything with the rotation here. Not 9, 0. Okay. So just do that. I don't know if it matters that much how long the animation is, but we'll let it be that 1 second it's trying to be. So this is all the animation needs to be, in theory, and then I duplicate this and make the... I'll make the right one, and then try how it could look to transition between those. So then the right one is then just what I made before, where it's just look that way. You're not recording it. What? Why are you not? What? Let me do. You're saying eyes up, but like, how about don't do that? I guess I can delete this. Is that not the right way to do that? Why can't I check this drop down and click and make another one?
Let me do that, which I want to do. I click on the eyes and then go new clip. Fine. Eyes, right. E under all that. And then... No, I wanted you to copy the other thing, but fine. Okay. Whatever. Go that way. Look basically exactly that way. And that's all you need. Yes. Take this. Why does it look different than the other? Oh, okay, that. Copy and paste it over here. Good. Okay. Yeah. Yes, so that's the right one. And we'll try animating that. So this should, well, I could have like transition things that go in between, but in theory, this is all going to work off of the any state thing, where from any state, it can transition from whatever it was on into the new thing, though I don't have to make a spider web of transitions. How am I gonna... Parameters, I could just have 4 triggers, I guess. When you press up, trigger the up one, and you press this way, trigger that one, da 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 da. Yeah. I'll call it like look up and then look right, and I'll just start with those two until I actually made them, put them in and then see how they work, and then see how that same system's gonna work for the other one. Okay. I guess I just... Okay, it'd be nice if I could... That's gonna just do the eyes. Well, I guess it's fine. Oh boy. Oh. Blah, blah, blah. Why are the shadows of that behaving weird? Weird, but okay. You didn't do anything. Huh? Okay. I mean, like... It would be nice if this had more, like... Even this, they had the squash and stretch of turning and looking and whatever, but... I guess we're just trying to get it in, like, a basic way, and then I can reassess it later if I want it to function differently. Look down, and then... yeah, I'll just... Okay, new clip. Well, but then you're not gonna... I want the left one to perfectly mirror the right one. I prefer to be able to copy it. I don't know why it's like... Nah, no, you don't need to do that. Can I not just... And then, like, put you in... If I put you in here, will you recognize that, like, yeah, that's a thing that should be a part of that? Then if I select this... You're there now! Okay, sure, why not? Okay. Fine, I'll take it. So now... I just need to invert you. Okay. Or the pupils will be inverted. Heh. Oh, but I guess these won't be exactly... Oh, I guess whatever this is... this should be negative that, and then this would be negative what the first one was, which I think I said was negative 0.065. 0.65? Or no, negative of that would be positive, and then I take you out. Yeah. I think that's a perfect inverse of what the other one was. Oh no. That's what that's looking like, I guess. That's what it's gonna look like basically when it transitions from left to right, except ideally it'll be a lot faster. We'll be very snappy in theory because of how often you're gonna be changing directions. And it needs to happen in that 0.3 seconds or whatever. So it has maximum that long to change which way you're looking. Actually, wait, if you're in the middle of moving and you're moving this direction, then you turn. I guess you'll like the eyes will turn while you're still mid movement. I guess that's okay. I mean, I guess I'll just have to live with that. Okay, so make the down one. Let's get a copy the up one. I guess these should also be named like look whatever. Maybe. Let's quickly do some renaming here. Don't worry about it. Okay. Player eyes, blah, and then put the down one in here, and I guess we'll drag these parameters to where they need to be. And then you're the down one, and your left one. How much would it bug you if I did this? It bugged me too much to keep it that way. Why? You're just called Player Eyes? Don't do that. Because that was its original name. It didn't like when I renamed it. Yeah. I guess for this one I could have used Mirror, but oh well, it's fine. I already made it. I have to make the down one. Almost there. I mean, this is work that I would have had to do at some point anyway. And yep, it's just part of game dev. So I think this one won't be an exact inverse of looking up. I think I'll let it be that it's not all the way down the body, I guess. We'll try it and see how it looks. You're just gonna look down that far, I guess. Okay. Does up not have, oh, it doesn't have all those copied over, which it, I guess, should. I don't know what funkiness will happen if it doesn't. Okay. Now, I mean, I know already that, as I said, the transition duration needs to be shorter. The point. Actually, I'm gonna not mess with it in a second. Although it needs to be able to interrupt itself. Which I don't know how that's gonna look. If it's already partially going to 1, does it need to finish that before? If you start spamming the buttons and oh, that's a tricky one. Position to self. I'll let it interrupt itself, but then it might cut weirdly. I guess we're gonna see. It'd be like perfect if I moved the eye by programming, then I could be perfectly like smooth. But, okay, well, it's fine. Okay, so with all that, I guess I gotta program this now to do stuff. I can hear thunder lightning. Ooh. So we don't get a power outage. Although I actually have my computer plugged into an external battery thing, so it will last a bit of time if there is a hypothetical power outage. Well, not too long, though. It's a surge protector as well, so... what was I doing? I need, this is gonna have a reference to the Animator. I guess, I mean, when I put the animation-related programming in a different script, I mean, it's all gonna go based off of this facing direction, so... ideally, it knows when it changes, because that's when the animator's gonna do... Actually, it's gonna be eyes and... because it needs both of those. Oh, that's interesting. I think it'd be easier to make this public, so I'll have to drag and drop reference it, because there's gonna be 2 of them. Which, yeah, is weird. I do think that I'm not doing this the most efficient way, but I don't... I'm against the clock. I don't have time to learn a more efficient way. This could be the kind of thing I can, after I do this 9-day challenge, could be the kind of stuff that I look into. Yeah. Figuring out that kind of stuff. Okay. So made this public, dragging those in. If it's public, I put it with the other public variables. It's fine. So eyes just need to go eyes.set. Can I reset all triggers easily? I'll just go set trigger look up, and then just we'll see how this goes. And then I can put in stuff to like reset any other active trigger. I probably will need to put that in, but I won't just this second. So you have that. The body one doesn't exist yet. That's fine because the code's not using it. So will this work? Hey, it should be faster, but it's something. And if I spam all the buttons, it does take some time to like catch up. I mean, in theory, if the duration is faster, then it won't. It'll catch up faster. So that's not too bad of a start, but yeah, faster should be. And it is set to loop, so once it's on one of them, it'll loop, which just means it won't do anything. I could make these actually be more like idle, like it's like moving up and down, or even blinking in whatever direction, but so what would work? I'll try 0.1 on all of these, I think. Oh yeah, I forgot that shift selecting these doesn't work. So earlier I shift selected it and said that it, yeah, how it can interrupt, but that did nothing. I don't know why you can't shift select these, but that's just how that is. Yeah. All right, that's that. Let's try that again. I'm looking at this. I think I might make the eyes back to being pure white. But... I'm not noticing it like interrupting itself in a way that's like being jittery and like noticing it like clip across where it shouldn't be. Interesting. All right, yeah, this is pretty fine. It's pretty fine. I think I will quickly the eyes itself, the material. I will make more closer to being. Yeah, do I want to just go pure white? Let me have a look at if I like it that way. They're not pure white. They're like slightly off white. Maybe does work for it. Where is? I couldn't. No color thing popped up. If it did on another monitor, I didn't see it. There you are. Okay. It's like, where did you go? Let me just. Okay, I keep go back to the camera. The camera view needs to be like on the player, so let's just do. Yeah, do that. Still not settled on just how the eyes look, which is unfortunate that I animated them, but like whatever. Although, I mean, if I change just the sizes of them, then it's technically fine as far as animations go. As long as I don't have to move the pupils like significantly. They look better. Thing that sucks with animating or the changing prefabs is that, like, yeah, the funkiness with that. No wait, that looks good. I'm gonna try just going slightly taller, maybe ever so slightly wider. I don't know why I don't like it. I don't know why I don't like it. If I did move them, I don't want to move them, but if I did, I did say that like the looking up, I don't know why the looking up looks worse than the looking to the side. Like, looking to the side looks relatively fine. I don't know why it doesn't matter that much. I don't know why. Like, it kind of makes sense why it doesn't look as good, which is unfortunate. 'Cause I think the main direction you'll be moving is up, but whatever. Yeah, that's all right. It's okay. It works well enough. Okay. The entire reason I did that was to then animate the body doing a squash and stretch kind of ordeal. So let's actually do that part. This is more complicated. Player body. And why are you trying to go in the materials folder? How don't do that? Yeah. Or wait, that was me naming the animation itself. Hold on. So we're gonna try to see if we can have move. Just move. Yeah, move. Just move. That and that's body. Okay. Wah. So I don't know how this is gonna go, but we're gonna find out. Okay. So this is more. So if we say that this I have to time. This I actually have to time towards the movement like timer thing, right? Actually, wait. Do I? So we move every 0.3 seconds at the moment. I don't know. We reach the end before that time, so I think for now I'll try animating it off of the like ending at 0.2, and then we'll just kind of see how that goes. So I guess getting the main points. If I just do this, just so I can get. It needs to start like this, and then the end. Oh wait, no, I don't. All right, I don't want to actually animate it physically moving up because the animation itself won't like this needs to stay here, but then just move from the movement. Although like, it makes it harder to look at like, okay, does it actually look right? So I do have an idea that for right this second I can animate it with the idea that it does move up. Oh, and actually, what I am going to do, maybe I'm just going to put that extra bit there, just so I can see it like being stopped for a second. And then once I'm done, then I can go in and just take out the Z component of how it's moving. Maybe. So in theory, before it actually moves, so it has only that much time to move. As I said, squash and stretch. So squish it a little bit like this, like move back, like in anticipation. Ignore the eyes right now. We'll figure that out later. So you do this, and then like, I'll just do it like every kind of 5 frames for right now, but then we'll probably figure it out. It'll be better later. Yeah, the Z part doesn't matter, but it'll just help a lot with like the visualization of it. And yeah, something like that, maybe. Here you don't have your. It should be 1. And just double check here. It could also even get to the spot and then like recoil. Oh wait, you shouldn't be size of 1. Yeah, your size is the 0.75. I did put in like a rotation pivot. I might have to still put that in there as being a thing. Yeah, don't randomly grow. You shouldn't. So, look at how awesome that looks. Yeah. I mean, you can barely see it. Which is, but like, is that not better than like it not being that way? All right. Like then yeah, without having that. So wah. Maybe I can like essentially just do this so you get like now I can actually like move some of these. Like maybe like maybe like this is like more here, and then this can be like more up here or something. But then there's a few frames where there's no change in shape, which I don't know if I like. I have like the most middle of it. It's just like a little bit thinner and a little bit longer. I don't know how much like how up this should move, but like I'm fine with it having to like move, kind of like overshooting a bit. I mean, it would be interesting if it like overshot like slightly into the next grid and then had to like go fully back. The idea of that's kind of neat, but like I don't know if I'd actually do it. Now I don't know if this should go fully back to actually here. Now that I look at this, I don't know if it should. Well, I take this, all of it. Okay, take this, put that like here, and then like it does a little bit of recoil in. Whoa, 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 whoa. I press undo, and I don't know what I've done. Okay. Okay. Having just a little bit of overshooting again in this direction to kind of have to like correct itself. And even this could have like, what if it moves like the one frame of slightly more forward? I don't know. I don't know if that's too much happening or not. It also, I mean, it is unfortunate that it has to be like squished the way, the amount that it is, because I believe I only have this much time. I mean, I could let, I don't know. Oh, this, okay, this seems too much. That's like two. Unless I just squish again, just there's like, I don't know, there's like, it's being jiggly. I mean, I could try taking this and stretching it to like the 0.25 there, and maybe that's still fine. I don't know. This does match this, right? Otherwise, I mean, it matches, but it doesn't match. Okay, so we're gonna try this, which then means that now if I want this to actually happen on the actual thing, I need to remove. No, remove. Let's set to 0 the Z, just the Z component of all of this. Oh wait, that means that like slight overshoot and undershoot isn't gonna happen, is it? I have to do that by code. Well, not exactly, not exactly. Wait, actually, no, hold on, not exactly. Let me undo. Can I undo back to? I can go back to here. Before I did that, so it's not that it needs to go back to 0. If I subtract 1, it would keep the offset. So those are 1, those can go back. This, I just go -1. It'll keep the offset of being slightly behind. Aha. No, I'm not typing the right thing. -1. This. -1. This. I guess no. That's, wait. That's not. Oh wait, that's not gonna be universal. That rule actually doesn't apply to every bit of this. But hold on. So now you're at some point here, it might have just not have to subtract as much. But okay. See, now it's very weird in how it's looking in here. But in theory. And like this is hard to like judge, like, oh, is this how it should look or not? But in theory, this combined with the moving, I don't know if this one should be as far up as it is. This might want to be basically zeroed out. Which is, it's almost unfortunate, because that now if I wanted to change this, it's really hard to. But I don't know if there's an easy way. I know there's stuff with like root motion. I've never fully understood how to properly use that, but I don't know if there is a way to, just while I'm looking at how the animation is and having it move up, but then in practice, when I go to actually use it, it doesn't. But whatever. So for now, put that on here. I think so this is currently set up, I think, to just have it, yeah, it's just gonna play the animation on loop. Let me just see what that's looking like. It's gonna just, I mean, it is meant for up. Oh no, it doesn't look that good. Why? Is it out of sync? Hard to judge. I think I need to... I think I need to have it... Oh, wait a minute. This was part of... Actually, hold on. Is it because the animation only actually goes up to 0.25, so it doesn't loop? No, you go to 0.3. These are seconds, right? The first thing is yeah, this is... Yeah, okay. Yeah. Okay. Let me start by just programming in that animator to do what it should. So this should just be on every move step. We'll say right before it starts the coroutine. Dot. It'll be like dot set trigger move. Which means it's basically going to be in. It won't always be on a loop necessarily, because you could, with whatever we might be doing, to be moving in different directions, and this will keep it in sync. Which means, do I need to make an idle thing in between here? No, I think I just have an empty, like, no motion kind of thing that it would sort of thing, just for it to go back into while it's not doing anything. Like, sort of the brief potential milliseconds before it does stuff. So we're gonna say trigger called move. I don't know if I should call it slide or not, but whatever. In theory, this will have no transition time. We'll see if it needs transition time, but for on move, and then this also no transition time. Exit time 1 can be interrupted. This can be interrupted. Okay, I feel like this is just going to give me the exact same result, but let's find out. Oh, I don't have the script. The script didn't do. Wait, what? Of course, right. Yeah. Ah. Wait, you. No. Sorry, you have it. No. You get you, and also lie. But also, I'm just realizing that does the turn manager do a first turn on the first frame, or does it? It doesn't do the first turn until after an initial 0.3 seconds. That I'm fine with. I'm fine with that. What was I? There was another thing I was gonna do. Oh, because of that, the animator should technically start in the no motion state. Well, that's not how that should be done. I just made that this set as layer default state. Yeah, the animation layers is also something I have like no experience with. So it's probably, very likely, there are easier ways of doing the stuff that I'm trying to do that I'm just not familiar with. So that's, hopefully stuff I can figure out at a later point in time. Why doesn't it look good? No! No! Definitely not finishing. I feel like even though I tried to sync up the time, it looks like there should be time where it's not moving anymore, right? Otherwise, like, let me put it down purposely lower. If I do that, there's a point where it starts combining keyframes. So let me do it like the lowest without it combining keyframes, like without losing data. There. Make sure. Just to see. Which, this is gonna look probably extra bad, but whatever. Let's just see what that's looking like. It's still... Oh wait, also I ran into that wall, right? Was that not supposed to stop me? It didn't animate one time. Couldn't find grid in position. Okay, that's something else I'll have to, I guess, figure out in a second. Well, I'm not seeing stop time. It should be stop for, in theory, half the time that it's stopped. What's something with the timing is just not correct, and I don't know what it is. Weird, very, very strange behavior. Not the eyes, body. And like, yeah, there's all this on the end of here, but that shouldn't be, like, that's not like part of it. Like, it should be done. One thing I think I'll do for now, to kind of reconstruct is one thing that's definitely adding to how weird it is looking is just that I think this jiggliness is just not being proper. That might just help it a little bit. I want to just keep cutting it down until I'm seeing, like, I can see significant frames where it's not doing stuff, but I want to, like, completely destroy the animation and get rid of it. So I'm just going to kind of keep going. I'll do that. I should see stopped. Yeah, okay. Why wasn't it happening like that the first time? Yeah, I don't know actually where the wall broke, but it's a bit hard to tell because of how fast it is. If I now were to back up, if I temporarily turn the turn manager back to being like 1, and then that doesn't affect how fast like that doesn't affect the player smoothing. I'd have to like turn that down as well. It's gonna be annoying to have to then speed that back up again, but like whatever. And with that the 0.15, how does that currently look? That's just like, it's nonsense. I don't know why how that's happening. Well, because the player's sliding up, they already start sliding up while the thing is trying to like wah. So that, okay, that's part of why it's being funky. Oh no, it's weird. It's weird. How do I handle that? I mean, part of it, I guess, is because I'm trying to move the player with like by lerping them to the next tile, but also I'm trying to have this like relative movement of like this anticipation going really fast and pushing at the end. Yeah, that's those two systems they just aren't playing nice with each other. And trying to finagle them into playing nice with each other is going to be tricky. So do I have to sort of not scrap, but like redo how the player physically moves from one tile to another and actually do it in an entirely animation-driven approach where it is entirely handled by just what? And then... But then I don't know how to then take that and rotate it. Well, then I guess I could just rotate the... If I do the system where I just hidden rotate the body, then the eyes don't move, or the eyes aren't part of what gets squashed and stretched. Unless I do... Unless I were to change the cube so that he's always looking in one direction, and he does physically turn and then move that way. That's an option I could do. I don't want to do it that way. But it would alleviate some of these problems. I don't know. Not sure. Maybe I'll have to like call it and think on this and then come back to it. Maybe do more Googling. I don't want to spend like a bunch of time on stream just Googling and watching YouTube videos, but I can do that on my own time. Maybe I'll do a bit more looking into stuff with how to finagle the animator to do what I want it to do. So maybe for now though, so maybe I might come back to the animation stuff, but just keeping in mind that it is a problem that needs to be solved, and ideally it needs to be solved sooner than later. Otherwise, we're gonna have problems. The eyes are working fine in this current state, though, so I guess that's okay. So I will. The player just. Yeah, it's not great, but it's fine. Oh, right, I need to undo. This is 0.3, and this was 15. Putting that back to normal. Okay, so I guess we move on from that for right now. Back to the thing we were initially trying to do, which was wall detection. What? You work sometimes, but not always. Okay, I'm worried that this is some kind of rounding issue, where it... My first immediate guess is what's going on is that somehow it's trying to do the detection early while the player hasn't gone to the new square yet, and then delete. Oh, wait, delete? That's player move doing that. If that's having problems, then you say you couldn't find the player. But you couldn't find the player because they were because I did the hard code. I assumed I pretend that it's 0 because I haven't done the coding for stacked objects yet. So the frame where we move when we move on to here, then that's a problem. But we shouldn't be able to move on in the first place right now. So why are we able to move on there in the first place? So the moving on to it was, well, it was fine, but it shouldn't have been because it shouldn't have passed the move check. Where is wait, where's my check that says whether to move? Compare tag wall. I guess my first thing is like, do you not have the wall tag? You do. You have the add this to grid, so in theory you should be part of the grid. Oh, I do this slide don't move thing that because I started to code that and then didn't, so maybe it's just that if I put this. Oh wait, no, you. Oh right, no, right. That's why you move anyway when you're not supposed to. The slide move was supposed to be like, oh right, this started because I was trying to make a kind of animation and I didn't do that. Technically, because that's not going to have problems. Well, it's going to have problems but different directions. I was going to say I could make just that animation, but I'll probably wait. Yeah, so I'll probably hold off on that. So right now you can't do that, but yeah, okay. Very well, so problems to figure out, but we'll move on for now. So on my Trello board, we can say that wall blocks are done and wall detection is done, other than player animations, which that's not, like, animations isn't a thing on here, but we'll get that. So I don't know if I want to do fire hazard detection. Yeah, I think I might want to figure out holes first, because that's so stopping us from leaving the boundaries of the map is what this is supposed to be. Now now the thing with this is I have to now have the grid manager somehow differentiate what we call an empty block and then a hole that's around the side. Keeping in mind that it's not a real level is not going to be a perfect square. It's going to be purposely more mangled, right? So this could be a chunk of level, right? So we can't just detect the boundaries, and like a hole can be here, like basically in the middle of stuff. So we have to define that that's a thing, and yeah. So two ways to do this. I mean, one is we could flip how like a nothing block is currently figured out, and each of these blocks could be considered a level block or a ground block or something. Each of these could be a ground block that gets added to the grid manager, and if we check a ground block, then we move normally, and then nothing can be treated as the edges of the map. I don't want to do that because then that means everything is stacked. Everything means that there's two things on one grid position. I mean, it doesn't have to. I guess this could be a wall block, but not a grid block, but whatever. I mean, for enemies though, that would be the case. I would rather nothing in the grid manager is the grid positions, so I don't have to set up like empty game objects for each of these. I would rather, if I have to set one of them up manually, I'd rather manually have to define where the holes are. Because one, that means there's less of them total. It should be the case, yeah, it totally will be the case, probably, that there's less overall holes compared to grid spaces. Actually, it might not be universally true. It's like, I don't know. I think whether it's true or not, maybe even if the case, if there are more edges, I think I would rather have to set up empty game objects defining edges rather than the grid spaces. That does mean that I have to be careful that if I accidentally miss one, then the player could go off into infinity and like, oh no, I have to be careful of that. So, I mean, yeah. I think of the two situations, the programming becomes easier with the stacking as well. If I don't have to assume that everything that's a grid space is, something that's being added to the grid manager. Because so if I put one of these like everywhere and I miss one, then that would be like a place that looks like the player should be go, that then they can't. Like, that's weird and that doesn't look so right. if I miss a thing along the edge, odds are the player wouldn't find that out. It's more unlikely for them to accidentally have to run to the one that I missed and then go off screen. And then that, I don't know. Yeah, so I would rather define the walls rather than define the floor. So that means I need a block to actually do that. I guess that's just going to be an empty game object that's going to be hole, just hole. That I will give it a one of these. That means I'm seeing those again. I mean, I could have it be in my like visuals here. I could just duplicate like this and then give it like a have it be here in the scene view and all that. But then once I go into game mode, then it goes away. Just it would be helpful for me to have something physical to be able to see, know that things are there. Okay, the other option of this, like, is there some way that these holes can be auto-generated? Like, somehow I have some things set up that can figure out where the holes are. The amount of time it would spend to make such a thing would probably be not worth it. If it was a square grid, sure, that would be easier. But because I want holes, and there could be a hole in the middle of the map, yeah, I would have to kind of figure that out manually. And figure that out by, like, looking at all of these and like the performance that would do those calculations. Yeah, probably not necessarily worth it, but like could be done, doesn't need to be done. So actually yeah, so in this test level thing I'm gonna go create empty holes plural because we're assuming that there's like a lot of them, so I'm just gonna like put it under an empty game object, then hole. And then I'm just gonna make it another its own prefab, original prefab. Yeah, fine. And then you're gonna get a new material. Doesn't matter which one I pick, because I'm changing the color anyway. Oh, actually, picking broken grid is probably good because that's gonna be good. Like, because there's meant to be a temporary thing that like it probably would be good as like a this is something that no one will see. So I mean, one option I have is make it some color that's like obvious of like if I see it, then I'm like, oh no, I didn't get rid of it. But yeah, probably just let it be some like faded. Actually, go back to like what it started as. I wanted to tell these two things apart. This was going to be a temporary thing for like this is invisible triggers. So none of these will be shown to the user. They're just my own things that are defining stuff. Maybe I make it like, if it's meant to be the edge of the grid, it could be could be like the color of the grid. Some halfway thing, maybe between like, well no, halfway is just gonna be like a I'm just trying to decide on the color of a temporary object. This shouldn't be hard. Whatever, you can be gray, it doesn't matter. Okay, so now I should finish one prefab before I copy it around a bunch. So this should just add this to grid, and then the tag should be hole. And then I gotta actually have that tag. And then just yeah, this one time I can do the tedious work. I'm gonna have to do it with the other levels, but yeah, this is fine. I can just complete. Wow. In this case, it's easy because the boundaries are easy. I mean, like, okay, well, that I have to make sure that I'm. Oh wait, these aren't in the right spot. They're like off by one. This should be here. This is the edge of the grid. I have it purposely like it goes off a little bit. I have like this grid space is a hole by my definitions. Matt3Con, hello, hi, late again, but I'm here. Hello. Yeah, welcome back. We are currently working on actually making our game, which we've had some troubles, but it's overall going good enough. We're a little bit behind schedule, which is not amazing, but we're still making overall decent progress. So right now what we're doing, we have, I guess I'm going to go into play mode and show some stuff. we do have a player that is moving around with this grid system. We do have eyes. We experimented a bit with how we might do some animation stuff. It's not like finalized or anything yet. And then how the player actually moves, we're trying to have better animation of like how the player actually moves with some like squash and stretch. That's having some technical problems, so we're gonna worry about that later. We do have as well that like you can hit walls and not go through them. But this is also, we're hoping to have animation where you're actually like smacking against the wall. So that's still not there yet. Right now we are defining that you can't go off the, oh actually right, this is gonna work for free because, yeah. We're defining the boundaries of not being able to go off the edge of the map. And I just rambled about how this is easier. I would, given the context of like other things to do with the game, I would rather have these blocks that are, and these are going to be invisible. That's another thing I actually need to do. This is so that I can see them. Like when we go into play mode, ideally they won't be there, right? That's why also the color of them doesn't matter. Hold on, let me just last week in here. Blah. I would rather, for the levels, have to define this boundary and manually place blocks around the edges, rather than having to manually place individual blocks for each grid of the actual level. Because I think that'd be better. Because then, I mean, there's less of them, and there's less consequence. If I do happen to miss one, the player finding that out is like less likely than if I accidentally, if I had things copied for each grid and then I miss one, then there's a random place that you just can't go in the middle of the map. Yeah. So there's that. So this also needs behavior to, I mean, I can be like, okay, these are all in place, then I can just hide them manually, but I would rather, if I do this, then you don't show up. No, you, I do this, well, then we have the opposite effect. If you don't show up here, but you show up here, that's the exact opposite of what I want. I guess I just have to make a script to just, it can be a generic, like, hide on start. Hide on start. I was about to say it was going to hide its mesh render. Technically, I just need that script to run that says add to grid this thing's position, and then I can just hide the whole object. That part, it doesn't matter. Interesting. So that's easier to be like, set active false, and I know everything's gone with it. No, I should hide the mesh because there's gonna be other things that might need. Yeah, I'll just hide the mesh render, it's fine. But what if it has multiple mesh render? These are just cubes, it's fine. Okay, just go on start, get component mesh renderer dot enable equals false. That's, yeah, it's fine. You don't need an update, whatever. I'm gonna change this to awake so it's like extra early, just like get rid of this thing, or not get rid of it, just hide it so you don't see it. So in theory, we go into play mode and then we don't see it. Well, I gotta, add the script to it. That's an important step. Okay. Pulls. Pull. Did I file open and then what did I just call that script? Hide on start. And there's a few other things that could use this as well. Yeah. Like, technically, while I'm at this invisible trigger thing would be one of those things. Open. So I can already get multiple uses out of it. Technically, this thing and this thing this is a placeholder for the grid when I'm designing a level. Like, it's easier to duplicate these squares around to like define like here's what the level bounds or like kind of things look like, and then when I turn that into a real level, then I'll whip out all this grid stuff and sort of replace it. So this should never see its way into an actual level because it just won't. It's used to build the level and then be deleted. Okay, so if I go to play mode now, both those things should hide. Cool. Okay, there's I did something weird with there's an extra line that shouldn't be there of the actual grid itself. That's not supposed to be how that's supposed to look. But other than that, yeah, we can't leave. This should also be accompanied with an animation of you bumping against the edge of the map. That I think it'd be cool if it looked slightly different than the bumping against a wall, where you actually kind of go over a bit, like, whoa, let's not fall off the edge. But that's the wishful thinking of that. Hopefully we can do that. We have the time to do that. So I don't know how long this grid line has been here, but I think to match up with the top. Oh wait, it goes 1 over and then blah. This it goes 1 over and then okay. So still, not that it matters that much for this little like test level, but it's still in sync. Okay, so that's of this. I mean, so the whole blocks aren't done because they have an additional bit of functionality where the idea is that the player is smart enough automatically to not fall down them, but enemies are dumb and enemies will fall down holes. So if you lead an enemy over to a hole in the floor, an enemy will fall down. So that functionality still needs to be there, but I guess it's more about the enemy. I'll add another card that's like, do I have something about enemies dying? I have enemy die, I guess that's part of that. Okay, so that's gonna be part of that ticket. Player hole detection is done. And then programming an enemy to see a hole and then fall and die, that's not gonna be about the hole. So technically I'm gonna say the hole is done as well. That's another thing done. Next, we can't do dying until we have a hazard. You wanna start hazards now? I've been going for 5.5 hours. I don't know when, oh, hey, redeemed solve a cube. Haha, nice a fellow cuber. Haha, yes, I do the Rubik's cubing a little bit. Yeah, have that as a random redeem thing because why not? It gives me more time to ramble while I'm doing stuff. Sometimes I'll bring up like a timer when I do this. I'm gonna not do that right now. We're pressed for time as it is. So, whoa, let's see, how much can I have? If I stand up, it's easier to have it be in frame. I'm not, well, I go in and out of being decent at solving these and then like not. It depends on like if I've gone like months between like solving them or like how. Yeah, I haven't done much like actual practice of late. Anyways, ooh, 3, 2, 1, go. But while I'm doing this, I'm gonna ramble about stuff, which means I'm gonna go a bit slower. But so next we can do hazards. And then hazards are gonna lead into dying and respawning. I think right now we gotta just do the simple thing and just reload the scene because that's easy. So having a hazard that's like always on, that's not going to use the turn manager, but then the hazards that, oh, that's wrong. Blink in a sense that they'll have to go through the turn manager to do that, so we'll get to that when we get there. But basically you'll touch a hazard. I guess for now, should you touch the hazard? Ideally it would play some kind of, you know, the animation of you dying and then like fade to black at, oh, that's not great. PLLs I don't know, so I didn't do random stuff until I get stuff that I do know. Yay, almost done. Wah, did it. Huzzah. I don't know how much of that was just completely off camera, but like, oh well. Woo. Anyways, it'd be cooler if I could do it faster, because it'd be more impressive, because that's how that works. Anyways, I guess we'll start on a fire hazard. And maybe we just do like a simple version of right now. Nice, yeah. Maybe do just a simple version of it right now, and then go from there. So the fire hazard is this thing. It's fine. I'm skipping over the spring. Having a hazard is more important. The T-perm would have saved like 10 seconds. I know. Well, I didn't have a T-perm there. I had the one where it's like it was like this, and then like this, right? Or yeah, I believe I did. I had the one that's like these two and these two, and I don't know that one. I at one point was trying to memorize all the OLLs and PLLs, but I don't have barely any of them memorized, so I have like a few. So I just I have a few and then random stuff to like get the other ones to the N. Is that what that is? I guess that's a more like a Z maybe, but I don't know. That one sucks. Yeah, like I've seen. Like I've tried to memorize all of them at one point, and I haven't done that because I got busy. I do know. Oh wait, no wait, T-perm. I know T-perm. That's just this. Did it? Yeah. Right. Yeah. So that is probably my like most well-known, like one I can do the fastest, like without thinking. OLL algorithm. Yeah. And I can do, and Y-perm is neat. Wow, not if you make accidental wrong turns, because it's like at least the way I have it memorized, it's very similar to the T-perm one. It's like
do. It's like you start T-perm halfway through and then do it. It somehow it just works. But yeah, funky math. Okay, fire. How is fire gonna do fire things? So in theory, this is just move this over, so we'll just kind of automatically go into it when the game mode. Ideally, it's you touch it and you die. So first step, this is gonna need some kind of. Is it gonna have a tag that says fire or a tag that says hazard? I mean, I'm gonna give it the tag fire until I have a reason to like combine it with something else. I know full CFOP took me like 10 months to memorize. Whew. Yeah, but it does indeed take a while. Yeah, as I do the cross part and the F, even then by like doing F2L, I'm not amazing at that because I know there's like there's kind of mini algorithms with F2L that I just don't know that I should go about memorizing and just be faster with it. I'm also especially now when I saw these on stream, I don't really like do the planning part of like normally when you with the cross you like look at it and it's like okay I just do da 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 and then the cross is done. I don't really do that. I just like okay there's one that's in, let me find the next that one, okay, because I just don't do that. But yeah, that would in theory make me faster. Also I'm super slow at doing that depending on the setup and the thinking like 8 moves ahead. Anyways, so I have solved Rubik's Cube blindfolded before. That is one thing I put some time into, and then I've done it successfully 3 times, but that was so long ago that I would have to spend a while to like remember how to do that. I need that practice and the memorizing of the letters and all that kind of stuff. But I've successfully done it 3 times, so there's that. Anywho, hazard. Let's do that. How are we going to do that? So we have it having the fire tag means that we're not going to so the player moving into it. I'm gonna get rid of this because this ain't doing anything just yet. If we hit the thing in its wall, currently we have it doing nothing. If it's fire, then we are going to move on to it. We will do that step. Ooh, then we need that delay, almost. Well, a delay that's only like, we can start the process of dying the second we start the move. Just as long as it is a coroutine that takes 0.3 seconds to do. That I didn't do. I solved it in 8 seconds, but blind is too hard. Wait, you solved it in 8 seconds? You can do full CFOP in 8 seconds. Jeez, that is insane. My fastest time is like, my fastest time I got on stream, so there's recorded evidence, and I forget what it was. Was it 40-something seconds? Maybe? Something like that. But I know that if I did put in the time to memorize all of CFOP, then I would be able to do it faster, but I haven't done that. Maybe at some point I'll have like entire streams dedicated to just solving this for hours and hours a day. We'll see. And then also the blindfold solving. Yeah, very, very cool, but also very, very hard. Anyway, so fire. So do the moving. Oh wait, I guess technically I will execute the step that says that we actually move to that position. This would then mean that, actually, so this would mean that we have 2 things in the same spot, but who cares because we're about to do a full reset of the level. So I guess, how do we handle an enemy dying and a player dying are gonna be different just in that if enemy dies, then it's just, you delete it or whatever, and then it's gone. A player, we need to trigger a whole restart process that's gonna be something like, so what? We need to stop movement, have some animation of the player dying, like may fade to black to then quickly restart the level. I mean, for now, taking out that polished step, we're just gonna restart the level. But we can't restart the level here. We need to have the little bit of time to actually move the player into dying and then kill them and then restart. Do I do that in this code or do I make a new script that just handles the restart? So what does the restart need? Because if it needs too much from here, we need to disable, so we can just turn off player move so this doesn't run. Tell the grid manager, stop updating anything. I guess, well, I mean, it doesn't really care, I guess.
because the thing, as long as nothing calls it, I guess the turn manager just needs to be told, stop doing turns. This was the last turn. And then, I guess I just make some kind of restart manager, and that then, yeah, it handles calling all those functions that it has to do. So some kind of restart manager. Why not? So I think it's worth making its own script, because eventually, like, the polished version of what it could do, if it has any, like, you know, triggers fancy camera movement and like all that, whatever. It might do not a lot right now, but then eventually it could do a lot more that it's worth being its own script. Before I forget anything, let me just actually have the script. I'm tempted to combine these, like, just these are just managers that just have like one script that has some data. I'm tempted to maybe combine that into one, actually, like, have a game manager that just has those 3 things on it. I'll do that here. Still functional as is. Okay, so what do I need? I need a... I don't need a reference to the grid manager. I don't think I need to do anything to the grid manager because things are about to get reset. So I need a reference to the turn manager. To just say stop. So I'll write some public function here that it can call. I get this is just stop all coroutines. Don't do this anymore. And actually, this is going to be a lot longer, and it can just also again just I can just stop. If enemies are still going to be moving, do I let the turn finish out? Maybe. I'll just. But for now, yeah. So get the turn manager. I guess the player is going to trigger this process. The player is going to call a public function here that's like, hey, start respawn process. I don't know, whatever. I'm so inconsistent with my naming of things, but stop. Oh, I guess so I could do stop all coroutines from here. I'd rather have it be more the stopping the coroutines being inside here, because this function could eventually do more, so preparing for that possibility. Yeah. So when we have enemies, we don't have to deal with telling enemies to stop moving because their movement is governed by the turn system. We need to tell the player to stop, so I guess we player move. I'll make it public for now. Well, I don't have to drag and drop stuff with the player. Find. Just do that. It's fine. So the thing is, though, I don't want to stop the movement right away, because when we're still a block away. We're still a block away from this, and then we trigger the move that is about to be a moving into hazards. It's at this point that we are starting the respawn process before we've even moved. Where we're gonna, I guess, move into this. Oh no, this is a problem. Shrink into nothing or something. We'll figure that out, what that's gonna look like. Even the this orange, ideally, it will be replaced by an actual like particle effect of fire or something. So I guess we could. If we know this is at the start of a turn, we can maybe like wait half a turn or something. I mean, if the turns stop, we can wait as long as we want. I don't know, maybe if we like... I don't know if we want to sort of let everything else that was a turn finish. Because if we have like player move and then we have enemies moving, I don't know if you want to see that like enemies doing that final move step or something. It could just be thing. But I still need. Oh, also I can get rid of this. This doesn't need. That was just part of test code. sure. I'm not sure. Best way to go about this. So, I mean, this needs to call the respawn manager, the restart manager to some degree. Unless it doesn't. Unless this calls the turn manager. And then the turn, like, this says something to the turn manager like, hey, we're dead at the end of this turn. And then the turn manager finishes whatever it's doing, which right now is just the player, but in theory, eventually it'll be moving other stuff. Once it gets to the end of that, then it runs a check of being like, hey, are we dead? Oh, we are? Okay. But I don't know if that's waiting too long, because we might want to be doing other things. No, because waiting for the end of this isn't gonna, it's still gonna be the same frame, so that doesn't matter. It'll be having to wait till, like, this passes again at the beginning of a turn to see if we're dead or not. But I'd rather, that probably shouldn't be how it works. Because, yeah, those are gonna go, they get to move. I guess that's fine. So just... Okay, just have this say, restart manager do stuff, which, yeah, I guess I'm gonna need a reference to that. Restart manager. And I guess I'm gonna have to do a this equals, I'm gonna do find object of type. It's fine, whatever. And then this dot. Okay, so I guess what this could do. Yeah, this handles everything. That's all being handled in one place rather than different things doing different parts of the respawning. Just do it all in one place. So player, let's player move, the player move script specifically, so I'm gonna call it that. Stop turns, though, means that the other things are gonna still get to do. This will let this finish its frame until it gets the next yield, right? Actually, I don't know if it'll cut it off mid code. I guess we'll see. I'll just let it be like that for right now and don't not worry about it. Okay. The player move dot enabled equals false, so stop moving. Although, so the player won't move without the turn manager, but they'll still be like, they'll look in the different directions, so we want to stop that. In theory, from here, we'll like say, hey, player like death animation or something. We won't worry about that right now. I don't know if the fire itself will like sparkle extra or something. I don't know. That's like that kind of polish we don't need to worry about right now. I think just player like spinning and then like shrinking into nothing, that could be good enough. So animation plays and then it's fine. And if the player shrinks to nothing, then we're even less concerned about them moving. The camera, probably fine to just not touch the camera, because the camera just follows the player. So if the player isn't moving, the camera isn't moving. And letting the camera do that final, still like moving up to where the player is on the fire. If we want to hijack the camera and do anything special, if it like zooms out or zooms in, we can worry about that later, but it should be fine. So then we have to actually reload the scene. That's a component of this. So using Unity engine.scene management. Then we'll have to have a delay. So I guess this needs a delay to be like, wait some amount of time to let whatever dying stuff happen. What is yield? Is it like a wait in JavaScript? I'm fuzzy on JavaScript, but I want to say yes. It's just, so I mean, it has different, I guess, uses, but the main thing is to have delay in the code. But you can't just have those statements just in the middle of code. You have to put them in a function called a coroutine that is has a return type of something called IEnumerator. So let's say like wait to spawn or something. So in this case, if I say I want to wait 0.1 seconds or something, the usual thing I do is yield return new wait 4 seconds, and then I put in a time. Mouse. Okay. So then 0.1 f. So in this case, it is. I'm using it as just. Well, if I have to actually call the function, you call it then with like start coroutine. Wait to respawn. It's a bit like a lot to have to like it's like weird and like compared to normal programming, it's like, oh, what's IEnumerator? Start coroutine? What? But this specific process for this specific use case, I do so much that I just have this very memorized. I just start coroutine, blah, IEnumerator, blah, wait, and then more code. Yeah, like async await. I know async is a thing in C#. I think await might be as well. I think usually you use that to have code running out of order, which I guess coroutines kind of are also that, code running out of order. But I think await and async you use more when it's like other processes of stuff running in parallel. I use coroutines exclusively to just be like, wait, then do the thing. Yeah, I mean, in this case, I'm almost using it kind of in an update kind of a manner of like, you know, wait some at a time, do stuff, and then loop. There's yield return null will just wait a single frame. That can sometimes be helpful, like wait till the next frame and then do stuff. But usually, most commonly, I just use it to have a fixed number of seconds delay and then do stuff. So what is that stuff we want to do? Let's say, so reloading the scene, that's going to be scene manager dot load scene, and then you can just pass in whatever scene we're in now dot loaded scene loaded, I think. No. How do you get that? What's the current scene again? Active scene? Get active scene? And I think you can't just do this. You have to go like that name. That works enough. I forget if there's a more elegant way of doing this. It used to be like application.load, but actually I think if I go to type that, this is like obsolete and all that. So it's like, don't use that. Do that differently. So this is gonna work well enough. Just to reload whatever scene we're currently in. Yeah, await in JS is to wait for something to finish before doing some task instead of doing it in parallel. Oh yeah. Right. Await is to be like run stuff in other processes, but like wait until here. Don't pass this point until that stuff has come back. I think it's how you kind of. I think you can have asynchronous code and how you sync it back up with the so-called synchronous code, I guess. Maybe. I've rarely done stuff with that, so I barely know what I'm talking about, so I could be saying completely incorrect things. But so load scene, blah. 0.1 seconds probably isn't like let's say 0.5, so you get some time to like, oh no, I did, but I didn't, I failed. Whoa, no. You're definitely not running anything in update. So right now we're just gonna stop the turns process, turn off the player. We'll play a death animation, we'll get to that, and then wait some time, and then, I don't know, and then reload the scene. Maybe we'll have like a quick fade to black kind of thing, but we'll get to that. I do need to focus more on the actual core game mechanics. Oh, I didn't die. I do need to focus more on the actual game mechanics than like the polished stuff I keep trying to do with like the animation stuff, because we gotta actually get this finished. So that didn't work. You're untagged. Did I not give you the fire tag? I guess I didn't. Okay. And you, I don't know if you need anything else. I guess we're gonna find out. All right, here we go. Into the fire. Still doesn't work. Okay. The other one got the tag. Yeah. I'm also just gonna move the player back just so that like I can get the few frames of moving into it before I die. I'm assuming I didn't drag a reference somewhere. Yeah. Oh, it's Reset manager, player move. I don't want to have to drag and drop the player, but I'll drag and drop the turn thing. So you're gonna be. Yes. Okay. That's not the reason it didn't run though, right? Because it should have. Let me make that. Whoa. Don't replace, hold on. Make a new prefab, thank you. I don't know why. Where's the player? A lot of objects here. Are you missing something? Why did you just not run? If we run something that has the fire tag, we're assuming it's on thing 0. Oh, fire doesn't have the add this to grid thing, does it? Yep. Okay. Yep, that's what it is. Is it add this to grid? Doesn't need a box collider. That's also something I should start removing off things. We will not be using collision for any of this, I don't think. It's all based off the grid manager, so I'm just gonna, before I forget, because we might have, if I forget to do this now, then we might have weird things. It's like, oh, why is the enemy not moving onto the platform? Although I guess it's not even moving through physics anyway, but whatever. I'm just gonna remove some of the stuff now, just before I forget to. And then if I have to add any of these back, then I'll regret it, and I'll do that. But also we get more suspense for if my code actually worked that I just put in. Oh, even all this is going into the prefab just to make sure. Okay, maybe I can do some of the rest of this on my own time. Whatever, it's fine. Okay, let's just see if the fire worked. Shall we? Please. Yeah. Broken. How did it reload and then break? Wall. You hit a wall or something? Other than destroy, why would none of this actually has singleton stuff on it? So when it reloaded the scene, it should have just did. But okay. I will. Oh, okay. So this is in here. Did it load the other scene or something? I don't know. I'm just gonna. This scene not being in here maybe was a problem. So I'm gonna. Weird that that's not working, but either way, okay, one additional thing is that why is the camera being funky? It does snap weirdly at the beginning when it should be starting on player. I say, yeah, your destination and your current position are just, I guess technically they should start with the player, so let's go just player.position, see if that just miraculously fixes it. Oh, the extra step of transform.position equals, I guess, destination position, not that matters. Yeah, so, yeah, okay, maybe that's more what was needed. Wait. I saw that. Can't have things running in the wrong order, can we? It's almost midnight. Fortunately, I probably might have to stop soon. But, yeah, so you can get a little bit more done. So that's just being extra weird. It's reloading the scene. Nothing should change. What's being null the second time around? Then now also the player's not working. The turn manager goes to do wait till end of turn. I wonder if it's something weird that it's like happening in a coroutine or. You're here. Is this returning? Is this maybe not getting added to the grid properly or something weird like that? Oh, you know what it is. You know what it is. You know what it is. Oh. Oh, weird. I've never thought of that before. So I just always blindly assume, oh, when you reload a scene, everything gets cleared out. Static stuff probably isn't. Like, I'd have to assume that this isn't getting cleared out. So I probably do need this to have just a thing to just clear out the data. That's why it's then having stuff that doesn't exist in it. Okay. Void reset grid. That all this needs to do is just grid map dot clear. Anything else? I don't think I need to individually go through and delete the lists and stuff. I think garbage collection probably handles that hopefully automatically. Okay, then the turn manager needs to actually call that, which means not the turn manager, the restart manager, which means the restart manager needs a reference to the grid manager. And I'm getting the fact that there's like these three things kind of referencing each other to the degree that they are. I'm more so thinking that I will put them all actually on the same game object and then just get components to them. Start rerun process, stop turns, clear grid. Why are you not? Oh wait, no, sorry, right. I don't have you're static. Never mind. Yeah, never mind. Grid manager. I guess you don't even need to be on a game object, but you currently are. Whatever. Reset grid is what I called it. Whatever. It's just me. So technically, actually, now that I think about it, this should not run here. This should run like, because I let things finish their turn. Here's what I'm actually gonna do. Because I'm still unsure if this was gonna have problems. I'm gonna do this, wait a 0.1, so that anything that's gonna start moving gets to do that. And then, oh, where did I put the start coroutine part? Okay. So wait 0.1 seconds for stuff to start to move. I mean, maybe like here I'll go like play player death animation. Not 0.1, maybe just no. Wait a single frame so that I'm sure that the turn manager has set in motion the things that need to have their final turn, including the player. Well, the player would already be doing that. Yeah, fine. Mainly that's enemies and stuff. Then wait some random amount of time, like 0.5, where you actually reload, just to give time for death animations to go, or fade to black or something. Yeah. Okay. So now, cool. And right now there's this like weird pause. That's like fine though. Maybe real quick, the like super quick thing I can do, just shrink the player into nothing. Can I quickly do that? This script called player move is doing a lot more than just move, but maybe I'll rename it at some point. Shrink to nothing, I guess that's what I call it. Maybe this would in theory eventually be replaced with an animation or something, but you're gonna be in Animator so that you can like every frame be doing that. Enumerator shrink. Well, okay. Start shrink or something, but then all you do is start coroutine. I know that other functions, like other scripts, can like start coroutines on other things. I just like to keep it clean and have coroutines only be start and stop on the game object that's like managing them, just because just that's easier to do. So this can be in a while true loop because it doesn't need to worry about it's going to keep shrinking into nothing even once it's hit 0, and like who cares, the scene's about to restart anyway, and it's gonna, yeah. So have that be just transform dot scale local scale times equals 0.9. I don't know if that'll go down too fast or something. Let's go 9.5. Yeah, become less of what you were, and let's just see if just that is close enough. See, I was hoping that something would happen. Oh yeah, because I have to call the code, of course. This can call this. I don't need the respawn manager to do that. That's fine. Don't worry. But I guess that doesn't need to be public. Whatever. Ah! I do think it just needs to wait a little bit. Like, wait like another frame or so. Return... wait, new wait 4 seconds. Wait 0.1 and then sort of shrink, but that's like enough. I think that's more of what we need with this supposedly small game of things that didn't take a lot of effort or a lot of time, but like look good enough to be able to move on. I mean, spinning would be nice. Can I go transform.rotate, like have it like shrink and spin? Can I do that not by animation but also by code and just go, how can I, wait, isn't there's like a rotate function that I never use. Like, actually use it for once. New vector 3, and I could use vector 3 dot up, I think is the axis I want, times 2, I don't know, turn 2 degrees at a time. Please double check that is Y the axis I want to turn on. Yeah. Let's just see what that does. Spin faster. How does it escape the while true? Shouldn't it keep running indefinitely? So, yes. So sometimes I do want code to run kind of indefinitely. Right now, it runs indefinitely until I have other code that waits some time and then reloads the scene.
when it reloads the scene, everything gets reset. So that game object like gets destroyed and like then it's gone and then the new player is there. So that's why that's fine. I could have that like once the scale is 0, exit the function, but it's like unnecessary because I don't know. The 2 seconds it takes me to code that is not worth it because it doesn't matter because the scene gets reset. If the scene wasn't getting reloaded, then yes, that would matter. Or I guess if I was gonna like delete the player, then that would also do you think? It's maybe going too fast. I kind of want to be able to actually see more of the spinning. So let me just go 0.95. If I go 0.99, I want to do like pew! In theory. Oh, okay, I was worried about memory leak or something. Oh, okay, that's too fast returning. Because, so I mean, I guess I don't know for sure. I think because it gets deleted, I think this would get stopped automatically. Because there is a thing where it's like, so in another place I have this. This is running in an infinite while loop until I call this stop all coroutines. That says it doesn't matter that it's in a while loop. Cease. Don't do that anymore. Like don't have this continue. So if that does that, then maybe I'd have to maybe assume that if this coroutine is running and then this game object gets deleted, that it's probably something's happening in the backend that's automatically stopping that coroutine anyway. I would think. That would be my best guess, but I guess I don't know 100% because this is kind of an edge case that I've never done much with before or thought about before. Because I very rarely in my own game stuff will reload the scene. So that works, except we don't get fully. I can see that the player is still there. So try 9.8. If that doesn't work, then I could extend the time. But I don't want to extend the time before the Steam restarts. Like it's already like fine enough. Yeah, okay, that's good enough. Good enough for like a thing that's not like super important. It's like it's fine enough because this two things. One, this square is meant to be fire, so it's like you're getting burned. Ideally, it'll be an actual like fire effect. So like yeah, whatever, it's fine. And then also like we'll get that in there too at some point. Hopefully that'll look good. But then as well, that animation is generic enough that it can work for basically any reason the player dies. It's like it's fine. Don't worry about it. Oh yeah, the fire up there does indeed work. Okay, so cool. I really would have liked. Is there an easy way that right now when you push against walls, nothing happens? I'd like if the player move forward a tiny bit and then move back. Can I do that? I mean, I can do it. It's just not worth the time investment right now, I think. I guess it's not still happening because the player should keep getting smaller after the scene change. Yeah, if the code was still running, yeah, the player would be getting definitely smaller. But it's almost like it's not the same player. It's a new player. We deleted that one and then spawned a new one. So yeah, like I know for sure that the code wouldn't have still been running, but it's like, is this code running in some like, well, no, if it was still running, it would totally like have null errors or something, right? If it was somehow running, I would expect that like this transform doesn't exist anymore. This transform is null. So this would give null errors of some kind. The fact that that doesn't happen means that the script's not running. Or that's not running. So huzzah. Logic, maybe, but yeah. Anywho, let me apply that change there. I think I will real quick while it's on my mind. I'm gonna combine the 3 managers that we have into just like game manager, and it's just gonna have those 3 scripts because it's just, yeah. So grid manager, turn manager, restart manager. So grid manager, there's a built-in grid thing. Interesting, I didn't know about that. Turn manager, and then like respawn. Wow, not that. Okay. Respawn manager. Why are you not? Restart manager. Why? Not being consistent with my names. It's fine. And then you will have a reference to your own thing there. I said that I made this 0.3. I can delete these and then probably get rid of their references. Or get rid of the prefabs. That's what I'm trying to say. So this is referencing a thing that's like on itself. It can just this can be
private, and then just get component, which is just cleaner and not bad on performance. Neo, such having the exact same functionality. I hope there was nothing else that, like, no other objects that had dragged and dropped references, so hopefully none of this is gonna break. Cool. So cool with this, and that's working. But thing I've noticed, still, the camera is not starting in the right spots. Let me just figure out why. First frame, you were here. Why do you think you should be there? Camera. 0, 10, 1. The player's not at 1. Camera move. I say transform.position equals player.position. Player.position is 1, -15. Why? Oh, you're even 0, 10, 1. So, like, you're not even... I forgot about the you should have being 10 in the air. Oh, because these are vector 2s. These are vector 2s. These are vector 2s. I completely forgot. Yeah, that's going to be mess with that, of course. Yeah. Do this, but with destination position. Yeah, problems I wouldn't have had if I made it, like, on the side, but whatever, I'm committed to being top-down. It was the top-down game. So, okay, get the player. These also aren't correct starting places. 2. You just need to copy off of this. Yeah. I just want this to, I guess I already calculated there on the first frame, but whatever, it's fine. I just want them to have good starting. Yeah, so 3 lines kind of doing so much. Okay, that should be better. You start at -7, but the player starts at -15. Wait, how is that working? What? -15 is gonna be far away. What? Why? What? The camera somehow got one there. If I go to this is gonna start below, if I'm not mistaken. Will be totally fine. Wait, how is the player at -15 is there, but the camera is not at -15? Wait, why is that even? Why am I being confused by the Z position of the? Because they should be matching as far as their Z position is concerned. That being the forward back within the camera. Here, I just don't understand why. Because they have the same scale. Why is? Oh wait, take you out here. Your scale is changing. I thought you specifically didn't have a different scale. 1, 1, 1. 9. The test level is at position 9. Since when? No. I guess like the code worked, but yeah. Okay, let me just fix this. The 9 is similar looking to a 0, so I missed it. No. Okay, fine. There we go. And then you can be up there. Okay, so now that should be fine. Let me clean up the prefabs. Make the game manager prefab. Blah. And then I can delete the turn manager prefab, the restart manager, and the grid manager prefabs. Yeah. Make sure I've selected the right things before I make a brutal mistake. I've none of this version controlled yet. I should probably do that at some point as well. Grid manager, restart manager, turn manager. Yes. And then still having the game manager there. Yeah. So now, camera should be starting in the right place. Cool. That's looking good enough. That's fine. Yeah. Yep. Okay. So, now what? That is technically fire hazard is done. I got all these as well. So player dying, player can successfully die, and we could have other. Well, if make any additional hazards, then like won't be the same amount of work as it took to take this hazard. It reuses a lot. Like the enemies having a thing where they kill the player. That's like a lot of that work already done. Simple respawning is there. Definitely, you can be more polished, but it's a decent start. So next we got enemies, movement, turning, find player, having them die, and then we got the rest of the blocks that we want to make. I do think, though, we've been going for 6 hours again. I think that this is good enough progress for today's stream. So I am going to move this to day 3, all day 2 done. And yeah, then I think starting tomorrow, we will, technically it's past midnight now, so I can rename this. This is the current day or whatever. I don't have to organize this like this. It's just because I specifically decided this would be a 9-day thing. I thought this was a decent way of organizing this. I mean, there is definitely a difference between how many things are like here versus here, but some of these are going to take a long time to do. And then we get to the point of the polish with like how much time we just spent on like trying to figure out the player animation stuff. Like it's going to take a long time. So yeah, well actually I might even maybe move some of these onto day 4. Enemies I expect to take a while. And then goal will be part of the, like, winning the level and then going to the next level, spring. If we make it a spring, then figuring out... Player elevation basically just means we're going to have to then figure out... or start to figure out the fact that the grid manager can have more than one thing in the same position, and then what it means for the player to be so-called elevated, which shouldn't be that hard. It just means different interactions with, like, the walls, or sometimes it's a wall, sometimes it's not. That's fine. This is just another hazard. This is just a hazard that moves. In theory, if we have player movement, or if we have enemy movement, and we have simple hazards, this should be a breeze. Because it's just a hazard that just always moves in one direction each turn. Faded arrow is just to, well, then to change the direction of this. The 3 types of arrows, and those will be things that exist. They also shouldn't be that bad. In theory, but I mean, I guess underestimated how long some of these other things that won't be that bad will be, so, you know, we'll see. So, I mean, I maybe like... Let's say I put the arrows. I mean, like, well, okay, no, I don't want that to be longer, but like, I'm assuming that enemies will take a while, so I get this to be equal-ish, I guess. But I kind of need this. These are meant to kind of go together. Nah, whatever, it's fine. This will probably take a while to like code some of these to work with this. So whatever. Let's see. Oh no, just remembered over here is an hour later. Oh yeah, time zones. Woo, it is 12:10 for me at the moment. Yeah, so but yeah, so right now is a good time to, I guess, stop. Yeah, I made decent progress. I have my own, I guess, stuff that I'm going to be doing between now and the next stream. One, I still haven't actually designed all the levels, so ideally, hopefully I can figure out more of that, which I thought that'd be all I'd be doing between now and the next stream, was just figuring out, designing some levels. Looks like I have a little bit more. 2, I'm going to do some of my own Googling to see how to properly use the animator and animation stuff to see if the behavior that I'm trying to get to happen with, Cube, how it will move between points, and figure out how like the eyes will be able to move with that, and like, well, one is that ideally maybe combining both of them under the same animator but having the different animation layers, actually figuring out how some of that works. This thing one. Then the other thing was being able to make one animation of the animation of the player moving from one block to another. Just make that once of moving up, but then be able to apply that same animation moving left, right, and down without having to make 4 copies of the same animation. If it is just the same animation, but go a different way. And yeah, seeing if I can get both of those to... If I can figure out how to get both of those to do and look good. Yeah, so I'll see if I can figure out that, and then the level design. Anything else? Was there something else? If I do happen to finish both those things, then I'll just... some of the like tedious little like bit of cleanup that I wanted to do, I can do more of that. Ideally, I want to save more of the interesting stuff, like making the enemies for the stream, or hopefully we can like work maybe a bit faster tomorrow. Get more stuff done. I don't want to fall behind with not finishing the game. But yeah, I mean we did make some eyes for the player, which I'm still not like super settled on, but like. Yeah, we'll figure that out. I don't even know if, like, will we apply, like, a texture to the actual cube itself? I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I would like, in theory, that the enemies will also have big, angry eyes. but yeah, we'll get to that as well. I don't know if also, so I mean, right now I tried to just roughly make the eyes by just like, these are just 2 circles. Actually pulling out, Photoshop and, drawing something, that might be a better way to have it do it. And then I could have more like, it would be cool to have eye animations that are actually like, not just circles that move, but that actually can like, move like eyes and more like, partially close and stuff like that. But that's like the nth degree of polish that this could maybe have. For now, this can like do the job. I do want to be conscious of the fact that like I have to actually finish all this. I don't have to. I mean, this is my own self-imposed challenge, but I want to try to actually finish everything on time. Again, I'd rather plan something smaller and then finish it and then have extra time at the end to then do more of this polish as like a bonus rather than worrying too much about the polish now and then not finishing the game by the end of it. We'll see. Yeah. So anyways, I guess we'll end things off here. I'm gonna raise desk for the ending. Also, yeah, my throat. My throat doesn't hurt as much as it did at the end of yesterday's stream, so my vocal cords are already getting stronger, be able to talk longer without. But yeah, so overall, yeah, made good progress, and hopefully tomorrow we'll continue to make more progress and get more of the core gameplay stuff done so that we can actually make levels. I definitely underestimated. It's definitely good that I cut down on the total number of obstacles that were going to be. I definitely underestimated how long some things would take to make. I mean, some of this was like me running into like issues with like the animation stuff just like not working how I'd hope it would. The cutting down was good. I don't know. We'll see if I have to like cut down further just to be able to finish. But I think like this collection of hazards and stuff should be fine. If I have to cut out on anything, it would be like the bonus. Like, I really hope I don't have to cut out like the thing I wanted to do with this was that like as you're going through the level, like just chunks of the level would be like breaking off in inaccessible areas where it's like it'll break off before you can even get there. So it's not like a hazard; it's just like a decorative thing. I could place a few around the level, that'd be cool. But then I have to like set up the triggers to actually have them work, and then design as part of the level design where those are going to be and whatever. But and then actually build them. So that's going to take some work. But that'd be part of the polish. That'd be cool to have. But I gotta actually have levels first to actually even be able to worry about that decorative stuff. So I can finish the enemies and the hazards tomorrow, and then the rest. I'm saying like tomorrow and the next day, hopefully finishing off all the different level interactable thingies, and then day 5, that's Wednesday. I'm blocking it the entire day to just build all the levels, with the exception sort of the first level and the last level are gonna have extra stuff. Just with it being the start of the game and the end of the game. So that's all day 6 is going to be, is that figuring that out. As I said, day 6 is going to kind of have a boss. Not a boss. Like, it's not like a fully fledged boss fight that's going to have all this extra mechanics. I purposely designed it where it's reusing, in theory, a lot of what's just already here. It's effectively just going to be this enemy, but a 5x5 version of it that moves 2 tiles per turn. But yeah, we'll see how that goes. And you gotta lead it into a giant 5x5 hole. That's the only way to kill it. So yeah. Anyways, I think we will end things off now. Looks like I have only 2 viewers right now. That's fine. So I was gonna maybe raid someone, but I think not this time. That's fine. Anyways, yeah, we will end things off here and pick things up tomorrow. And yeah, this is making good progress. Hopefully we'll continue to make good progress, and yeah. So, anyways, put back on lab coat to do outro. Ha ha. So that'll do it for this live stream. If you liked it, look forward for more. Thank you all so much for watching, and as always, I'll see you around. Yeah, pause that. All right. All right. Bye.